Tens of players were currently lining up outside a large and peaceful tomb. Everyone in this team of players was level 17 or above, and all of their equipment were at least mysterious iron rank with a few pieces of secret silver equipment mixed in. Most of the equipment the leading MT of this team had were of secret silver rank, and the crescent-shaped shield he carried was even of fine gold rank. Meanwhile, all of these well-equipped players were looking reverently at the peerless beauty standing before them. Looking out through the gaps of her silver-white helmet, her black, crystalline eyes shone with both intelligence and wisdom. Her hair, which was a midnight black, hung down to her waist, gently brushing against the silver-white armor she wore. Resting her hand on the hilt of a dark blue greatsword glowing dark blue, she exuded the indomitable aura of a goddess of war as she silently stood there. This peerless war goddess was none other than the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. After undergoing the baptism of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow was even more dazzling than before. She was like a rough stone that had been polished, instantly revealing the sparkle of an icy-cold sapphire. Currently, not only was Gentle Snow fully equipped with the Snowfall set equipment, a secret silver-ranked set equipment, the great sword she wielded, albeit of indiscernible quality, was also giving off a frightening amount of energy. The Snowfall set equipment could only be obtained from the hard mode of the 3 great dungeons. As for the blue sky greatsword Gentle Snow wielded, she had obtained it after killing a great lord that served as a protector of a ruined temple. If Shurfeng saw this two-handed greatsword, he would definitely be shocked. The reason being, this greatsword was similar to the Abyssal Blade since it, too, was a magic weapon. Furthermore, it was also one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, Blue Sky. Just as Gentle Snow's team was about to raid the 4th boss of the Land of Death, the Whitebone General Jera, Gentle Snow suddenly received a system notification, and a hint of astonishment flashed through her eyes when she read its contents. How can he be so fast? Gentle Snow knew exactly how difficult it was to obtain a guild residence. Even though she had a powerful guild like Ouroboros, the #1 guild in White River City, backing her, the reputation she had collected was still far from enough to allow her to become a baroness of White River City. Yet Zero Wing was still a step ahead of her. Gentle Snow's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile as she muttered, "It seems I need to congratulate him. In White River City, Ouroboros and Zero Wing were actually allies, although this matter was not known to the public. If people did find out, however, they would definitely be greatly shocked. After all, who would ever imagine that White River City's #1 guild would actually be willing to form an alliance with Zero Wing, a guild that was declining by the day? However, Gentle Snow had indeed done such a thing. Although Ouroboros was the #1 guild in White River City, they were still far from being considered an unshakable existence. Just the fact that Dark Star was close to surpassing them showed how vulnerable Ouroboros was. Moreover, Dark Star also had some hidden connections with world dominators, which was also a first-rate guild like Ouroboros. If these 2 powerful guilds joined hands to wage war against Ouroboros, then Ouroboros would definitely suffer a huge loss. Hence, Ouroboros itself needed allies. Setting aside Dark Star and world dominators, there were still 3 others among the top 6 guilds in White River City. Of the 3, the most powerful would be Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild, while coming in second would be the Assassin's Alliance, a second-rate guild. As for Zero Wing, they were considered the weakest of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Yet, in defiance of all logic, Gentle Snow had chosen to ally herself with the recently established Zero Wing, out of these 3 guilds. The reason for her decision was her optimism for Zero Wing. Setting aside the mysterious, elusive, and heaven-defyingly powerful Yifeng, just the fact that Zero Wing had black flame in its midst had already solidified Gentle Snow's conviction. Not only was Black Flame the publicly acknowledged chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, his personal combat strength was also frighteningly great. In addition, he had a mysterious organization supporting him from behind the scenes, not to mention a deep connection with the Starstreak trading firm. Black Flame's shocking financial power put even Gentle Snow herself to shame. Although she could not make head or tail of the connection between Yifeng and Black Flame, she knew for a fact that both of them possessed immeasurable strength. Yet, despite being so powerful, neither of them chose to reveal that strength to the public, and such an action greatly confused Gentle Snow. Just the thought of the two of them working together had sent chills down Gentle Snow's spine. As if to put icing on the cake, the person named Aqua Rose had also appeared in Zero Wing out of nowhere. Aqua Rose used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Although her fame was less than Gentle Snow's, that was only because Gentle Snow had appeared in many advertisements before, raising her profile in the public eye. Gentle Snow had never personally fought against Aqua Rose. However, based on the video recordings of Aqua Rose's battles in terms of combat techniques, should they ever have a fight between themselves, Gentle Snow felt she only had a 50% chance of emerging victorious. In any case, just the presence of these three powerhouses in Zero Wing made it worthwhile for Gentle Snow to ally herself with them. Not to mention, Zero Wing still had many other experts within their ranks. Their true strength and potential were simply unfathomable. In the eyes of the public, Zero Wing would sooner or later vanish from existence. However, Gentle Snow knew very clearly, Zero Wing's current calm was merely the prelude to their next breakout. The situation right now would be the best example. Against all expectations, Zero Wing had suddenly become the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to obtain its own guild residence, miles ahead of the other guilds. Within moments, Zero Wing had become the focal point of all players throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Shortly after the appearance of the system notification, Zero Wing's recruitment point was overrun by a stampede of players. Although Aqua Rose had long since prepared for such a reaction, the sea of players desperately trying to join the guild still left her breathless. Meanwhile, the players who had previously withdrawn from Zero Wing presently had regret filling up their intestines. If they had not acted so impulsively and had waited just a few more days, they would have been able to enjoy the various benefits offered by a guild residence. Now, unless they deleted their game accounts and started over with a new name, it was impossible for them to join Zero Wing anymore. However, who would have the courage to actually delete their account and start all over again? As for the players that had chosen to remain in Zero Wing, currently, they were extremely happy about their wise decision. Now that Zero Wing had a guild residence, not to mention being able to receive more quests, they could save a lot of money thanks to the equipment and weapons repair facility of the guild residence. Neither would they need to spend money to recover their stamina at hotels. They could simply do so at the guild residence. Furthermore, they could also obtain a double EXP buff just by resting inside the guild residence. With this buff, they could grind and level up with much greater efficiency than before. In addition, guild residences could also provide private rooms. This was also the greatest benefit of having a guild residence. In God's domain, every player would wish to possess their very own private room or house. As long as players logged off inside their own rooms, they could still accumulate the double EXP buff, and with much greater efficiency than in the guild lounge to boot, even though they weren't personally within the game. Normally, when guild members rested within the guild residence's guild lounge for 48 hours, they could accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. In the case of a private room, however, players only needed to rest for 24 hours in order to accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could likewise accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. Although the maximum capacity of the buff was the same, the accumulation speed inside a private room was double that of the guild lounge. Of course, this was only in the case of a 1-star private housing. In God's domain, housing was also categorized into different levels. Meanwhile, the higher the level, the greater the benefits a player could enjoy. The lowest level housing was 1 star, while the highest was 10 star. Each increase in level required a huge sum of money, and also certain special materials. It would not be easy for players to upgrade their private housings. For a 1-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 20% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. For a 2-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 25% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. For a 7-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increase buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 2 hours. For a 8-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 1.5 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increase buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 3 hours. For a 9-star private housing every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 2 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increase buff, increasing all attributes by 8% for 3 hours. For a 10-star private housing every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 3 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 10% for 4 hours. However, it was simply too difficult for players to obtain their own houses in White River City. Yet, buying a house in a town would not be convenient for them. Meanwhile, guild residences could provide its members with private rooms, although not everyone could enjoy the benefits of a private room, due to limited space inside a guild residence. Normally, these private rooms would be given to members who contributed greatly to the guild and also the upper management of the guild. If there were any additional private rooms, guild members could also rent them using the contribution points they accumulated from raiding dungeons and doing quests. In God's domain, the matter of leveling up would always be a headache to players. Moreover, the further into the game a player went, the harder it was for them to level up. It would not be strange for players to level up only once every 3 to 4 days. If players died out in the fields, they would also lose an entire level as a penalty. Hence, a tool that could aid players in leveling up quicker would definitely be well received. This guild benefit alone already held a fatal attraction for all players. And that was in addition to the large number of guild quests available for choosing, which would dramatically accelerate players' leveling speed. The War God's Temple, an organization that was founded shortly after the Great Destruction, had been in existence for thousands of years now, protecting the human race from invasions by foreign races. Now that the Endless Abyss had been opened, the humans of God's domain would have to rely on the War God's Temple to deal with the invasion of demonic beasts. It was no longer a situation that could be handled by any single country. Aside from being the protector of the human race, the War God's Temple was also a location for players to learn advanced skills. Meanwhile, players only needed to complete the quests they received at the War God's Temple in order to do so. Shortly after Shurfeng arrived at the War God's Temple, he reported the Endless Abyss to the Knight Captain on duty. The War God's Temple was considered one of the most powerful forces in God's domain. Just a normal knight here was already a level 180 tier 2 NPC. As for the Knight Captain, he was a level 200 tier 3 NPC. The Knight Captain revealed an anxious expression after hearing Shurfeng's report. "Your Excellency Black Flame, this matter is of utmost importance. However, as I'll need to immediately send out warnings to all cities throughout the kingdom and also muster troops to the front lines, I'll have to trouble you to head to the War God's Temple in the capital city and report this matter to Lord Eucharis and seek his aid." The Knight Captain passed a gold token to Shurfeng, then promptly headed out of the temple, not giving Shurfeng any chance to even refuse. Shurfeng was left speechless by the Knight Captain's words. Fortunately, he only needed to head to the capital city and look for the person named Eucharis, an easy task to accomplish. Following which, Shurfeng left the War God's Temple and hurried over to White River City's teleportation hall. Just as Shurfeng was about to enter the teleportation hall, however, 6 robust-looking players stood in front of the stone staircase, completely blocking the entryway. These 6 players were all level 18. Such a level could definitely be ranked at the very top of White River City. Moreover, the equipment these players wore were of excellent quality, majority of which were of secret silver rank. Meanwhile, the solemn-looking middle-aged man who looked like the leader of this party of players had the best equipment out of these 6 players. He was actually fully equipped with secret silver equipment. His gaze was like a sharp blade, and his entire body exuded such an icy cold aura that other players unconsciously detoured as they walked past him. Although Shurfeng had never fought against these 6 players before, he could clearly tell that they were very strong. There were very few parties of their caliber in White River City. Meanwhile, pinned to the chests of these players were black 6-pointed stars. This black star was none other than Dark Star's guild emblem. "What can I do for you?" Shurfeng asked. "You're Black Flame, right? I am Ming Sha of Underworld. I am here to give you a piece of good news, the middle-aged man said in a condescending tone. Although Black Flame had been titled as the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, in Ming Sha's eyes, he was merely a clown prancing on the stage. Whether it was in reality or in God's domain, only strength truly mattered. A forger that only knew how to stay hidden inside a room was nothing more than a tool for strong players like them. If not for the matter of the guild residents astonishing the upper echelons of Underworld, Ming Sha would not even be here trying to make contact with Black Flame. Instead of Black Flame, the person Ming Sha was interested in was Yi Feng, the player widely acclaimed a god-ranked swordsman. Ming Sha really wished to meet him. Moreover, young Master Feng had also given orders to get rid of that Yi Feng and obtain the epic-ranked item in Shifeng's hands. Unfortunately, Yi Feng proved simply too elusive. No matter how many men Ming Sha had sent out, they still could not find a trace of that Yi Feng. Ming Sha was very disappointed by such a result, as he never imagined that Yi Feng would be such a coward, not having the courage to even come out and fight. Good news? Then why do I feel that you guys are coming with bad intentions in hand? Feng revealed an indifferent smile as he sent a glance at the other 5 menacing players. Master Black Flame, it is our fault for behaving too rashly. However, we truly do have great news for you. Only, I hope that you can take a trip with us. After all, this place isn't exactly suitable for discussions of such an important matter. At this moment, another person walked up from behind the 6 players. This person was similarly a middle-aged man. Currently, this man had a wide smile on his honest-looking face. When Feng used observing eyes on this man, he discovered that this man was actually called Southwolf. Immediately, Feng came to a realization. The road for enemies truly is narrow. Feng inwardly chuckled. Southwolf was none other than the person that tried to threaten Feng into surrendering his ice blue devil flame. After being rejected, Southwolf had even declared that he would take action against Feng. Originally, Feng had intended to take a look at just how powerful the organization known as Underworld was. Unfortunately, this matter had been quelled by gentle snow. Feng never thought he would meet this fellow once again today. What if I don't want to go? Feng asked. We have long since thought of this point. Hence I asked Brother Ming Sha and his friends to come and personally invite Master Black Flame over, Southwolf said with a hypocritical smile, sending a glance at the 6 underworld guards beside him. All right, then, since you guys are being so sincere. Feng nodded. Southwolf had obviously already familiarized himself with the rules of White River City. Although the rules stated that battles were not allowed within the city limits, that was on the premise that actual damage was caused. There would be no problems if they simply dragged him away. Of course, Feng's strength attribute was extremely high. Southwolf's group had absolutely no chance of abducting him. Just recently, he had obtained 40 free attribute points as a reward for releasing the Forgotten Lands. Although Feng had added 30 of those points into intelligence, in order to equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath even a little earlier, he had placed the remaining 10 into strength. Aside from that, due to the Abyssal Blade's attributes, Feng obtained 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled up. When coupling those with the strength provided by his other equipment, Feng's strength attribute had long since broken through the 170-point threshold. In terms of the strength attribute, very few players throughout God's domain could be a match for him. However, it seemed that someone from the mysterious upper echelon of Underworld wanted to meet him, and Feng was curious enough to agree. Let us go, then, Southwolf said as he led the way. A short while later, Feng and the others arrived inside a high-class bar. Very few average players could be seen inside this bar, as most could not afford this luxurious place. Master Black Flame, please, come in. Young Master Feng has been waiting for you for a long time now. Southwolf pushed apart the doors to a private room, hinting that Feng should enter. Upon entering the private room, Feng immediately discovered an imposing yet charming youth sitting inside. This youth was also accompanied by 2 beautiful female companions at his sides. These 2 beauties were not players but NPCs. Just like how Anna was working as Feng's assistant at the Starstreak trading firm, these beauties were clearly servants of this young man. This sight was far more shocking than if he had two attractive female players accompanying him. At this stage of the game, having the ability to possess two NPC servants showed that this youth before him was definitely out of the ordinary. "You are in the upper echelon of Underworld?" Shi Feng asked. "That's right. This one here is known as Feng Shenyang, the vice leader of Underworld's Star Moon Kingdom Eastern Branch. Of course, you can also call me by my character name, Dark Wind." Feng Shenyang introduced himself. "I wonder, what business does Vice Leader Feng have with me?" Shi Feng asked. Judging from Feng Xuanyang's tone, Shi Feng had already made a rough guess as to Underworld's strength. Although he had long since deduced that Underworld had a great deal of power and that their influence covered more than just a single kingdom, Shi Feng still could not help but feel shocked after having his conclusions confirmed. It was no wonder even that gentle Snow was wary of them. Star Moon Kingdom could be categorized into 5 separate regions: North, South, East, West, and Center. White River City was located in the east side. Meanwhile, Feng Shenyang was in charge of managing the affairs of Underworld's Star Moon Kingdom Eastern Branch. The authority he wielded was definitely great. "I heard that Master Black Flame is the founder of Zero Wing. You have even managed to elevate Zero Wing to its current position. We at Underworld feel very optimistic about Zero Wing's future. Hence we wish to invest in some shares." Feng Shenyang then pointed towards Ming Sha, who was currently standing by the door, saying, "You've already seen for yourself the strength of Underworld. Because of us, even the previously insignificant third-rate guild Darkstar has instantly become a powerhouse in White River City. If Master Black Flame is willing, Underworld can similarly make Zero Wing grow rapidly. Not only could you become the overlord of White River City, you could even become the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom. I wonder if Master Black Flame might be interested?" Feng Xuanyang's words dripped with temptation. Just the prestige of being the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom would cause many to fight over it. These exact same words might have been used to attract Lone Tyrant into cooperating with Underworld back then. Under the banner of the #1 player on the ranking list, in addition to Underworld's covert support, Darkstar had managed to rocket to fame, becoming a guild capable of rivaling even the powerful Ouroboros. So that's how it is. Shi Feng suddenly came to a realization. He finally understood why Darkstar could become so amazing, just like that, with experts appearing in the guild out of nowhere. Its abrupt rise was all because of Underworld helping it in secret. However, now that Zero Wing had established a guild residence, Underworld couldn't help but reconsider its original plans, hence its interest in investing in Zero Wing. Shi Feng couldn't help but acknowledge that Underworld was indeed amazing. They were willing to support an entirely different guild even at the cost of sacrificing all their previous investments. From an outsider's perspective, such an action was plain foolish. However, Shi Feng knew that Underworld's decision was, in fact, very wise. It was obvious at first glance how great an influence a guild residence would have towards a guild's success. If it were up to him, he, too, would choose to take such an action. "Master Black Flame, you should know that there are over 20 cities just in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region alone. If Master Black Flame agrees to our proposition, in the future, you will become the absolute overlord of these 20-plus cities. Moreover, even though Underworld will be investing in Zero Wing, we will not interfere directly in the management of the guild itself. Rather, we will provide you with a large sum in funding and manpower," Feng Shenyang slowly said in a tempting tone. "We at Underworld have already decided that, as long as Master Black Flame agrees, we will immediately inject 1 billion credits into Zero Wing, and also provide the guild with 100 gold coins every week. In addition, we will also provide 100 experts, and also 1 team of Underworld guards for you, Master Black Flame, to command as you see fit. If Zero Wing develops well, Underworld will invest even more into the guild in the future." "Master Black Flame, what do you think?" Feng Shenyang had taken Shi Feng's previous silence for hesitation, thinking that Shi Feng was definitely considering his proposition. Hence he sweetened the deal. In God's domain, wasn't the main purpose one established a guild earning money and gaining status? For a newly established guild, 1 billion credits was definitely an astronomical sum. Even a major corporation in a city couldn't easily take out 1 billion credits. Recently, due to God's Domain's raging popularity, the number of corporations investing in the game had been continuously increasing. The value of guilds in God's Domain had similarly shot up abruptly. Yet, even so, a third-rate guild with a member count of 20 to 30,000 would, at most, be worth 2 to 300 million credits. Meanwhile, Zero Wing merely had several thousand members in its ranks. Although it had both fame and experts, its value was still not worth 1 billion credits. After taking into account the value of a guild residence, Zero Wing would at most be worth 500 million credits. Hence, it would be completely illogical for Shifeng to refuse the offer of 1 billion credits. I wonder how much shares young Master Feng is intending to purchase? Shifeng asked, an indifferent smile on his face. Not much, just 50%. In exchange for 50% of Zero Wing's shares, you can obtain 1 billion credits, in addition to having many experts to assist you. I believe that no other corporation will be willing to offer such a high price. Feng Xianyang said confidently, Shifeng propped up his chin with his hand, entering into a deep contemplation. Shortly after, he slowly said, although your offer is indeed attractive, 50% of the guild's shares is simply too much. I am willing to sell 10% at most. Although Feng Xianyang's offer of 50% seemed as if both sides would be wielding half of the guild's shares, it was simply a trick to make Shifeng drop his guard. In reality, wielding 50% of Zero Wing's shares was already tantamount to full control of the guild. After all, when Shifeng established his guild, he hadn't claimed the full 100% shares of the guild. He had given a small portion to Aqua Rose. If Feng Xianyang purchased 1% of Zero Wing's shares from Aqua Rose, then he would have 51% of the guild's shares. At that time, Feng Xianyang's words would become law in Zero Wing, while Shifeng would sooner or later end up in a situation like the one in his previous life. Shifeng had sworn to never let something like that happen again in this life. 10%! Feng Xianyang did not dare believe his own ears. He was going to spend 1 billion credits on Zero Wing, yet all he would get in return was 10% of its shares? Did Shifeng really take Zero Wing for the number 1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom? Vice Leader Feng, you must think that the amount I'm offering is too low, right? Shifeng asked, his indifferent smile still on his face. It's only normal that you would think so. However, what I'm trying to say is that 1 billion credits really isn't a big sum of money. I'm already giving young Master Feng a lot of face by offering you 10% of Zero Wing's shares. If it were anyone else here today, I would only offer them 1% at most. In fact, Shifeng was not speaking conceited nonsense at all. Just the gold coins he had on hand right now already exceeded 10,000. If he converted them into credits, they would be worth at least 200 million credits. His daily income was also continuously rising day after day. Just the benefits he could obtain from the Starstreak trading firm had already far exceeded 1 billion credits. Not to mention, Zero Wing's guild residence was also built on a strategic location like the Purple Sun Mansion. The Purple Sun Mansion was the best location for players to establish a guild residence in White River City. It also occupied a broad tract of land, larger than even a football field, which could contain 50,000 people. Not to mention the current state of White River City, where every square inch of land was worth its inch in gold. Even after a decade passed since God's Domain's official launch, the land of the Purple Sun Mansion would still be worth more than 10 billion credits. Although 1 billion credits was indeed an astronomical sum, it was truly not worth 10% of Zero Wing's shares. Even 1% was an overestimation, not to mention 10%. Master Black Flame, there has to be a limit even to jokes. By toying around with me like this, do you take me for someone easily bullied? Feng Xianyang's expression suddenly changed. His tone turned cold as well. Vice Leader Feng, what I speak is the truth. If Vice Leader Feng feels wronged, then let's just forget about this matter entirely. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. After this meeting, he, too, started thinking of looking for an investment partner. The falling flowers are yearning for love, but the heartless brook ripples on. If Shifeng had rejected Feng Xianyang's investment proposal from the very beginning, or had argued that Feng Xianyang was asking for too high a percentage of Zero Wing's shares, Feng Xianyang might still have accepted Shifeng's answer with a smile. This was the atrocity of the truth. Hence people would often prefer to hear a lie than the truth. The reason being, the truth was much crueler than a lie. If Aqua Rose were here right now, she would definitely scold Shifeng for speaking the truth. Soon after, Shifeng departed from the private room, leaving behind a thoroughly incensed Feng Xianyang. South Wolf, get in here, Feng Xianyang roared. South Wolf hurriedly entered the private room, asking, Young Master Feng, why are you so angry? Did that brat Black Flame fail to appreciate your kindness? Tell Lone Tyrant that he can take action immediately. I don't wish to see the guild called Zero Wing in White River City anymore. Feng Xianyang no longer had his elegant appearance from before. Instead, he revealed his sinister nature, saying, Since he isn't willing to cooperate with Underworld, then we will just remove him, one way or another. White River City does not need a guild that Underworld cannot control. Yes, I'll notify Lone Tyrant immediately, South Wolf said with excitement as he licked his lips. After Shifeng departed from the high-class bar, he immediately headed towards the teleportation hall. Spending 32 silver coins, he quickly arrived at Starmoon City, Starmoon Kingdom's most affluent city. Compared to White River City, the competition at Starmoon City was much more intense. Just the number of first-rate guilds present in the city already surpassed 5. The second- and third-rate guilds were even more numerous. Meanwhile, the player population at Starmoon City was over 3 million. Such a number could easily match the total number of players in White River City and its neighboring 7 cities. One could say that Starmoon City was a location that every guild needed to compete for in the future. After all, it was a super city that would be able to contain over 10 million players in the future. Meanwhile, the resources available in the surroundings of Starmoon City were even more abundant. There were plenty of high-level maps that were only a short distance away from the city. Obtaining Starmoon City would be the equivalent of occupying a fifth of the entire Starmoon Kingdom's resources. As the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom, beneath the flourishing appearance of Starmoon City were piles and piles of pearly white bones. The moment Shifeng arrived at the city, he could already sniff out the strong smell of blood. When Shifeng walked the bustling streets of Starmoon City, none of the players he saw belonged to small and unknown guilds. Instead, all the guild players he saw belonged to third-rate guilds or above. As for the unrated guilds, Shifeng could make a general guess as to where they had gone. They had definitely been completely annexed by these large guilds. Furthermore, the average level of players in Starmoon City was very high. In terms of equipment, the players of Starmoon City were also a notch higher than the players of White River City. Originally, it was a very rare sight to find average players possessing bronze equipment. At Starmoon City, however, it was not a rare sight at all. Shifeng had even seen some independent players who possessed equipment of mysterious iron rank and above. As for the players who wore a guild emblem on them, majority of their equipment were of mysterious iron rank. Some elite members of guilds were even fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. The standards of Starmoon City were clearly a lot higher than White River Cities. However, if these players were to be compared to Shifeng, they would still be miles and miles behind. When Shifeng arrived in Starmoon City, he had removed his disguise of Black Flame. Instead, he had chosen to use his original appearance of Yifeng to move around the city. Hence, he did not choose to hide the equipment he had on him right now. Although Shifeng had already turned off the innate glowing effect that dark gold equipment possessed, he was unable to do anything about the originally dashing appearance of the item itself. There was also the 2 weapons at his waist, the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane, whose quality could not be discerned through sight alone. Overall, Shifeng's equipment had caused all the players who walked past him to cast sidelong glances at him. Shifeng was just like a famous celebrity as he strolled along the streets of Starmoon City. It was impossible for him to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. However, Shifeng paid no attention to the stares he was receiving, focusing only on the task at hand. After arriving at Starmoon City, a new city, Shifeng first made a trip to the city's auction house by force of habit. He intended to gauge the market conditions of this entire city. As the capital city, Starmoon City was geographically located in the central region of Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, whether it was the northern, southern, western, or eastern region, all trade would pass through this place. In the past, during the peak of Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City controlled a full quarter of Starmoon Kingdom's trade volume. One could simply imagine how large the trade volume at Starmoon City was. If one could dominate Starmoon City, the daily profits one could rake in would be astronomical. In comparison, the Starstreak trading firm's daily profit of 1,600 to 1,700 gold coins was merely a trifling sum. With such a large trade volume available, it would be a lie to say that Shurfeng did not have aspirations towards it. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had just recently set out on its journey. It would still be a long time before he could attempt to get a share of the pie known as Starmoon City. Today, Shurfeng was simply here to lay the groundwork for his eventual entry into Starmoon City's market in the future. Starmoon City's auction house was also the largest auction house in Starmoon Kingdom. When players registered an item here, the item would also be available for the players in the surrounding tens of cities to purchase. It was much more amazing than the White River City auction house. Moreover, when players from another country wished to visit Starmoon Kingdom, or when players from the kingdom itself wished to head to another country, they would be required to make a transit through Starmoon City, as it was the capital city of the kingdom. This situation also led to players from other countries selling their wares at the Starmoon auction house. Hence, there was a very large variety of items available at the Starmoon auction house, and no other auction house in Starmoon Kingdom could ever dream of being its equal. This was also one of the reasons why many players would willingly come here to purchase or sell their items. The inside of the auction house was filled with a sea of players. After entering the building, Shurfeng quickly looked for a quiet corner and sat down. He then called out the auction house interface, quietly browsing through its contents. "Brother Blade, look at that person's amazing equipment. Although my eagle eye skill allows me to identify any weapon or equipment that is fine gold rank or below, when I tried identifying that person's stuff, many of them returned as unidentifiable," a skinny ranger said excitedly as he drooled at Shurfeng's equipment. "What? Unidentifiable? Don't tell me he's using dark gold equipment? Imperial Thunder, did something go wrong with your skill? Let alone a player from an unknown guild. Even the guild leaders of Ouroboros and the Star Alliance wouldn't be able to possess so many dark gold equipment." The robust-looking berserker named Lifeless Blade argued, laughing. "Brother Blade, you should know that this identification skill of mine is an advanced skill that I obtained only after completing a unique quest. When had it ever gone wrong before?" The ranger named Imperial Thunder replied earnestly. Lifeless Blade nodded, his expression turning serious. He then looked towards Shurfeng, who currently sat on a stone chair, noticing that he was actually unfamiliar with this person. "Yifeng? He isn't an expert of Starmoon City. He should have come from some other city." After Lifeless Blade used an identification skill on Shurfeng, he immediately knew that Shurfeng was not a player belonging to Starmoon City. Lifeless Blade could be considered a somewhat famous person in Starmoon Kingdom. He had met many players before, and he had also met majority of the experts that could be found in the city. As for the experts he had yet to meet, he knew what they were called at the very least. Even so, he had never heard of an expert called Yifeng before. And yet, I seem to recall hearing this name Yifeng from somewhere. Lifeless Blade drifted into deep thought. "I recall seeing this name on the official forums before. I wonder if I can still find it now." Thinking so, Lifeless Blade opened the official forums and started searching for information relating to a player called Yifeng. At this moment, Imperial Thunder used eagle eyes on the guild emblem hanging on Shurfeng's chest. Instantly, a shocked expression surfaced on his face. Yet, immediately after, that shock turned into great excitement. "Imperial Thunder, what happened to you?" Lifeless Blade asked curiously. It was his first time seeing Imperial Thunder produce such an expression. In the past, Imperial Thunder did not react with such intensity even when he saw a Lord-ranked field boss. "Brother Blade, he's a member of Zero Wing," Imperial Thunder said excitedly. "Zero Wing? Why would they be here?" Lifeless Blade asked curiously. Nobody in Starmoon Kingdom had not heard of Zero Wing at this point. After all, it was the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to possess its own guild residence. Moreover, there were plenty of experts in its midst. Even the top-ranking player in Starmoon Kingdom was a member of Zero Wing. Not only was this guild extremely mysterious, it also had Starmoon Kingdom's chief forger providing them with equipment. Countless players wished to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, the guild was only recruiting members in White River City. Unless players from other cities migrated there, they would have no chance of joining it at all. At this moment, Lifeless Blade had also found some information relating to Yifeng on the forums. Aside from finding out that Yifeng was the author of the White River City guidebook, Lifeless Blade had also found some video recordings of Yifeng's battles. Of them, the video showing Yifeng's one-man battle against hundreds of Martial Union members was still ranked within the top 30 most viewed videos. The video had even been titled God-Ranked Swordsman's Instructional Video. So he is that God-ranked expert, Yifeng. Lifeless Blade felt greatly surprised at this moment. He never imagined he would get the chance to meet such a great expert. While Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder were watching Shifeng, with his extraordinary five senses, had long since noticed his two observers. The interest these two players emitted was very strong. In addition, the fervor in their gazes made it hard for Shifeng not to notice them, even if he wasn't trying. And here I was, wondering who was spying on me. It turned out that it was Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder. Shifeng glanced at his two admirers, sending a faint smile at them. Shifeng had been looking forward to meeting these two famous players for a long time now. Before they had even started playing God's Domain, they were already a relatively famous independent party. In the gaming world, they had even been called the Sharp Arrow Party. After they entered God's Domain, they shone even more than before. In the past, the team they had formed managed to successfully raid plenty of team dungeons that even the main force of first-rate guilds were helpless against. Meanwhile, the team leader, Lifeless Blade, had also been nicknamed the Ghost Raider. Brother Blade, such a chance won't fall into our laps a second time. Why don't we go get acquainted with him? Who knows, we might even become friends. Imperial Thunder suggested to Lifeless Blade. Imperial Thunder's suggestion sent Lifeless Blade into a light contemplation. Soon after, Lifeless Blade replied with a nod. As the saying went, another friend is another opportunity. If one wished to succeed in a game, an extensive network of friends was necessary. It was especially true when it came to friends who were experts. If we are going to hastily approach and interrupt him like this, we need to be careful with our words when we speak. After all, every expert has their own unique personality. Some might be cheerful, some might be indifferent, and some might be arrogant. It would be counterproductive if we happened to accidentally provoke him, Lifeless Blade whispered. Ah, of course I know about this point. Imperial Thunder laughed. You do, huh? Lifeless Blade rolled his eyes at Imperial Thunder. He then continued, do you still remember how you managed to provoke Yuan Fei, one of the top 10 rookies of the gaming world, whom we met last time? That was his fault for going overboard. He actually tried to roll for every equipment we got from that boss. Imperial Thunder still held a grudge against the player called Yuan Fei. When they had discovered a Lord-ranked field boss before, they had kindly sent Yuan Fei an invite to raid the boss together. After the boss died, the loot the boss dropped was distributed using the dice rolling system, as more than a dozen players had participated in the raid. It was also logical that every team member would only roll for the items they needed. Yet, contrary to custom, Yuan Fei had rolled for every single item the boss dropped. Yuan Fei's actions clearly stated that, if he could not use it, then he could still sell it. You could have just spoken up about the matter. At worst, we could have just stopped contacting him. There was no need for us to become enemies. Yet, you chose to pick a fight with him without even trying to talk things out. That's not how you make friends. That's how you make enemies. Yuan Fei is still holding a grudge against us even until now. Lifeless Blade felt speechless when he recalled the incident back then. Yuan Fei was one of this year's top 10 rookies of the virtual gaming world, and the Star Alliance had even offered him an annual salary of 2 million credits in order to recruit him. Meanwhile, just because their team had provoked that petty-minded Yuan Fei, they had received plenty of oppression from the Star Alliance, making it hard for them to mingle in Star Moon City. If not for the fact that Lifeless Blade was acquainted with the guild leader of the Star Alliance, this matter would never have been settled, and their team would have been forced out of Star Moon City long ago. I understand. I won't repeat the same mistakes, Imperial Thunder said in a soft tone. In fact, he, too, recognized the mistake he made in the past. However, it was not easy for him to fix his short temper. As the two of them quietly conversed while they made their way towards Shifeng had already grasped the general market trend in Star Moon City. Overall, the items sold here were cheaper than White River City. In White River City, a stack of hard stones could be sold for 10 silver coins. At this place, however, each stack was being sold for only 9 silver coins. The same went for whetstones. In White River City, each stack of whetstones could be sold for 35 silver coins, while at this place it was being sold for only 32 silver coins. Only advanced whetstones were sold at the same price in both cities, whereby each stack went for 1 gold coin. On the other hand, mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment sold here were at least 10% to 20% more expensive than the ones sold at White River City. As for secret silver ranked weapons and equipment, those were sold at prices 30% to 40% higher. Sure enough, with more players around, the resources available is also greater in volume. Even though mysterious iron equipment is such a rare commodity in White River City, here in Star Moon City, these items seem to be available in abundance. There is someone actually selling secret silver equipment as well. As expected of the capital city, the number of experts here is much higher than other cities. Just by looking at the items being sold at the auction house, Shifeng could clearly feel the intensity of the competition at Star Moon City, with higher quality equipment in greater demand. It was also precisely this fierce competition that resulted in more experts being produced here. In order to survive in this city, one had to rack their brains and constantly think of ways to improve themselves, gradually climbing up the ranks of this prosperous city. Otherwise, what other explanation would there be for a precious secret silver equipment to appear at the auction house? It was simply impossible for guilds to sell any weapons or equipment that were of mysterious iron rank or better. After all, these items were strategic material for a guild. At most, they would sell the equipment produced by their own forgers. However, where would they find a forger who was capable of producing secret silver equipment? Even Shifeng, who possessed plenty of support items, could not easily produce them. It went without saying that other forgers should only be able to produce bronze equipment, or at best, mysterious iron equipment at this stage of the game. Hence, the secret silver ranked weapons and equipment being sold at the auction house were definitely the offerings of independent teams. Meanwhile, their purpose in selling was simply to bolster their team's strength and obtain the funds necessary to cover their expenses. The number of independent teams that could obtain secret silver ranked weapons and equipment at White River City could definitely be counted using one's fingers. As far as Shifeng knew, the only team capable of such a feat was the Holy Grail Knights that he had met by coincidence last time. On the other hand, there were a number of such independent teams in Star Moon City. One could just imagine the difference between the two cities. If I am going to try to enter Star Moon City's market, it seems that selling high-end equipment would be the most effective way to do so. At this moment, the fine gold-ranked dragon scale set equipment popped up in Shifeng's mind. He felt that it might not be a bad idea to rely on the dragon scale set equipment to break into Star Moon City's market. However, his current forging standards were still too low. Cream Coco was also only an advanced forging apprentice right now. She was still in the midst of striving to get promoted into a true forger. Moreover, another condition needed to be met if Shifeng wished to enter Star Moon City's market. Currently, Shifeng's guild was based only in White River City. If he were to establish a branch guild at Star Moon City at this period of time, that branch guild would immediately be annihilated by the many large guilds of Star Moon City. Hence, what Shifeng needed right now to enter Star Moon City's market was a shop to do business with. However, not to mention a shop, even if Shifeng wished to set up a stall, he first needed to become a minor noble of Star Moon City. As for establishing a shop, at the very least, he needed to become a baron before he could do so. As expected, if I don't deal with this shop issue, I won't have any way of entering Star Moon City's market at all. After all, the auction house's 15% processing fee was simply too expensive. More importantly, Placing items at the auction house was something only independent teams or players would do. If one wished to have any sort of development and earn large sums of money and fame, a shop of their own was essential. Hello there, friend. I am called Lifeless Blade. Seeing that you have come to the auction house, I'm guessing that you are here to sell some equipment, right? I am somewhat well known in Star Moon City, and I have plenty of sales channels. If you wish to sell your equipment at a good price and its attributes are good, I can lend you a hand with selling them, Lifeless Blade said as he walked over, a smile on his face. Selling equipment? Feng took a look at his own getup, discovering that the weapons and equipment he had on him were far better than what anyone else present inside the auction house had. From an observer's point of view, he definitely would not have any demands for the items sold at the auction house. In which case, the possibility of him coming to the auction house to sell some of his unwanted equipment was very high. After all, with so many good equipment on hand, there were bound to be some obsolete equipment that he needed to dispose of. Immediately, Feng shook his head, saying, "No, you misunderstand. I'm just here to take a look." "Sorry, it's my fault for misunderstanding," Lifeless Blade quickly said in embarrassment, when he realized that he had acted too rashly. "In truth, I'm not trying to earn some middleman's fees. I'm just trying to make your acquaintance. This here is a brother of mine, Imperial Thunder." Imperial Thunder nodded in reply, his mind still slightly dazed, completely mesmerized by the elegant appearance of the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane when seen at such a close distance. Dark gold weapons. Even the guild leader of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild, did not possess such powerful weapons. Imperial Thunder wondered just what kind of attributes such weapons could possess. Just how much did they surpass the secret silver weapon he wielded? Seeing his companion constantly staring at the weapons hanging at Feng's waist, the drool in Imperial Thunder's mouth nearly overflowing, Lifeless Blade immediately clapped Imperial Thunder's back. He then let out an awkward laugh as he said to Feng, "Please excuse him. He doesn't normally act this way." Feng had been playing God's Domain for many years now, and his eye for people was still quite accurate. Naturally, he could tell that the two players before him did not harbor any evil intentions in their hearts. They were really just trying to get acquainted with him. Furthermore, from the stories he'd heard about Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder in the past, he had quite a good grasp on the two's personalities. They were definitely not sinister, villainous people. Lifeless Blade was the calm and silent type. As for Imperial Thunder, although he was brash, he was a man of integrity. "No problem. I can tell that Brother Imperial is a straightforward man." Feng waved his hand, laughing. "Since Brother Blade wishes to become friends, it would be my honor to oblige." Lifeless Blade's eyes immediately glowed. He hadn't expected Feng to be so easy to get along with, having such an easygoing attitude. Hence, the two quickly started a conversation between themselves. When they touched on the topic of combat techniques, Feng thoroughly shocked Lifeless Blade with his words. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade finally understood why the public would acclaim Feng a God-ranked expert. After conversing for more than half an hour, Feng managed to obtain a more detailed understanding of the situation at Star Moon City. "Thanks to Lifeless Blade, I've gained plenty from this discussion of ours. If not for Brother Feng, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know such a combat technique existed. This knowledge is simply priceless for dungeon raiding," Lifeless Blade said earnestly. He then retrieved a special tool from his back and presented it to Feng, saying, "This ring is the only item I can offer you as thanks. Brother Feng, please accept it. Otherwise, my conscience won't let me rest." Feng had not expected Lifeless Blade to be such a forthright person. Although Lifeless Blade had only taken out an ordinary-looking silver ring, Feng knew exactly how precious this item was. The reason being, not only had he seen this ring in the past, he had even owned one before. The ring was a space ring, it was a storage item. One could not judge it simply based on its mysterious iron rank. The space ring could store up to 200 slots of items. It was a very significant amount. It also did not impart any additional weight to the user, regardless of the number of items stored in it. However, this was still not the most important point about this ring. Instead, the space ring excelled the most when used during battle. Although it did not have many uses in a normal battle, when used in a fight between experts, a battlefield, or a boss battle, it could bring about game-changing effects. For example, if players wished to use magic scrolls or support items during a battle, they needed to first place their hands into their bags and search for their items before pulling those out. This entire process would waste much time. However, it was a different story if players possessed the space ring. With a simple thought, the item specified would instantly appear within the player's hands. The space ring was much more convenient than a bag. In reply to Lifeless Blade's offer, however, Shifeng shook his head and said, "This item is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Brother Yifeng, I am a man who never takes advantage of his friends. I'll feel extremely guilty if you don't accept it. Moreover, this ring is merely a storage item. It's not particularly valuable, so please accept it," Lifeless Blade said. "Well, how about this? I have a favor to ask of Brother Blade. I wonder, how many reputation points does Brother Blade have at Star Moon City right now?" Shifeng whispered, sighing. Lifeless Blade grew confused at Shifeng's question, failing to understand why Shifeng would ask him such a thing. However, he still chose to answer honestly. "I'm only 30 points away from becoming a minor noble of Star Moon City. As the capital city of Star Moon Kingdom, the reputation points of Star Moon City was the most difficult to earn out of all the cities in the kingdom. Even if Lifeless Blade and his team were amazing, they were still a distance away from becoming nobles of the city. 30 points. Shifeng sank into deep contemplation. He thought to himself, that's not a lot, I guess. If he completes those several quests, he should be able to get those points. "Must your favor require a noble to accomplish, Brother Yifeng?" Lifeless Blade asked. "Yeah." Shifeng nodded. Only by becoming a noble could one purchase a stall in Star Moon City. Also, exchanging of stalls could only be conducted between nobles of Star Moon City, in order to prevent players from taking advantage of any loopholes. However, Shifeng was a demon hunter. No matter where he went, he would still be treated like a noble. Hence, after Lifeless Blade purchased the stall, there would be no problems if he simply transferred ownership of the stall to Shifeng. In this way, Shifeng would have a stall in Star Moon City to officially sell his items. Originally, Shifeng had thought to complete a few quests in Star Moon City to increase his reputation here. However, it would not be easy to obtain 100 Star Moon City reputation points. He needed to invest plenty of time to do so. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade had a trustworthy character, and it would be much faster to earn just 30 reputation points than to earn 100 reputation points. At first, Lifeless Blade felt ashamed for being unable to be of any help to Shifeng. However, Shifeng's next remark immediately sent him into a daze. "I know a few high-level quests that can increase reputation points. After Brother Blade completes them, you should be able to become a noble of Star Moon City." After saying so, Shifeng proceeded to list out the few quests he had in mind to Lifeless Blade, withholding nothing at all. "This shouldn't be a good idea, right?" Lifeless Blade was nearly left speechless. Originally, he had fully intended to help Shifeng. In the end, however, he had been the one to receive help from Shifeng instead. Currently, the many guilds in Star Moon City were desperately searching for quests that could increase one's reputation, holding back nothing to do so. However, even when they offered a huge reward for any related information, they still had no luck in finding any. Yet, Shifeng had just casually revealed to him 4 high-level quests that rewarded reputation points, his casual remarks making it seem as if these quests were plain cabbages that could be found anywhere. "Is the difficulty of these quests too hard for you to manage?" Shifeng suddenly came to a realization when he saw Lifeless Blade's troubled expression. "I still know a few quests that reward reputation. However, as their difficulty is much lower, the reputation points rewarded is similarly low. You'll have to complete at least 7 or 8 of them in order to accumulate 30 points. Lifeless Blade's mind was an utter mess now. He even started to suspect Shifeng was a GM, to actually know of so many reputation quests in Star Moon City. However, Lifeless Blade quickly dispelled this notion from his mind. After all, God's domain was controlled by the main God system, Nobody else was allowed to interfere with the game. Hence, the quests in the game were auto-generated by the system, and nobody should know about them in advance. Of course, if there was an exception to this point, then that would be the extremely mysterious beta testers. However, after God's Domain was officially released, many settings and quests in the game were changed. In theory, the quests that were originally present during the beta test should no longer exist. Thinking up to this point, Lifeless Blade was thoroughly confused by Shifeng's identity. Just how was he able to know so many things? Are you wondering why I know so much? Naturally, Shifeng could discern Lifeless Blade's doubts. Ah! Lifeless Blade silently nodded his head, making no attempt to hide his thoughts. It's because I am a reincarnated person. I returned to this time from 10 years into the future. Hence I know about all these quests, Shifeng said in full honesty. Brother Yi Feng sure knows how to joke. Lifeless Blade abruptly burst into laughter. I'll complete these quests as quickly as possible. After I've managed to become a noble, I'll immediately notify Brother Yi Feng. Lifeless Blade knew full well that everyone had their own secrets. Meanwhile, information on reputation quests would definitely be categorized as a top secret by guilds. Shifeng's willingness to reveal such precious information to him showed how much trust Shifeng placed in him. If Lifeless Blade still tried to probe deeper into the matter, then he would simply be too insensible. I'm telling the truth, Shifeng laughed bitterly. Ah, I know. Lifeless Blade nodded his head repeatedly, the smile on his face seemingly saying, I understand. Shifeng was left completely speechless. Although he had long since grown familiar with such a behavior, he still could not help but feel helpless every time he was faced with it. Why wouldn't anybody believe him even though he was telling the truth? Why must the world make an honest man like him tell a lie before somebody was willing to believe him? Shifeng was no longer able to make sense of this world. Soon after, Lifeless Blade added Shifeng as a friend before hurrying off to complete the quests. Meanwhile, thanks to Lifeless Blade, Shifeng now had a better understanding of Star Moon City's situation. After Lifeless Blade's departure, Shifeng hailed a horse carriage and headed to the War God's Temple of Star Moon City. He intended to continue carrying out his legendary ranked main storyline quest. The War God's Temple of Star Moon City was built beside the palace. From the outside, the building looked like a magnificent and majestic pyramid. And at the summit of this pyramid was a house-sized sunstone, which exuded a divine light. Be it day or night, this sunstone would shine brilliantly on the entire War God's Temple, and one couldn't help but admire this dazzling construction when seeing it. As the main branch of the War God's Temple, it had Tier 3 NPCs roaming around outside the temple itself, and even a Tier 5 Shadow Saint would not be able to penetrate the tight security here. Although this was not Shifeng's first time visiting this War God's Temple, it was still his first time coming to the 9th floor of the temple. The Eternal Throne. Just the NPC guiding Shifeng to this place was already a Tier 4 Glory Knight. In other cities, such an NPC would be an overlord-like existence that could cause others to tremble in fear. However, in this place, this NPC simply amounted to a guide. After entering the Eternal Throne, Shifeng immediately discovered one purple throne and 9 golden thrones suspended in the center of the room. On the sides were 50 silver thrones. Aside from the empty purple throne, every other throne was occupied by a person. Moreover, these people were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. A single step of theirs could send tremors throughout the entire continent. However, among all these people, only one of them had a real body. The others were simply phantoms. Sitting in their thrones, these powerhouses quietly observed Shifeng. Meanwhile, as the recipient of these gazes, Shifeng could not help but feel that his life was no longer in his hands. His body felt incomparably heavy under these stares, and his back was also already drenched in sweat. This was the imposing aura of a true apex powerhouse. It was not something Tier 4 classes could ever hope of equaling, as expected of one of God's domain's strongest powers. To think they actually have so many apex powerhouses in their midst. Shifeng was racked with emotion right now. Although he had played God's domain for over a decade, this was the first time he personally witnessed the War God's Temple's true strength. What an interesting young man. However, I don't believe a little guy like you can accomplish that quest. This is something that involves the fate of the entire continent, after all. Since it is so, let us give this little guy a test. If he passes it, I believe that nobody here would have any other objections, right? A test? This lady likes it. Let's go with that. If he passes the test, I'll throw in my vote of support. If he fails, well, he'll already be dead at that point, so no punishment will be necessary. How are we going to test him? Obviously, we are going to activate the 12 trials. Ha ha ha. The 12 trials. I have only heard of it before and only treated it as a legend. The last time it was activated was more than 900 years ago. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky as to witness it being activated in my lifetime. I must really thank you, little guy. I do hope you can last a few rounds, though. Let this old man here widen my horizons. The occupants of the silver thrones voiced their opinions one after another, merrily deciding how they should deal with Shifeng. Standing a short distance from the golden doors of this chamber, Shifeng silently muttered, "Crap! Don't players have any human rights?" However, Shifeng had no choice under the circumstances. The NPCs before him were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. Shifeng was merely an ant in their eyes. It would be fortunate if they even decided to give him a few extra glances, not to mention involve him in their discussion. At this moment, a youth garbed in white robes, one of the occupants of the silver thrones, moved and instantly appeared before Shifeng. Although this youth was simply standing in front of Shifeng, showing no animosity whatsoever to Shifeng, the formidable pressure Shifeng felt from him was much more overwhelming than what he'd felt from White River City's magistrate Weissman. This white-robed youth was none other than Eucharis, the Star Moon Temple Lord of the War God's Temple, whom Shifeng had been instructed to look for. "Young man, we already know your reason for coming to this place. Although the endless abyss has indeed been unsealed, this is something that would have happened sooner or later. After all, no seal is eternal. In the face of time, everything is powerless. It is already good that the seal could suppress the endless abyss for hundreds of years. In the near future, we will join forces to suppress the endless abyss, preventing this matter from escalating. However, before we go and suppress it, we need to choose a person to collect the materials needed to reseal the endless abyss. However, this person must be a heaven-blessed person, and you just so happen to be one. Hence, we've decided to send you to collect the materials for us. Before we send you on your way, though, we need to first take a look at your potential. If you are no good, we will have no choice but to look for someone more suitable for the task." By heaven-blessed person, the NPC meant a player. In the NPC settings, heaven-blessed people were immortal existences, as even if these individuals died, they could still revive shortly after. Hence, heaven-blessed people were the best candidates for collecting the materials needed for the seal. We have decided that your test will be the War God's Temple's 12 trials. You will be considered to have passed the test as long as you can clear 6 of the 12 trials. Of course, we won't make you go through the trials for nothing. As long as you can clear up to the second trial, you will be rewarded with 100 War God's Temple merit points. Also, the rewards will be doubled with every subsequent trial you clear. After you're done with a trial, you can use the treasury of the War God's Temple to exchange your merit points for treasures. You should know that the treasury of the War God's Temple contains the most treasure throughout God's domain. An ordinary secret silver ranked item only costs 200 merit points, while a fine gold ranked item costs 500 merit points, a dark gold ranked item costs 1,500 merit points, an epic ranked item costs 4,000 merit points, a fragmented legendary item costs 15,000 merit points, and lastly, a legendary item costs 60,000 merit points. If you have sufficient strength, you can even exchange for a divine artifact. However, that would require 200,000 merit points. While Eucharis was giving his explanation with a smile, Shifeng's heart was already pounding madly with excitement. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that a legendary ranked main storyline quest was indeed amazing. The highest ranked item Shifeng had seen before was only of legendary rank. He had only heard rumors about divine artifacts. He had never personally seen one before. Now that he had the chance to actually see one, his gains from this trip to the War God's Temple was already plenty. However, Shi Feng knew his own limits. Even a legendary item was already a luxury for him, not to mention a divine artifact. Shi Feng did not even dare fancy the notion of owning one. He would be satisfied as long as he could take a look at it. Just as Shi Feng was imagining what a divine artifact looked like, Eucharis started chanting some incantations, while drawing complex divine runes with his fingers. After Eucharis finished chanting, a pair of large golden doors appeared before him. There were 12 scenes carved into the dazzling golden doors, and each scene told of a cruel battle. When the doors parted, a very ancient and violent aura gushed forth from within, as if there was a ferocious primordial beast housed beyond those doors. Young man, the 12 trials lies beyond these gates. Go ahead, Eucharis said slowly as he pointed towards the golden doors. Shi Feng nodded in reply. Step by step, he slowly walked towards and beyond the doors, soon vanishing from the eternal throne. Ha ha ha, that little guy sure is brave. Doesn't he know that the 12 trials is the cruelest trial of the War God's Temple? Eucharis, you're a devious bastard yourself as well. You actually used such a temptation against that little guy. Moreover, you've only mentioned the abundant rewards he could gain, but not the penalty for death, the merit points needed for the divine artifact. Even after saving for an entire lifetime, this old man still hasn't collected the necessary amount. If he wishes to obtain the divine artifact, at the very least, he needs to clear the 11th trial. Ever since the War God's Temple was established, from ancient times until now, only one person has ever managed to do so. However, that great personage was a mighty god who had saved the entire continent in the past. This lady has read plenty of ancient texts relating to the 12 trials. According to the information in those ancient texts, the majority of the people that had entered the trial only managed to clear up to the 3rd or 4th trial. Meanwhile, the ones that were capable of clearing up to the 6th trial were as rare as a phoenix's feather and a chelan's horn. Eucharis, your requirement for him sure is high. Collecting the 7 treasures is a matter of great importance. Without sufficient strength, how can he expect to gather all of them? Besides, we can't afford to waste any energy on a weak little ant. Just as the occupants of the silver thrones were having another round of discussions among themselves, one of the occupants of the golden thrones, who had remained silent throughout the prior discussion, finally spoke. This matter is decided. Just as Eucharis has said, the old monsters sealed within the endless abyss are becoming restless. We can't afford to waste too much energy on a single weakling. If he can pass the 6th trial, I will lend him a hand as well. As you command, my lord. The occupants of the silver thrones could not help but feel astonished when they heard one of the lords of the golden throne speak. They never expected that this great personage would take action as well. This was a fortune that could not be obtained even if one begged for it. Soon after, Eucharis waved his hand, summoning a water screen into the eternal throne. The water screen that was suspended in midair showed the image of Shi Feng, who was currently facing the 1st trial. Shi Feng's current location was at the summit of a precipice. Aside from the 100-yard or so plateau available to him, he was surrounded on all sides by deep cliffs. In addition, the winds here were extremely violent, and a single misstep could send him plunging into the endless abyss. Shi Feng quietly sat on a platform paved with stone slabs. Immediately, he discovered that, aside from the weapons and equipment he had on him, everything else he possessed was unusable. The powerful frost grenades could only lie quietly inside his bag. Even the magic scrolls Shi Feng had prepared beforehand were completely useless, and the same went for recovery potions. Instantly, Shi Feng's combat strength had been reduced sharply. It seems that these trials are meant to purely test my combat power. I wonder who my opponent will be. Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings and failed to discover any monsters. He then thought to himself in bewilderment, "Don't tell me the monster is invisible?" Having thought up to this point, Shi Feng immediately extended his 5 senses to their limits. Invisible monsters were not unusual in God's domain. In fact, some of the truly powerful monsters were even capable of serial teleportation. Meanwhile, inside the Eternal Throne, the big shots of God's domain were excitedly observing Shurfeng's trial. After all, it had been close to a millennium since the 12 trials had last been activated. None of the occupants of the Silver Thrones were that old yet, so they were naturally very curious about the 12 trials. I wonder who will be his first opponent? Though there are no records about it in the ancient texts. I did hear that the creatures inside the 12 trials are all primordial beasts that are extremely ferocious. However, this is only the first trial. That little guy isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman yet, so the monster's strength should be barely within the Tier 1 realm. Look! Something's flying over. Primordial beasts. In the gods' domain of today, these creatures were either extremely rare or had long since gone extinct. They were beings that one would not normally see. Now that the 12 trials had been activated, Shurfeng would also have the fortune of meeting one. If he were at any other location, it would be extremely hard for him to meet a primordial beast. Above the stage of the first trial, a blurred figure slowly descended from the skies, remaining unperturbed even in the face of the turbulent winds of this realm. This gigantic figure landed at the center of the stage, towering over the tiny Shurfeng. With the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a lion, this monster was none other than the king of the skies, a griffin. Griffin, elite rank, level 20, HP 30, 000/30, 000. I didn't expect a griffin would be so big. Just its wingspan alone is over 20 meters. Shurfeng did not hurry into action. Instead, he took his time carefully observing the griffin. He was currently within a trial. The monsters in here were completely different from their counterparts in the outside world. Not only would the monsters inside a trial possess a large variety of skills, their basic attributes would also be much higher. Most importantly, their intelligence would also be higher. They would not follow a set pattern when they fought. However, the griffin did not provide Shurfeng with too much time to think. With a piercing cry, the griffin flapped its wings, generating a violent gale. Instantly, 2 tornadoes over 3 meters in height swept towards Shurfeng, and where the blades of wind passed, everything shattered. Using a skill right off the bat? As expected, this griffin isn't an ordinary monster. Revealing a faint smile, Shurfeng's figure flashed, swiftly withdrawing from the attack range of the 2 tornadoes, following which he activated silent steps, instantly appearing behind the griffin. Before the king of the skies could react, the pitch-black abyssal blade turned into multiple streaks of black, slashing down at the griffin's wings. Like snowflakes, the griffin's snowy white feathers fluttered onto the now blood-stained ground. The griffin let out an agonized roar, damages of over -400 points appearing above its head, one after another. The attacks that achieved a critical hit had even dealt over -800 damage. Immediately afterward, Shurfeng followed up with a level 10 chop, his sword slicing off a large chunk from one of the griffin's wings, completely crippling it. Meanwhile, the griffin instantly lost over 1,900 HP from the attack. From this short exchange, the griffin had already lost 16% of its total HP. Furthermore, with one of its wings now crippled, it could not fly even if it wanted to. The gap in strength was obvious in a single glance. Against a Shurfeng who had over 200 points in agility, a flightless griffin would only amount to a sitting duck. Following which, Shurfeng constantly shuttled around the griffin, sending streak after streak of black radiance stabbing into the griffin's body. However, Shurfeng only used basic attacks throughout all this. This way he would not be affected by the awkward movements consequent to using a skill, which would hinder his ability to dodge. Moreover, Shurfeng's attacks were extremely accurate. Every one of his attacks would land either on a vital point of the griffin or at a joint that would affect the griffin's movements, making it even harder for the griffin to strike him. Although every hit Shurfeng landed only caused around -400 damage, after a dozen or so seconds passed, the ferocious griffin fell. System: Griffin defeated. First trial completed. Rewarding 100,000 EXP and 5 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 points. System: First trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? The trial even rewards free mastery points? How wonderful! When Shifeng saw the rewards he received, a faint smile appeared on his face. After sheathing the abyssal blade and the demon bane back into their scabbards, he clicked yes to start the next trial. Although the monsters of the trial were indeed powerful, they were barely worth mentioning when compared to Shifeng's attributes and equipment. He cleared it, and with such ease as well. Not bad. Although he hasn't yet officially become a Tier 1 swordsman, his combat power is already at that tier. It is only natural that he is able to kill the griffin. If this continues, he should be able to get through the first 3 trials without any problems. From the 4th trial onwards, however, things won't be as easy anymore. That's right. The 12 trials would undergo a change in level once every 3 trials. The monsters would also receive a huge increase in combat power between levels. The 1st to 3rd trials will be basic level, while the 4th to 6th trials will be intermediate level, the 7th to 9th trials will be the advanced level, and the 10th to 12th trials will be the peak level. My bet is that the kid will hit his limit once he reaches the 5th trial. The people within the Eternal Throne were all apex powerhouses, and their eyes were well tempered by experience. After watching only one of Shifeng's battles, they could already make a relatively clear judgment. Indeed, just like the big shots of the War God's Temple had guessed, the stage for the 2nd trial was a Sylvan setting, and Shifeng's opponent this time was the moon-howling silver wolf. Inside a forest, this monster was an alpha predator. Similar to the griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. Although it, too, was a Tier 1 primordial beast, unlike the griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was much stronger on land. Its physical attacks were much more powerful, and its reaction speed was also much faster than the griffin's. However, as if to replicate the scene from the 1st trial, Shifeng immediately activated silent steps and arrived at the hind leg of the moon-howling silver wolf. Again, similar to the time with the griffin, Shifeng slashed his swords down at the wolf's hind legs, crippling them and greatly reducing the monster's movement speed. Following which, Shifeng simply kite the moon-howling silver wolf with the blazing meteor. Before 30 seconds had passed, the moon-howling silver wolf fell. System: Moon-howling silver wolf defeated. 2nd trial completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 points. System: 2nd trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately after, a golden glow surrounded Shifeng's body, signifying his rise to level 19. Shifeng then placed all 6 of his newly obtained free attribute points into strength, increasing the attribute to 180 points and activating basic destructive power, the hidden passive skill for strength. Now, Shifeng's bare hands were capable of destroying a bronze-ranked item. In other words, Shifeng's unarmed attacks could damage bronze-ranked weapons and equipment, reducing their durability and eventually destroying them. Originally, Shifeng had intended to place all 6 of his free attribute points into intelligence. However, he wanted to increase his combat power for the sake of the trial, even if it was only by a small amount. Soon after, Shifeng clicked yes and started the next trial. The 3rd trial's monster was a blue-eyed spider, while the stage for the 3rd trial was a location completely befitting a spider, inside a dark cave. Fortunately, there was no change to the blue-eyed spider's level despite Shifeng's rise to level 19. Similar to the previous 2 monsters, it was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. However, the blue-eyed spider was much stronger than the moon-howling silver wolf, though not in terms of attack power and movement speed. Instead, the blue-eyed spider had its highly potent venom and its tough and sticky silk. It also possessed superb eyesight. Even if its surroundings were pitch black, the blue-eyed spider would still be able to see clearly, as if it were daytime. Moreover, its eyes also provided it with a 360-degree field of vision without any gaps in between. Shifeng carefully looked around. Even if he possessed extraordinary strength, his range of visibility was limited to a maximum range of 5 yards. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider could easily spot any attempt Shifeng made to attack from a distance of 30 to 40 yards, making the situation extremely unfavorable for Shifeng. Interesting. However, Shifeng did not show any signs of panic. On the contrary, his lips curled up slightly. If it were any other player here, they might have to fight a bitter battle if they did not possess any supportive tools. Unfortunately, not me. Suddenly, a deep blue flame appeared in Shifeng's hand, lighting up the surrounding area. The scorching flame also caused the freezing temperatures inside the cave to rise sharply. Nevertheless, this was still not the end. The ice-blue devil flame in Shifeng's hand quickly expanded and enveloped his body, completely covering him in a layer of deep blue flames. At this moment, Shifeng looked just like a god of fire, the flames on his body brightly illuminating the entire cave. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider's position had also been clearly revealed. The blue-eyed spider lived in darkness all year round. Hence, its eyes, which were accustomed to the dark, could not adapt at all when the dazzling flame suddenly illuminated the entire cave. The blue-eyed spider was just like a frightened little rabbit. Suddenly, the blue-eyed spider, which had previously had the upper hand, was placed in an unfavorable situation. On the other hand, Shifeng, who had summoned the ice-blue devil flame, could now deal 20% more damage, and his fire and ice-type attacks would also have an additional 40% damage, instantly breaking out of his disadvantageous position. While the blue-eyed spider was still incapacitated, Shifeng used silent steps and arrived over 20 yards behind the 8-legged monster. With the power of thunder and flames coating its length, the abyssal blade smashed into the blue-eyed spider's body. -1, 836. A frightening amount of damage appeared above the blue-eyed spider's charred head. The attack had also placed it in a fainted state for 4 seconds. Shifeng then followed up the attack with a thundering flash and a normal attack. -634, -1751, -1087, -1169. After suffering this series of attacks, the blue-eyed spider finally broke out of its stupor. However, it only had 72% of its HP remaining now. The blue-eyed spider was furious. Rotating its body, it spat a stream of dark green venom at Shifeng. Having long since anticipated such an attack, Shifeng swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack completely. He then activated Windwalk and escaped. Shifeng knew full well how frightening the blue-eyed spider could be. Its venom attack just now was merely the tip of the iceberg. The deadliest feature of the monster was the poisonous gas emitted by its venom. If he stood his ground to fight the blue-eyed spider, the end result would be obvious. He would inevitably die of poisoning. Meanwhile, Shifeng's purpose in using Thundering Flash on the blue-eyed spider was simply to inflict the damage amplification effect on the monster. He would then kite it using the blazing meteor. Shortly after, one by one, fiery red needles streaked through the air and pierced the blue-eyed spider's body. Although the blue-eyed spider was very skilled at dodging and blocking attacks, Shifeng still managed to land 2 out of every 3 hits thanks to precision throw, the special skill he obtained back at the Steel Fortress Barusha. Moreover, his attacks would occasionally trigger the quadruple phantom effect of the blazing meteor, instantly causing 4-600 damages to appear above the blue-eyed spider. When his luck was good, he would also trigger the burning flames effect. When the effect stacked up to 5 times, combined with the amplification effects of the ice-blue devil flame, the debuff caused -1,600 damage every second to the blue-eyed spider. The damage of this debuff was even higher than Shifeng's melee damage. However, such an occurrence was only natural. Although magic weapons were amazing before they were fully released, they would still be far from comparable to a pseudo-extraordinary item. Meanwhile, aside from Venom attack, the only other ranged attack the blue-eyed spider possessed was Silk Bind. However, these 2 skills were simply superfluous when used against Shifeng. Shifeng simply made an effortless sidestep to dodge these attacks, and with a flick of his wrist, he would send yet another needle into the blue-eyed spider, following which the blue-eyed spider's HP bar constantly decreased. 62%, 45%, 33%, 20%. Within a few moments, the blue-eyed spider died at Shifeng's hands as well. System: Blue-eyed spider defeated. 3rd trial completed. Rewarding 1 million EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 100 points. System: 3rd trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? A million EXP just for clearing the third trial? The system sure is generous. The difficulty for the first 3 trials isn't that high, though. It seems that the truly difficult part would start from the 4th trial onwards. I should take a rest and get my mental state back to peak condition for now. Despite having effortlessly cleared the first 3 trials, Shifeng did not believe, even for a second, that a legendary ranked main storyline quest could be so easily completed. Although Shifeng did not possess a good understanding of the 12 trials, it was still established as one part of a legendary quest. Its difficulty would definitely be high. The passing requirement was for Shifeng to clear up to the 6th trial. Yet, the difficulty of the first 3 trials was not particularly high. According to combat power, the monsters Shifeng had faced were only at the basic level of a Tier 1 monster. Hence, the truly difficult part was definitely the 4th to 6th trials. Shifeng had always been a careful person. Hence, he intended to make ample preparations. Inside the Eternal Throne, the many Apex powerhouses there had been slightly surprised by Shifeng's battle. That was a Tier 2 mysterious flame, the Ice Blue Devil Flame. It seems that the kid is still hiding his strength. It seems he really does have a chance at clearing the 6th trial. Based on his current strength, from the 4th trial onwards, he should be facing intermediate-level Tier 1 primordial beasts. In terms of combat power, the kid is already at the intermediate level of Tier 1. Since the primordial beast that would appear in the 6th trial will be at the peak of intermediate Tier 1, he should have a 30% chance of defeating it with his current combat power. The big shots sitting in the Silver Thrones unanimously acknowledged Shifeng's potential. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Shifeng discovered an interesting matter. Although he could not use any potions or magic scrolls, he could still eat food made from cooking to boost his attributes. It was a good choice to let Violet Cloud continue pursuing the chef subclass. Shifeng smiled. After Zero Wings Workshop was established, Shifeng had given Violet Cloud a very high salary. The salary was much higher than what Violet Cloud earned from selling her cooking products. There was no need for her to continue on the path of a chef. However, Violet Cloud had chosen to continue cooking, giving the reason that it had already become a habit of sorts. Moreover, Violet Cloud herself loved cooking, and currently, she was already an advanced chef. She was not far away from being promoted to a master chef. Now, not only could the delicious steaks she cooked increase the consumer's HP regeneration rate while in a non-combat state, could also provide an additional buff that increased the consumer's strength by 10% for 10 minutes. To others, a 10% increase in the strength attribute might not amount to much. However, to Shifeng, who currently had 180 points in strength, that would mean an additional 18 points in strength, which was also equivalent to an additional 36 points in attack power. Overall, the effect of the delicious steak provided Shifeng with a significant increase in combat power. After Shifeng was rested, he clicked yes to start the 4th trial. Soon after, Shifeng was teleported to a grassy plain. Taking a look at his surroundings, Shifeng quickly discovered a lion with a golden mane lazily sprawled across a large boulder, its stout tail swishing around in a leisurely manner. However, Shifeng's arrival had obviously alerted it. When this golden-maned lion stood up, its height exceeded 5 meters. A chill flashed in the lion's silver eyes as it raised its eyelids. In the next moment, the lush, green grass beneath its paws was frozen solid. The grassy plains had also been instantly transformed into an icy hell, the green landscape turning snow-white. Silver-Eyed Lion King, Special Elite, Level 20, HP 100, 000/100, 000. The difficulty of the 4th trial was clearly much greater than the 3rd trial. Amazing! As expected of the primordial beast of the 4th trial, it is actually capable of affecting its surroundings, transforming its environment into the ideal territory for it to fight in. Shifeng couldn't help but be shocked. Even with his 10 years of experience playing God's Domain, Shifeng had very rarely encountered such a monster. However, the icy hell had minimal effect on Shifeng. After activating the Ice Blue Devil Flame, the icy hell instantly returned to its original state. Just like that, the Silver-Eyed Lion's environmental advantage was easily vanquished by Shifeng. Although the silver-eyed lion had lost its advantage, its innate strength and destructive power was still high. With a swipe of its paws, a large pit was formed in the grassland and gravel flew all over the place. Before Sherfong could get a good grasp of the situation, he was hit by the shockwave ensuing from the impact of its claws and instantly lost 621 HP. What terrifying strength! Just the shockwave of its attack could already deal over -600 damage to me. If I received a direct hit from its claws, the damage will definitely be in the thousands. Although Sherfong had been caught off guard by the silver-eyed lion, he did not freeze in place. Immediately, he activated Windwalk and escaped. If he fought a direct battle against the silver-eyed lion, there was no question that he would die. Although Sherfong could avoid the silver-eyed lion's claws in a head-on confrontation, if its claws battered the ground just like before, the resulting shockwave would propagate over at least an 8-yard radius. Sherfong would have no way of dodging the shockwave at all. Also, Sherfong only had a little more than 2,400 HP in total. He would last only a few hits at best. The silver-eyed Lion King roared furiously when it saw Sherfong running away. Focusing its eyes on Sherfong, the silver-eyed Lion King abruptly pushed against the ground with its robust and powerful legs. Like a violent gale, its body shot forth directly at Sherfong. Unfortunately for it, in terms of speed, Sherfong had a clear advantage over the silver-eyed Lion King. The distance between Sherfong and the silver-eyed Lion King gradually grew as the chase continued. However, if Sherfong started his kiting maneuver, the silver-eyed Lion King would quickly close this distance. Under a situation where he was not allowed to use potions to recover his HP, Sherfang's only recovery method was his innate battle recovery. However, he would only recover 1% of his HP every 5 seconds. Based on Sherfang's total HP, he would only recover around 24 HP every 5 seconds. If he wished to recover the 600+ HP he'd lost, he needed to spend a relatively long period of time to do so. Fortunately, I'm a tad faster than it. The stage this time also covers a large area, so I can run around without any worries. Otherwise, I will really lose my life this time. Sherfong sent a casual glance at the silver-eyed Lion King, while majority of his attention was focused on the surrounding terrain. God's Domain was different from other virtual reality games in that it was much more realistic than the others. One could say that a player's combat power was responsible for only around 50% of a battle's outcome. Meanwhile, 40% was due to environmental factors, while the remaining 10% was up to luck. Luck was something filled with uncertainties, so there was no need to place much consideration into it. As for the 50% combat power and 40% environmental factors, how much a player could grasp them was an important indicator of how skilled a player was. A normal expert could only exhibit around 50% of their personal combat power. In God's Domain, the main God system would be the one responsible for evaluating and making the final judgment on a player's personal combat power. This method of calculation was the most credible way to judge a player's personal combat power. As to how it was calculated, only the main God system knew this. Currently, however, the main God system would not show players how much their personal combat power was, and how much of it they could actually exhibit. Once the first 100-man team dungeon was successfully raided, the second evolution of God's Domain would be activated. After the second evolution, a teleportation gate to the Divine Colosseum would appear in every city. When players entered the Divine Colosseum, they could compete and battle against other players there. Not only could they obtain equipment there, they could also upgrade and improve their combat techniques. It was also due to this reason that the fights in God's Domain became extremely popular. As more time passed, the popularity of fights in God's Domain would even grow to surpass that of the fighting competitions in the real world. Those who were capable of exhibiting over 50% of their personal combat power would be considered normal experts. Meanwhile, players that could exhibit over 60% would be considered second-rate experts. Once a player could exhibit 70%, they would be considered first-rate experts. If one could exhibit more than 85% of their personal combat power, then they would be considered apex experts. A majority of the players within this category were famous experts of God's Domain, and they would often participate in the international competition that was held only once a year by the developers of God's Domain. They were, without a doubt, the most popular individuals in God's Domain. Back in the days when Sherfong was still a Tier 3 Sword King, although he was not comparable to these great experts of God's domain. He had still been categorized a first-rate expert since he could exhibit around 80% of his personal combat power. However, compared to exhibiting his personal combat power, Shifeng was much stronger in terms of observing and utilizing his surroundings. Currently, in terms of combat power, Shifeng was about equal to the Silver-Eyed Lion King. However, the Silver-Eyed Lion King's HP was many times greater than Shifeng's. Without taking into consideration the environmental factors, Shifeng would definitely die if he chose to clash head-on with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. If Shifeng had met the Silver-Eyed Lion King under normal circumstances, he would simply accept his death. At worst, he would just lose a single level. However, the current situation he was in did not allow him to do so. This was a trial given by his quest. There was no second chance for him, and his death would also signify the end of the quest. Hence, he absolutely could not die right now. After running for over a dozen minutes, Shifeng arrived at a hill. As for the Silver-Eyed Lion King, it was still far from catching up to Shifeng. Shifeng wandered around this hill for a while and eventually discovered a cliff. Immediately, Shifeng's eyes glowed and his lips curled up in a smile. At last, I found the key to victory. Shifeng chuckled lightly. He then activated Windwalk, dashing towards the edge of the cliff. Originally, Shifeng could have used this period of time to increase the gap between him and the Silver-Eyed Lion King even further. However, Shifeng chose not to do so because he wanted to find a favorable terrain to deal with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. A minute later, Shifeng stood at the edge of the cliff. Below him was a large gorge. This height should be sufficient. Shifeng made some mental calculations and felt that his plan was feasible. After several more seconds passed, the Silver-Eyed Lion King finally caught up. Just as the Silver-Eyed Lion King leapt into the air, its razor-sharp claws about to slash Shifeng's head, Shifeng jumped, dodging the attack completely. In the next moment, the Silver-Eyed Lion King's paws smashed into the cliff. Boom! The ground beneath Shifeng and the Silver-Eyed Lion King was destroyed, both man and beast plunging towards the very bottom of the cliff. Just as Shifeng's body was about to hit the ground, he activated gravity liberation, his body instantly becoming as light as a feather. Immediately, Shifeng's rate of descent dropped sharply. The Silver-Eyed Lion King, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. When its body hit the ground, a large crater was formed from the impact. Still not dead? You're quite durable, aren't you? Shifeng commented as he looked at the Silver-Eyed Lion King that was embedded into the ground. Right now, the Silver-Eyed Lion King only had a thread of its HP left. You've already dug your own grave, so you might as well stay in it. Shifeng unceremoniously sent a thundering flash at the monster. 3 arcs of lightning streaked into the Silver-Eyed Lion King, taking away its remaining 1,000 or so HP. Before, if Shifeng had chosen to jump down the cliff first, the Silver-Eyed Lion King definitely wouldn't have followed suit. Its intelligence was not that low, after all. Instead, it would simply have taken a detour down the cliff. Hence, Shifeng had chosen to borrow the Silver-Eyed Lion King's immense destructive power to destroy the edge of the cliff. That way, there was no doubt the Silver-Eyed Lion King would be caught unawares. System: Silver-Eyed Lion King defeated. 4th trial completed. Rewarding 3 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 points. System: 4th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? 3 million EXP? Isn't this reward a little too lavish? Shifeng was immediately shocked by the system's reward. He had only recently risen to level 19. Yet now he was already close to welcoming level 20. Moreover, after the 4th trial, Shifeng's War God's Temple merit points were already at 700 points. He could now afford to exchange for 1 fine gold ranked item and 1 secret silver ranked item. And as long as he cleared the 5th trial, he could obtain another 800 merit points. The points in that round alone trumped those from all the previous rounds combined. He would then be able to afford to exchange for either 1 dark gold ranked item or 3 fine gold ranked items. After a short rest, Shifeng clicked yes again and started the 5th trial. The stage of the 5th trial was set in a desert. Meanwhile, the primordial beast that would serve as his opponent in this trial was a monstrosity that had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a snake as its tail. The moment this monster noticed Shurfeng's entry into its territory, its crimson-red eyes immediately squinted, a hint of excitement leaking out from them. Chimera! Shurfeng was surprised. Without even needing to use observing eyes on the monster before him, Shurfeng already knew what it was. After all, he had fought this monster countless times in the past. A chimera was the final boss of a 100-man team dungeon. In the past, Shurfeng and the team he led had suffered defeat after defeat under the hands of the chimera. Only after experiencing innumerable team wipes did they manage to finally kill it. Hence, Shurfeng had a very deep impression of chimeras. Chimera, Special Elite, Level 20, HP 120, 000/120, 000. The chimera was a monster Shurfeng was extremely familiar with. Shurfeng knew both the strengths and weaknesses of a chimera like the back of his hand. A chimera could spit fire from its mouth, and its strength was comparable to the silver-eyed Lion King. Meanwhile, the snake that acted as the chimera's tail was equivalent to another monster entirely. The snake boasted powerful venom attacks. If players were struck by the chimera's flames after being poisoned by its tail, they would die with 100% certainty. However, the chimera also possessed a fatal weakness, poison. Shurfeng immediately activated Windwalk. Faced with the chimera's sharp claws and venom attacks, Shurfeng chose only to dodge and not retaliate. After the venom spat out by the chimera's tail started spreading and emitting a poisonous gas into the surroundings, Shurfeng finally took action. Without hesitation, Shurfeng charged into the poisonous fog, with the chimera following closely behind him. The moment Shurfeng stepped into the poisonous fog, he was inflicted with a poison debuff, losing 200 HP every second. However, Shurfeng paid no mind to the debuff. After he ran out of the poisonous fog, he spun his body around and threw the blazing meteor. When the blazing needle entered the poisonous fog, the vivid green fog instantly turned into a dark green. Immediately after, an explosion occurred. The explosion promptly sent the chimera, which was still standing inside the poisonous fog, flying. The monster lost over 10,000 HP from the explosion, and it was placed in a momentary crippled state. Taking advantage of this change, Shurfeng launched a barrage of attacks at the chimera. By the time the chimera had recovered from its crippled state, Shurfeng had already taken an additional 6,000 or so HP away from it. Furious, the chimera charged at Shurfeng, while the latter started evading the chimera's attacks once more, biding his time while he waited for the next poisonous fog to form. After repeating this process several times, the battle finally came to an end. Although Shurfeng had only around 400 HP remaining, the chimera had already fallen at his feet. System: Chimera defeated. 5th trial completed. Rewarding 6 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 points. System: 5th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately Shurfeng's experience bar rose to 62% of level 20. He was not far away from reaching level 21. Although Shurfeng was slightly stronger now after allocating his free attribute points, he still felt that the next trial would be extremely dangerous. If not for the fact that Shurfeng was familiar with the chimera's habits, he would have definitely died in the 5th trial. Meanwhile, the monster in the 6th trial would definitely be much stronger than the chimera. It would be fortunate if the monster that appeared in the 6th trial was something Shurfeng was familiar with. However, what would he do if it was a monster he had never seen before? Most likely, death would be his only ending. Shurfeng would not rely on luck to decide such an important matter for him. Hence, Shurfeng did not immediately start the 6th trial after he was rested this time. Instead, he called out his attribute panel, choosing to use the free mastery points he had reserved all this time. One-handed sword mastery. Intermediate apprentice swordsman. Mastery points required. 50. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 15%. Advanced apprentice swordsman. Mastery points required. 100. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 20%. Basic swordsman. mastery points required, 150. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 30%. There is a 5% chance for a qualitative change to occur. Intermediate Swordsman, mastery points required, 200. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 40%. There is a 10% chance for a qualitative change to occur. Normally, even after players were promoted into a Tier 1 Swordsman, their one-handed sword or two-handed sword mastery would only be at the Intermediate Apprentice Swordsman rank. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had received a total of 65 free mastery points from clearing the first 5 trials. In addition to the points he had received from completing quests and the points that were rewarded once every 5 levels, he now had a total of 168 and used free mastery points. After Shi Feng used up all his free mastery points, his one-handed sword mastery had reached the rank of a basic swordsman. However, Shi Feng was still not satisfied with this result. Following which, he retrieved the level 20 Dark Gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow, which he had previously bought at the Blackwing auction house, from his bag and swapped out the level 15 Demon Bane. Let's start the devouring process then. Shi Feng looked at the pitch-black abyssal blade in his hand. He then offered the 10 level 15 mysterious iron weapons, which he had prepared at an earlier date, and the level 15 Demon Bane as sacrifices to upgrade the abyssal blade. Although it was unfortunate that he did not possess 10 level 15 secret silver weapons to use as a sacrifice, the legendary quest was of utmost importance. He could not afford even the slightest misstep, and it was necessary for him to utilize all available avenues. In order to increase the abyssal blade's potential, Shi Feng had intended to gather 10 level 15 fine gold weapons to serve as a sacrifice. Hence, he had deliberately kept the abyssal blade at level 10 all this time. Now, however, he no longer had the leeway to do so. The abyssal blade started exuding a dark fog, which immediately charged at the sacrificial weapons Shi Feng had prepared. Within 3 seconds, even the incomparably hard Demon Bane, a dark gold ranked one-handed sword, had been turned into dark fog and was absorbed by the abyssal blade. After the abyssal blade had finished devouring the sacrificial weapons, the weapon was no longer completely pitch-black in appearance. Golden divine runes appeared on the blade of the sword, giving off a faint golden glow. Meanwhile, the entire blade itself had also become silvery gray. When Shi Feng casually brandished the abyssal blade, slashing it through the air, the feeling he got was like he was cutting a transparent sheet of paper. Sharp! Shi Feng looked at the abyssal blade in his hand, astonishment filling his eyes. If he combined such sharpness with the basic destructive power passive skill, even without the ice blue devil flame, he could still easily destroy mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment. Secret silver ranked items would also last only a while longer. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, attack power plus 211, all attributes plus 25, attack speed plus 8, ignore levels plus 8, attacks have, 35% chance to cause 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds, if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 15. Can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons, and 1 level 20 secret silver weapon to upgrade to level 20. Can be evolved unknown. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 55% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration 40 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes, additional skill 2. Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration 3 seconds, cooldown 1 minute, additional skill 3. 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly creates 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes, additional skill 4. Dark Violent Dance. 45% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Comma. Duration. 30 seconds. Cooldown. 1 minute. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smitholises using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded, as expected of a magic weapon. Even though only 10 mysterious iron weapons and 1 dark gold weapon were used as its sacrifice, its new attack power is even higher than a dark gold weapon of the same level. This attack power could already rival a dark gold ranked two-handed sword. Shi Feng smiled in satisfaction. The level 15 dark gold ranked Demon Bane only had 183 attack power. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Blade had 211 attack power. It was far stronger than the Demon Bane. Not to mention, the other attributes and skills of the Abyssal Blade had also received a significant improvement from the upgrade this time around. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Blade was still far from being a match for the Purgatory's Shadow, a level 20 dark gold ranked one-handed sword. Purgatory's Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank, level 20, can be upgraded twice. Attack power plus 273, strength plus 30, agility plus 25, endurance plus 22, attack speed plus 2. Attacks have, 20% chance to cause 300% damage, 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect not stackable. Additional skill dash Purgatory Power. When activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. However, this could not be helped. Level 20 weapons and equipment were essentially more powerful than level 15 ones. At level 20, players could take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class. Hence, level 20 weapons and equipment would all be significantly stronger. Although the attack power has improved greatly, it won't be enough to get me through the 6th trial. Shi Feng knew that a player's combat power could not simply be measured through their attack power alone. An increase in attack power only meant that the damage players dealt would be higher than before. Meanwhile, combat power was the synthesis of various other factors such as strength, agility, endurance, and other basic attributes. Skill level was also a factor to consider. Even if Shi Feng multiplied his current attack power by 3 to 4 times, his HP would still be tens of times lower than the monster in the 6th trial. If he could not dodge the monster's attacks, he would still lose his life after taking a few hits. So, an increase in attack power would not bring too great an increase to his overall combat power. A player was just like a wooden bucket that was used to collect water. How strong they were depended not on their strengths but their weaknesses. Shi Feng called out the system interface. As Eucharis had already opened up the exchange system of the War God's Temple's treasury for Shi Feng, he could now directly exchange his merit points through the system. Shi Feng immediately used 1,500 merit points to exchange for a level 20 dark gold weapon. He then took out another 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons from his bag. There were plenty of mysterious iron weapons stored inside the guild warehouse. Moreover, during the past few days, while Shi Feng, Aqua Rose, and Fire Dance were trapped within the Forgotten Lands, Blackie and the others had kept themselves busy raiding level 20, 5-man party dungeons to level up and obtain materials and equipment. They were making preparations to challenge the level 20, 10-man Great Dungeon. During this process, they had obtained plenty of level 20 mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment. Currently, Zero Wing possessed the most level 20 weapons and equipment out of all the guilds in White River City. With such a large supply, Shi Feng had set aside some of the level 20 mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment with the weakest performance for future use. However, he had never thought he would get to put them to good use so quickly. Following which, Shi Feng chose to upgrade the Abyssal Blade once more. In God's domain, level 20 was considered a large threshold. Just like the time the Abyssal Blade had risen to level 10, it would receive a large improvement when it was upgraded to level 20. Now, whether or not Shurfeng could clear the next trial would rely solely on the performance of the level 20 Abyssal Blade. The devouring process this time was clearly different from when the Abyssal Blade got upgraded to level 15. After devouring the offerings, the Abyssal Blade erupted and let loose a dragon's roar. The sky and earth trembled in the face of this mighty roar. Immediately after, the Abyssal Blade broke free from Shurfeng's grasp and floated in midair. Boom! The Abyssal Blade exploded, transforming into a black tornado. The surroundings went deathly still as if with bated breath. As the black tornado dissipated, a gigantic figure emerged in its place. This figure was none other than the phantom of the Black Dragon King that Shurfeng had previously seen. However, compared to the first time Shurfeng had seen it, the phantom that appeared this time was much more vivid. Moreover, the destructive aura it emitted was far stronger than before. Even when he was faced with the apex powerhouses back at the Eternal Throne, Shurfeng had not been so scared. Of course, this disparity was also due to the fact that those big shots had been intentionally suppressing their auras. At this moment, the Black Dragon King's phantom, which was several hundred meters in height, actually turned to look at Shurfeng and revealed a human-like sneer. Soon after, the phantom dissipated and transformed back into the Abyssal Blade. As the sword landed, its blade stabbed deep into the earth before Shurfeng, with only its hilt remaining above ground. Some time passed before Shurfeng gradually recovered from his stupor. He then slowly extended his hand and pulled out the Abyssal Blade. The appearance of the Abyssal Blade had greatly changed after being upgraded. The entire sword was now silvery gray in color, and it exuded a faint, black aura of death. The image of a black dragon could also be seen fading in and out of existence on the blade of the sword. Meanwhile, the image of a dragon had also been carved out of the hilt of the Abyssal Blade. There were small black chains wrapped around the hilt as well, seemingly acting as a seal for the dragon. Have I just done something I shouldn't have? Shurfeng wondered, laughing bitterly as he looked at the lifelike dragon sculpture. Everything was playing out just as Faust, the legendary character Shurfeng had met back at the Star River Valley, had said. A magic weapon was a double-edged sword. As one allowed the magic weapon to grow in strength, the curse contained within it would also grow stronger. Meanwhile, the wielder would sooner or later be devoured by the strength of the magic weapon. Extraordinary strength comes from an extraordinary will. This was the only advice Faust had given Shurfeng. After Shurfeng grasped the Abyssal Blade, which had undergone a huge change in its appearance, he could fully feel the terrifying strength contained within the sword itself. It was like the sword was alive. Shurfeng could even feel pulsations when he gripped the hilt of the Abyssal Blade. It felt as if the Black Dragon King was roaring inside the Abyssal Blade and likely to break through its seals at any given time. Such powerful attributes! When Shurfeng checked the attributes of the Abyssal Blade, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at them. The Abyssal Blade was definitely the best weapon below epic rank Shurfeng had seen. Even the blazing meteor, which had been crafted by the forging genius Siliora, was not its match. Currently, based on the Abyssal Blade's attributes, it would not be an exaggeration to label the sword a pseudo-extraordinary item. Provided that he could continue upgrading it, it would reach the epic rank standard before long. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, attack power plus 302, all attributes plus 30, attack speed plus 10, ignore levels plus 10, attacks have, 40% chance to cause 200% damage, 15% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds, if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 20. Can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 25 secret silver weapons, and 1 level 25 fine gold weapon to upgrade to level 25. Can be evolved unknown. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 70% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration 40 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes, additional skill 2. Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration 4 seconds, cooldown 1 minute, additional skill 3. 9 Dragon's Slash. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 40% damage. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes, additional skill 4. Dark Violent Dance. 50% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 1 minute, additional profound inheritance. Black Emperor. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 layer of Death Aura. Each layer of Death Aura can be used to increase all attributes of wielder by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or be used to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 30 layers of Death Aura. Duration 10 minutes, cooldown 18 hours. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smitholises using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. As expected of a magic weapon. It really doesn't disappoint. Even epic weapons rarely have profound inheritances attached to them. Now, before even reaching the standard of an epic weapon, it already possesses a profound inheritance. Feng breathed a sigh of relief after carefully reading through the introduction of the Black Emperor. With it, he should not have any problems facing the 6th trial. Profound inheritances were rarely seen during the early stages of God's domain. They only started becoming widely known during the middle stages of the game. Inheritances and skills were different. In God's domain, the skills provided to each class were made to accommodate the masses of players, so there was no sense of individuality to them. To put it another way, instead of skills being made to cater to the individual player, players were required to adapt themselves to pre-made skills, regardless of the suitability of said skills. Meanwhile, inheritances could be used by players to create their own unique method of attacking, allowing more freedom in their fighting styles. It could also further increase a player's combat power. The most basic of inheritances in God's domain would enhance a player's skills, such as increasing the skill's damage or altering the effects of said skill to allow a more flexible fighting style. As for the more advanced inheritances, not only would they alter a player's skills, they could also increase a player's attributes. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor inheritance clearly belonged to this category. If others were to see the attributes on the Abyssal Blade, their jaws would definitely fall to the ground in shock. Some would even harbor thoughts of owning it for themselves. An organization like Underworld, which had been continuously gathering all kinds of powerful items, would definitely not hesitate to use unscrupulous means to take possession of the Abyssal Blade. In today's society, virtual gaming had already become one of the world's main forms of entertainment. The emergence of God's domain had further solidified the position of virtual reality games in people's lives. Currently, the average person would spend close to half of their day living inside God's domain. It was also due to this reason that players all wished to live a better and more respectable life in God's domain. After all, life in God's domain was just like another part of their own lives. However, unlike their lives in the real world, their lives in the virtual world were much purer and simpler. Generally, they only needed good weapons, equipment, and influence in the game. At this current age, players' pursuit of virtual items was no less than women's pursuit of luxury goods. After all, in the eyes of average players, weapons and equipment were the representation of strength. Gorgeous-looking weapons and equipment that allowed one to have amazing damage output were all the envy of average players. High-level weapons and equipment were symbols of strength in God's domain, and countless players pursued them. It was also the reason why many players were willing to spend hundreds and thousands, and sometimes even tens of thousands of credits to purchase these powerful items. Some wealthy youths that were born with a golden spoon would even spend several millions without blinking just to obtain a powerful item. These people were willing to go to such lengths because, with powerful weapons and equipment, they could experience the pleasure of being superior to others. In the case of a magic weapon like the Abyssal Blade, it wouldn't be impossible for it to sell for an astronomical price of several tens of millions. Shifeng recalled that 1 year after God's Domain's official launch in the past, a legendary item had appeared in the world auction, which was held in the real world. At that time, the legendary item had been sold off for 60 million credits. The price had thoroughly shocked the entire world. Shortly after the auction, however, the person who sold the legendary item immediately regretted that decision. There was only a limited number of legendary items throughout the entire God's Domain, and every single one of them was considered a strategic weapon by guilds. Just by owning one, a player could easily get through their Tier 4 or even Tier 5 class promotions. Meanwhile, the value of a Tier 5 powerhouse could reach up to tens of billions of credits. The reason being, when a guild gave birth to a Tier 5 powerhouse, the guild would have the ability to conquer 2 or 3 additional cities that could each hold a population of several million people. Of course, the Abyssal Blade was still incapable of rivaling a legendary weapon at present. It wasn't even at the level of an epic weapon yet. However, it was what Shifeng currently needed the most. For Shifeng, several hundred points of additional attributes weren't as beneficial a powerful skill, and the Black Emperor inheritance just happened to fit the bill. Shifeng had learned many powerful skills. However, all of them possessed the same fatal weakness. All of them possessed explosive power, but none of them possessed any staying power. Maybe this weakness wouldn't be a problem when these skills were used inside a dungeon or against players with poor equipment. After all, when going against players with poor equipment, Shifeng did not even need to use up all the skills in his arsenal to finish them off. He could simply overwhelm them with superior attributes, and not even techniques would be required. Meanwhile, when inside dungeons, he would have MTs to tank the monsters at the front lines, healers to heal him from behind, and many other players to support him. He only needed to survive and wait for the cooldown of his skills to end before starting the next volley of attacks. But when fighting against monsters or players that were equal in strength with him, just a short burst of damage would not carry him to victory. Without sustainability, he would be trampled by his opponent after his short burst. Just take Absolute Heaven for example. When he had ambushed Shifeng, after his series of attacks had been defended against by Shifeng, the only other thing Absolute Heaven could do was to escape. Unless Absolute Heaven had a method to take advantage of his opponent's weakness, only death awaited him. Following the upgrade of the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng sank into deep contemplation for more than 2 hours, thinking of ways to incorporate the Black Emperor inheritance into his fighting style. Now, he felt much more confident about clearing the 6th trial. Let's see what kind of monster is awaiting me in the 6th trial, then. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. Stretching his finger, he tapped "Yes" on the system interface and started the next trial. Inside the Eternal Throne, the apex powerhouses of the War God's Temple were currently observing the situation inside the 12 trials, and they were all very shocked to discover that Shifeng actually wielded a magic weapon. What an amazing little guy. He isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman, yet he is actually able to master a magic weapon. Moreover, he has even released its power to such a degree. Controller of a magic weapon. Dominator of a mysterious flame. Moreover, his control over his own power has obviously crossed that threshold. He sure knows how to surprise us time after time. Yes, it would have been fine if it were just the magic weapon and mysterious flame, but he has even reached such a level of control over his own power already. Many of those who have attained a Tier 3 class can't even achieve such a degree of control. It seems he won't have any problems clearing the 6th trial. With such great potential hidden in him, if he had come to us a little later, he might have been able to clear even the 7th trial. Such a pity. The threshold these NPC big shots were referring to was simply one's ability to display 50% of one's own combat power. However, none of these NPCs knew that, in the past, Shifeng had once been a Tier 3 Sword King. Back then, Shifeng was capable of displaying up to 80% of his personal combat power. If not for his weak physique limiting his brain's development potential, and also the quality of his own equipment being a problem, Shifeng would have long since been promoted to a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. This can't be helped. Who would have known the endless abyss would break the seal so quickly? There is no point feeling pity over the matter. We old folks should make some preparations for when the trial ends as well. Otherwise, we'll break our backs from overwork later. The Lords of the Silver Thrones unanimously acknowledged Shifeng's potential. However, in regard to Shifeng's managing to clear the 7th trial, they held no hope towards it at all. The reason being, it had been over a millennium since the 7th trial had been cleared. Inside the 12 trials, the stage for the 6th trial was a cave of lava similar to the Flame God's cave. However, the fire-type mana here was far purer than in the Flame God's cave. Shifeng currently stood inside this cave, and the molten hot lava around him was making bubbling sounds as it flowed through the cave. If Shifeng did not possess 20 points in fire resistance, allowing him a certain degree of immunity to heat, he would have long since been cooked by the scalding hot temperatures. Any average player that came here might already be half dead before they even started battling. Before Shifeng could fully observe the terrain inside the cave, a gigantic flame-covered snake over 20 meters long emerged from the molten lava. Balrog Serpent, Special Elite, Level 20, HP 150, 000/150, 000. Even if Shifeng did not know exactly how powerful this Balrog Serpent was, he had no doubt whatsoever that this serpent had a very high resistance towards fire-type attacks. Let's use you as a test for my new weapons. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory's Shadow. However, he did not directly charge at the Balrog Serpent, as that was something only an idiot would do. Before charging into battle, experts would first try to understand as much as they could about their opponent. Hence, Shifeng simply stood still and calmly observed the Balrog Serpent's every action, familiarizing himself with the giant serpent's movement patterns. The Balrog Serpent was also no idiot itself. It obviously knew that it was much stronger than Shifeng and that its HP was tens of times higher than Shifeng's as well. So, instead of giving Shifeng time to study it, the Balrog Serpent immediately widened its mouth and sent fireballs flying one after another at Shifeng. Shifeng's feet moved, his body instantly reacting and leaving behind an afterimage as he effortlessly dodged these incoming fireballs. Not giving up, the Balrog Serpent continued bombarding Shifeng with a stream of fireballs. If 3 were not enough, then 5. If 5 were not enough, then 10. Soon, the space within the cave was packed with fireballs. By attacking in such a way, not only could the Balrog Serpent damage its enemies, it could also prevent them from closing in on it. Faced with such a method of attack that combined both offense and defense, average players would definitely grow helpless and suffer the bombardment of these dozens of fireballs. Shifeng, however, was no average player. In the face of all these fireballs, instead of retreating, he chose to advance without the slightest shred of hesitation. Yet, contrary to expectations, Shifeng did not end up suffering a tragic end at the hands of the fireballs. Instead, he looked as if he was dancing as he weaved through the rain of fire, his actions seemingly easy and enjoyable. However, when the distance between him and the Balrog Serpent shortened to 20 yards, he could no longer rely solely on evading the fireballs to move forward. I've mostly grasped its attack timing. Now it's time to have a look at how amazing my new weapons are. Shifeng inwardly smiled as he looked at the Balrog Serpent that was constantly spitting out fireballs. Shifeng activated the ice blue devil flame, and deep blue flames immediately wrapped around his body. He then used silent steps to appear right behind the Balrog Serpent's head. The first thing he did when he arrived was to send a vertical slash down on the Balrog Serpent's head, causing -372 damage to the monster. Such strong defense! Shifeng looked at the resulting damage, disbelief filling his eyes. The Abyssal Blade itself already possessed 302 attack power. If Shifeng's strength were taken into account, his total attack power should be well over 700 points. Moreover, The ice blue devil flame had also increased the damage he dealt by 20%. Yet, he had managed to cause only -372 damage to the monster. The Balrog Serpent's defense could already rival a Lord-ranked monster of the same level, if Shurfong had not upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 20 nor equipped the Dark Gold-ranked Purgatory Shadow. Shurfong might not even be able to deal -150 damage to the Balrog Serpent right now. At this moment, Shurfong felt fortunate that he had not rushed before to start the 6th trial. Otherwise, his chances of victory would have been lower than 20%. However, although Shurfong had allowed this thought to linger in his mind for a moment, his attacks on the Balrog Serpent never stopped. Immediately after his first sword strike, Shurfong followed up by using Thundering Flash. 3 electric arcs dove into the flaming Balrog Serpent, piercing its gigantic body and causing damages of -554, -1,528, and -1,125. The damage he dealt was much higher than before. Simultaneously, he had also inflicted a damage amplification debuff that lasted 20 seconds on the Balrog Serpent. Following which, Shurfong continued with a chop, the attack achieving a critical hit and dealing close to -2,000 damage. When Shurfong landed on the ground, he immediately followed up with a flurry of sword slashes. The Abyssal Blade now had a 40% chance to deal a critical hit, so Shurfong could deal a critical hit with almost every other attack. From this series of attacks, the Balrog Serpent had lost over 7,000 HP. However, the Giant Serpent had 150,000 HP. Shurfong would need to repeat such a burst of attacks at least 20 more times in order to completely kill it. Originally, Shurfong felt quite happy with the damage he was dealing. At this rate, even if he did not activate Black Emperor, he still possessed a very high chance of killing the Balrog Serpent. Unfortunately, that happiness was short-lived. The reason being, Shurfong soon discovered that the Balrog Serpent's HP was rapidly returning to full. It was actually recovering 500 HP every second. That amount was even higher than a single one of Shurfeng's normal attacks. If Shurfong remained idle, the Balrog Serpent would fully recover in less than 20 seconds. Meanwhile, the Balrog Serpent immediately sent its tail swiping at Shurfong, finally reacting to Shurfeng's attacks. Shurfong hurriedly used parry to block the attack. Although he suffered no damage from the Balrog Serpent's tail strike, he was forced to retreat 3 steps, with his hands growing numb from the force of the impact as well. In terms of destructive power, the Balrog Serpent was definitely superior to the Chimera. The Balrog Serpent was also much faster. Shurfong had actually been forced to use parry because he could not dodge in time. Currently, Shurfeng's parry was at level 7, so it had a cooldown of 21 seconds. Aside from parry, Shurfong also had Defensive Blade, a skill that had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Currently, Defensive Blade was at level 6, and it had a cooldown of 2 minutes. Although its cooldown was much longer than parry, it allowed Shurfong to completely block 4 melee attacks and 8 ranged attacks. He would also be immune to charge attacks. Just as the dozens of fireballs were about to hit him, Shurfong jumped into the air, dodging them completely. Right after that, the Balrog Serpent swiped its tail at Shurfong again. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as its tail streaked through the air. In the face of this powerful attack, Shurfong showed no signs of weaknesses. Immediately, he countered the attack with the level 7 Thunder Flame explosion. When sword and tail collided, sparks of flame scattered in all directions. The Balrog Serpent's tail was knocked back, the monster itself receiving over -400 damage from the brief clash. On the other hand, Shurfong landed heavily onto the ground, his feet sinking partly into the molten lava. A damage of over -700 points also appeared above his head. As expected, in a direct confrontation, Shurfong was definitely a lot weaker than the Balrog Serpent. However, Shurfong was probably the only player in God's domain right now who dared to actually fight a special elite monster in such a way. Although Shurfong lost against the Balrog Serpent in a direct confrontation, Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill he used, wasn't just a powerful destructive skill. It was also a control skill. However, the Balrog Serpent was a special elite monster. It possessed a degree of resistance towards control skills. Hence, the level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion, which would originally place enemies hit by it in a fainted state for 5 seconds, only managed to incapacitate the Balrog Serpent for 3.5 seconds. For average players, 3.5 seconds might not seem like a long time. For Shi Feng, however, it was plenty of time. Wind Blade. Shi Feng instantly arrived before the Balrog Serpent. Simultaneously, his attack speed received a 30% increase. However, Shi Feng was still not satisfied with this. He then proceeded to activate the additional skill of the Purgatory's Shadow, Purgatory Power. Purgatory Power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Shi Feng then activated 9 Dragon Slash. 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade suddenly appeared, floating around Shi Feng. Each phantom was capable of dealing 40% damage for 30 seconds. However, it had a long cooldown of 5 minutes. Shi Feng brandished his 2 swords using his full strength. In addition to the 12 Abyssal Blade phantoms he was controlling, a total of 14 swords surrounded and madly attacked the Balrog Serpent. Within moments, the cave was filled with sword images dancing around. 14, 28, 56, 112. Countless sword images flashed in the air, forming a storm of swords that devoured the Balrog Serpent whole. Shi Feng's swords slashed at the Balrog Serpent's body one after another, each strike causing close to -500 damage. Moreover, close to half of this barrage of attacks achieved a critical hit, each dealing close to -1000 damage to the monster. Meanwhile, each of the phantoms of the Abyssal Blade had also managed to deal over -200 damage to the Balrog Serpent. The total damage of the 12 phantoms was even more frightening than that of Shi Feng himself. As if the floodgates to the Balrog Serpent's 150,000 HP had been opened, the Balrog Serpent lost HP incessantly. Within a short 3.5 seconds, the Balrog Serpent's HP had already fallen to 61%. When the Balrog Serpent regained consciousness, it immediately released an enraged roar. At this moment, however, Shi Feng pointed the Abyssal Blade at the Balrog Serpent. Now is still not the time for you to wake up. Shi Feng cast Abyssal Bind on the Balrog Serpent right away. If he were to allow the Balrog Serpent to start retaliating, his previous efforts would all go to waste. In the blink of an eye, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, quickly wrapping around and binding the Balrog Serpent. Meanwhile, the Balrog Serpent could do nothing but roar in anger as it helplessly watched sword after sword piercing its own body, continuously reaping its HP. The Abyssal Bind had a duration of 4 seconds. Moreover, the Balrog Serpent's resistance towards control skills was completely ineffective against it. The Abyssal Bind's effective duration was not reduced in the slightest. In addition, the Abyssal Bind reduced the Balrog Serpent's defense by 100%. Rendering the Balrog Serpent's innately powerful defense utterly useless. Now, each of Shi Feng's sword strikes dealt over -800 damage, with the occasional triple critical hit dealing over -2500 damage. A series of splendid numbers appeared above the Balrog Serpent's head. Before the eye-catching number of -2500 disappeared, a damage of over -1700 points appeared on top of it. Practically 1 out of every 2 strikes would achieve a critical hit. Meanwhile, each of the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms were now dealing over -350 damage to the Balrog Serpent. For the Balrog Serpent, these 4 seconds were a complete hell. By the time the Balrog Serpent escaped from the chains binding it, it had only 19% HP remaining. However, Shi Feng had long since been prepared for this moment. Disappear! Shi Feng raised the silvery gray Abyssal Blade. The dense fire-type mana in the surroundings started gathering around the Abyssal Blade, causing the sword to release a blinding glow. This was indeed Shi Feng's ultimate skill, Flame Burst. Flame Burst level 5 requires 4 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Channeling time, 2 seconds, gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 420% damage to the target. Attack count, 6 times, cooldown 3 minutes 30 seconds. Before the Balrog Serpent could even start attacking, Shi Feng had already brandished the scorching hot Abyssal Blade 6 times. All 6 sword slashes immediately sank into the Balrog Serpent's body. -3,310, -3,347, -6,784, -6,706, minus 3,371, minus 6,754. 6 frightening damages appeared consecutively above the Balrog serpent's head, instantly taking away the monster's remaining 28,000 HP. Soon after, the Balrog serpent's body started fading away, and only after it disappeared completely did Shurfeng release a sigh of relief. System: Balrog serpent defeated. 6th trial completed. Rewarding 9 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 500 points. System: 6th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Shurfeng's experience bar immediately rose to 41% of level 21. If put on the ranking list on White River City, Shurfeng would only be beneath Violet Cloud and the others. However, he was still 2 levels behind Blackie, the current top-ranking player of White River City. Finally, I've passed the requirement. Should I try to take on the 7th trial, though? Shurfeng looked at the system interface showing the trial's prompt. Privately, Shurfeng had the notion to take the challenge. Now that he had cleared the 6th trial, it signified that his task was already over. He had no need to brave the dangers and accept the next trial at all. Moreover, if he happened to lose his life in the next trial, he would definitely suffer a heavy penalty. It absolutely wouldn't be limited to just losing a single level. Truth be told, however, Shurfeng felt confident about his chances at clearing the 7th trial. After all, he had not even unveiled the Black Emperor inheritance when he fought the Balrog serpent. He definitely had the necessary strength to challenge the 7th trial. After clearing the 6th trial, Shurfeng obtained an additional 1,600 merit points. If he were to clear the 7th trial, he could obtain another 3,200 merit points, bringing his total to 4,800 merit points. It would be enough points for him to exchange for an epic ranked item. Just the prospect of obtaining an epic ranked item made Shurfeng feel that he should give it a try. Besides, Shurfeng no longer had any burdens to carry, so why not give it a try? However, Shurfeng was unsure of what kind of price he would have to pay if he were to suffer death. If it was only losing a single level, then Shurfeng would gladly proceed to the 7th trial. However, Shurfeng knew such an outcome was not likely. Just the penalty for not completing the Trial of Gods was already considered unbearable for players. Some players might even have to delete and restart their accounts due to the harsh penalties imposed. Meanwhile, the 12 trials was the most challenging trial of the War God's Temple. It would be an insult to the War God's Temple if the punishment for dying was only the loss of a single level. Just as Shurfeng was hesitating, his system communicator rang. Meanwhile, the person calling him was Aqua Rose. Did something happen? Shurfeng asked. Previously, Shurfeng had already told Aqua Rose that he did not wish to be disturbed as he was about to do a quest, and that, unless there was something big happening, she shouldn't try to contact him. Based on Aqua Rose's serious personality, if it wasn't an extremely important matter, then she definitely wouldn't try to contact him. Hence Shurfeng's question. Darkstar has suddenly declared an all-out war against us, and several hundreds of our guild members have already been killed by members of Darkstar while they were out grinding. Moreover, the core team, led by Fire Dance, has also been trapped by Darkstar inside the Silverleaf Forest. Although we've already sent reinforcements, they were blocked by members of Darkstar outside the forest. What I'm trying to say is that, guild leader, you need to immediately contact Gentle Snow and have her send some people to help contain Darkstar, so that our members can take the opportunity to save Fire Dance and the others. Aqua Rose was extremely anxious at this moment. They had already failed to break through the encirclement of Darkstar around the Silverleaf Forest multiple times now. If this situation continued, Fire Dance and the others would truly be finished. Feng Xianyang, you did good. Shurfeng's expression immediately sank, a cold killing intent gleaming in his eyes. If Fire Dance and the others belonging to the main force of the guild were to die a few times, it would be a tremendous loss to Zero Wing. Leaving aside the fame that Fire Dance and the others had accumulated for themselves, just losing a part of the equipment they possessed would be a serious blow to the guild. Just how long would it take for them to recover such precious equipment? Meanwhile, when Shurfeng tried to figure out who was responsible for such a situation, Feng Xianyang came up as his strongest suspect. Feng Xianyang was the true wielder of authority in Dark Star. After Shi Feng's previous forthright rejection, it would not be strange if Feng Xianyang retaliated. Hence, who else could be responsible for Dark Star's declaration of war? Although Shi Feng was incensed by this news, Fire Dance and the others would have long since lost their lives by the time he arrived at the Silverleaf Forest. All right, I'll contact Gentle Snow immediately. Shi Feng disconnected his call with Aqua Rose after saying so. He then called out his friends list, selected Gentle Snow's name, and chose to contact her. It was a fact that Ouroboros and Zero Wing were allies. Since an ally was under attack, Gentle Snow naturally did not refuse to send reinforcements when Shi Feng asked. Moreover, Gentle Snow had found out about this entire matter a step ahead of Shi Feng. Hence, she had already organized her subordinates even before Shi Feng contacted her, and they were just about to hurry over to the Silverleaf Forest right at that moment. Gentle Snow had gathered 2,000 members from Ouroboros to aid Zero Wing. Of them, 500 were elite members of the guild. Such a powerful force would pose a huge threat to the 6,000 members of Dark Star blocking the way into the Silverleaf Forest. Many thanks for your help, Miss Snow. In the future, members of Ouroboros that shop at the Starstreak trading firm can enjoy a 10% discount on all products. Shi Feng said in thanks. You said this yourself. I'll gladly accept your offer then. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile. Currently, over half of the player population in White River City was patronizing the Starstreak trading firm. After all, not only were the items sold there of good quality, there was also a large selection available. Moreover, the product supply was plentiful. Normally, the various guilds in White River City would always make a trip to the Starstreak trading firm before they went dungeon diving. If Ouroboros could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items there, it would save the guild a lot of money. Really though, just what is going through the minds of those people in Dark Star? It would be fine if it were just the usual minor skirmish. However, they have actually declared an all-out war on Zero Wing. Isn't Lone Tyrant afraid that his guild might suffer heavy losses and lose the ability to compete for the first clear of the 3 great dungeons? Gentle Snow commented curiously. The competition over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons had already reached its most crucial moment right now. Moreover, Dark Star only had the final boss left to defeat in order to snag the first clear of the Land of Death and gain an absolute advantage over the other guilds. However, Dark Star had instead chosen to take action against Zero Wing at this critical junction. God's Domain had been launched just recently. At this early stage of the game, everyone was busy leveling up and raiding dungeons to strengthen themselves. Guilds, in particular, were deeply afraid of falling behind others. Even if conflict arose between guilds, both sides would usually choose to show restraint. After all, an all-out war between guilds would profit nobody. Worse, they might even get taken advantage of by a third party. If such a situation were to truly occur, then the damage to both guilds would grow even more massive. Hence, unless there was a huge disparity in strength between both sides, nobody would casually choose to start a war. Dark Star and Zero Wing were both among the top 6 guilds in White River City, so the difference in strength between the 2 guilds was not particularly wide. No matter how Gentle Snow looked at the situation, she could not figure out why Dark Star would choose to suddenly declare war. I am afraid that the one starting the war this time around isn't Lone Tyrant, but the organization that's backing him, Underworld, Shi Feng said, laughing bitterly. Underworld. Gentle Snow couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows at this revelation. So that's how it is. I've been wondering how Dark Star had managed to suddenly obtain so many experts. It turns out the mysterious power supporting Dark Star is Underworld. However, how did you manage to find out about this? Even though I've planted many spies inside Dark Star, I never managed to uncover the forces hidden behind Dark Star. Feng Xianyang from Underworld came looking for me to buy some of Zero Wing's shares. However, the price he offered was simply too low. I rejected his offer, so now he is trying to get back at me by destroying Zero Wing. Shi Feng revealed the truth. Gentle Snow immediately understood the situation after listening to Shi Feng's words. It was no wonder Dark Star was completely unafraid of commencing an all-out war. With Underworld's background, it only needed to field a part of its forces located in the eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom to completely destroy Zero Wing. With such a large disparity in strength, it was natural for Dark Star not to fear a war. So it is Feng Xianyang. He is indeed a person who would take revenge for the slightest of offenses. However, with Underworld's financial power, his offer to buy Zero Wing, which possesses a guild residence, should not have been low. At the very least, he should have offered 500 to 600 million, right? Gentle Snow came to an abrupt realization. However, she also felt curious about this matter, as the Feng Xianyang she knew was not a tight-fisted person. 1 billion credits and several hundred experts. In addition, they would also provide 100 gold coins as support every week, Shifeng said. 1 billion credits and also 100 gold coins per week? Feng Xianyang sure is generous. Even I might feel tempted if given such an offer. Yet you actually complained that it's too little? No wonder he's angry. Gentle Snow chuckled softly. Shifeng simply replied with a faint smile, not bothering to give an explanation on the matter. Aside from a few core guild members knowing about the Purple Sun Mansion being their new guild residence, nobody else knew anything about it. The others only knew that Zero Wing possessed a guild residence. They were not clear where exactly it was located. After all, there were simply too many plots of land available in White River City. Moreover, the Purple Sun Mansion was currently under reconstruction. It would take 2 more days before it can be used and also unveiled to the public. Following which, Shifeng made some small talk with Gentle Snow before ending the call. He then proceeded to start the 7th trial. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2,000 players led by Gentle Snow could definitely break apart Dark Star's encirclement around the Silverleaf Forest. Hence, what Shifeng needed to do now was to increase his own strength by obtaining even better tools and equipment, slowly and gradually enhancing their guild's foundation. In regard to the battle at the Silverleaf Forest, Shifeng could only play the role of an observer. Even if he were to rush over there right this instant, everything would have long since been over by the time he arrived. However, Shifeng would definitely remember this debt of hatred. Sooner or later, he would repay this debt to Dark Star and Underworld 10 times over. The stage for the 7th trial was an ancient coliseum. The moment Shifeng laid eyes on his opponent, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. Why is it myself? Shifeng looked at the familiar figure gradually appearing at a corner of the coliseum, feeling very surprised. However, when he used observing eyes on this twin of his, he immediately came to an understanding. Mirage Beast, Rare Special Elite, Level 20, HP 200, 000/200, 000. This Mirage Beast was capable of replicating the appearance and skills of an enemy. However, unlike players, it had a frightening amount of HP. In a one-on-one situation, players would find it extremely difficult to kill the Mirage Beast. In God's domain, the only advantage players had over monsters was the diversity of skills they possessed. Meanwhile, players could use these skills in various combinations to exert even stronger power. Yet, if the Mirage Beast possessed the same skills that players did, then players would lose even that little advantage they had. When comparing the power of skills, the Mirage Beast's skills might even be more powerful than the players'. Good timing. I was just thinking of trying out a few things. Shifeng advanced, immediately directing a chop at the Mirage Beast. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast had similarly charged at Shifeng, and it too had sent a chop at Shifeng. The moment the two swords clashed, sparks flew all around. However, when all was said and done, Shifeng was still a player. In terms of strength, he was still far inferior to the Mirage Beast. Hence, Shifeng was easily repelled, forced by the Mirage Beast to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast was also superior in terms of attack speed. Although the ensuing damage from a collision of weapons was small, after clashing for tens or even hundreds of times, Shifeng would eventually lose his life. After all, the Mirage Beast possessed 200,000 HP, while Shifeng's HP was just slightly over 2,600 after reaching level 21. Moreover, Shifeng was receiving more damage than the Mirage Beast from their exchanges. Not to mention, both sides were also executing various skills. When Shifeng used Thundering Flash, the Mirage Beast would activate Windwalk to dodge the attack. It would then counter with a Thundering Flash of its own. Knowing that he could not receive the attack directly, Shifeng, too, activated Windwalk to dodge. However, the Mirage Beast activated Windblade to immediately appear before Shifeng. It then followed up with a chop, sending an extremely quick vertical slash down towards its prey. Shifeng hastily used parry to block the Mirage Beast's chop. He countered with a Thunder Flame explosion right away. In the end, however, the Mirage Beast used parry to fend off the powerful attack. Shifeng then followed up with a Flame Burst, which was promptly countered with a defensive blade by the Mirage Beast. The exchange between both sides was extremely intense. After a dozen seconds or so, Shifeng's HP had fallen to 60%. On the other hand, the Mirage Beast had lost only a negligible amount of HP. Just the Mirage Beast's battle recovery negated most of the damage Shifeng had caused. As expected of the 7th trial, even the monster's normal attacks and skills are used with such viciousness. However, instead of feeling afraid, a sense of excitement was bubbling within Shifeng at the moment. However, do you know this move? Shifeng looked at the Mirage Beast, a faint smile appearing on his face. He then proceeded to activate the Black Emperor Inheritance. Dark fog immediately started emerging from the Abyssal Blade and then entered Shifeng's body. Although the Mirage Beast was capable of duplicating a player's every skill, Shifeng had already obtained a clear understanding of the Mirage Beast during this short period of time. Shifeng had previously activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame after starting the battle. Yet, the Mirage Beast had not done so. The Ice Blue Devil Flame was not a skill Shifeng had learned. Instead, it was an additional effect provided by the item known as the Ice Blue Devil Flame. Hence, Shifeng could say with certainty that the Mirage Beast was incapable of duplicating the additional skills of a player's equipment. The moment the dark fog, which emanated from the Abyssal Blade, started permeating Shifeng's body, a faint silvery gray aura of death emerged on the surface of his body. Immediately, he charged at the Mirage Beast, while simultaneously activating 9 Dragon's Slash. The 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms promptly started attacking the Mirage Beast the moment they came into existence. When the Mirage Beast saw the 12 Phantoms striking at it, it cleverly chose not to block them. Instead, it bombarded Shifeng with a Thunder Flame explosion. As long as Shifeng died, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms would naturally disappear along with him. Seeing the Mirage Beast's actions, Shifeng simply revealed a calm smile. Rather than dodge the attack, however, Shifeng chose to activate Defensive Blade and proceeded to assault the Mirage Beast's vital point. Defensive Blade provided Shifeng with complete immunity to 4 melee attacks. He could simply allow the Mirage Beast's attack to connect without needing to defend using his sword at all. Meanwhile, Shifeng's twin swords had also landed on the Mirage Beast's body. Previously, in order to block Shifeng's Thunder Flame explosion, the Mirage Beast had used up its own defensive blade. Hence, it had no choice but to endure Shifeng's attacks right now. Shifeng took this chance to make 7 consecutive slashes on the Mirage Beast's body. His normal attacks caused over -500 damage, while critical hits dealt over -1000 damage. Meanwhile, each of the Abyssal Blade Phantoms could also inflict over -200 damage. Out of the 7 sword strikes Shifeng landed on the Mirage Beast, for achieved a critical hit. Coupling those sword strikes with the attacks of the Abyssal Blade Phantoms, Shifeng dealt over -7000 damage within this brief moment. It was a very impressive amount of damage. However, the Mirage Beast, which had taken on Shifeng's appearance, simply gave Shifeng a smile of disdain. The Mirage Beast looked as if it was saying, "This is your limit." The Mirage Beast had 200,000 HP, so -7000 damage was only a scratch to it. It would be perfectly fine again once it rubbed some spit on its wounds. On the other hand, now that Shifeng no longer possessed any life-saving skills, only death awaited him. A high HP is really a great asset. Shifeng sighed when he looked at the Mirage Beast's HP bar. In the next moment, though, Shifeng revealed a smile, saying, "However, You are still 10 years too early if you think you can overpower me just with this asset of yours alone. Shifeng activated the Purgatory Shadow's additional skill, Purgatory Power, increasing his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30% for 15 seconds. Shifeng then pointed the Abyssal Blade at the Mirage Beast charging at him. Abyssal Bind. 9 chilling chains instantly emerged from the ground, wrapping around and restraining the Mirage Beast. Abyssal Bind had a duration of 4 seconds. Despite being sealed, however, the Mirage Beast showed no signs of panic at all. It did not even try to resist in the slightest. Instead, it revealed a mocking expression as it looked at Shifeng, as if telling Shifeng to slash it as much as he wanted to. Previously, Shifeng had only managed to take away around 7,000 of its HP after attacking it for slightly over a second. Even if the Mirage Beast allowed Shifeng free reign for 4 full seconds, the most it would lose was around 30,000 HP. That was not even a quarter of its total HP. Moreover, after Shifeng exhausted all his skills, he would also lose his means of dealing bursts of damage. With neither life-saving skills nor bursting skills, the end result was obvious. Hence, the Mirage Beast felt very assured of its victory. Since the very beginning, this human never had a chance of defeating it. However, the Mirage Beast quickly discovered that reality was much crueler than fantasy. The Abyssal Bind indeed had a duration of only 4 seconds. However, the skill also possessed the effect of reducing its target's defense by 100%, and this allowed Shifeng's damage to abruptly soar. Now, each of Shifeng's normal attacks could deal over -700 damage. Miraculously, one of his attacks even triggered the Doom Curse, one of the Abyssal Blade's effects. Instantly, the Mirage Beast had its attributes reduced by 30%, and its maximum HP fell from 200,000 to 140,000. Engulfed by the storm of swords, the Mirage Beast's HP fell crazily. Shifeng also achieved critical hits with his attacks one after another, stacking layer upon layer of death aura around his body. In this situation, the 9 Dragon Slash could be said to be a perfect match for the Black Emperor inheritance. After activating the 9 Dragon Slash, Shifeng would not be lacking in death auras at all. Before the 4 seconds were up, the Mirage Beast's HP had already gone below the 70% threshold. Just as the Abyssal Bind was about to lose effect, and the Mirage Beast was about to regain its freedom, Shifeng abruptly leaped into the air and switched sword techniques. Simultaneously, he used 10 of the 30 layers of death aura he had accumulated to reduce the Thunder Flame Explosion's cooldown. The level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion had a cooldown of 30 seconds. Meanwhile, each layer of death aura could reduce a skill's cooldown by 3 seconds. After using 10 layers of death aura, Thunder Flame Explosion could be used again. However, Shifeng was still not done. He then used the remaining 20 layers of death aura on himself, instantly increasing all his basic attributes by 40%, and attack speed and movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. After receiving this new buff, Shifeng executed Thunder Flame Explosion, bombarding the Mirage Beast's head and sending sparks of flame flying all around. A damage of over -1,300 points appeared above the Mirage Beast's head, and the monster was placed into a fainted state for 3 seconds. Unless a monster was completely immune to control skills, powerful experts could usually restrain said monster continuously until death. Meanwhile, it was obvious that the monsters were not completely immune to control skills. They simply had a certain degree of resistance that would degrade the effects of control skills. Otherwise, it would truly be impossible for players to clear the 12 trials. Nevertheless, Shifeng was very clear about his own situation. Currently, as his level was still low and the number of skills he had learned was few, he only possessed explosive power but no staying power. After his short burst, if his enemy wasn't dead, the only options left for him were either to die or to flee. At present, Shifeng still had many gaps to fill in terms of the skills he had learned. However, the Black Emperor inheritance just happened to be able to fill these gaps, allowing him to create a perfect cycle with his skills. Without the Black Emperor inheritance, Shifeng would not have dared to challenge the 7th trial at all. The only pity was that the effects of the Black Emperor inheritance could only be used on the skills Shifeng had personally learned. It could not be used on the additional skills that came with equipment or weapons. If it were actually possible to do so, it would simply be too overpowered. Throughout the fainted debuff's 3-second duration, Feng had not only dealt a ton of damage himself, he had also managed to collect over 20 layers of death aura, thanks to the 9-dragon slash. When the Mirage Beast was about to regain consciousness, Feng spent another 10 layers of death aura to reset the cooldown of Thunderflame Explosion, before promptly using it on the Mirage Beast again. This time, however, the fainted debuff of Thunderflame Explosion was less effective on the Mirage Beast. The debuff's duration was less than 3 seconds now. However, Feng did not care about this matter, because at this time, he was drowning in the pleasure he felt from brandishing his 2 swords. He felt that this was the true combat method a swordsman should have, and it was a combat method he had always been pursuing. Excessive strength easily gave rise to gaps. Instead of mindlessly trying to deal as much damage as possible, the true way to battle was to combine and coordinate one's skills to attack steadily like flowing water. In this way, Feng continually used Thunderflame Explosion to incapacitate the Mirage Beast. Although the fainted debuff's effect grew weaker and weaker each time, the Mirage Beast's remaining 140,000 HP was still forcefully wiped out by Feng's perfect control. Ultimately, the Mirage Beast remained helpless until the very end. The various big shots present in the Eternal Throne also could not help but be shocked by this result. They had never imagined that Feng had such strength within him. System: Mirage Beast defeated. 7th trial completed. Rewarding 15 million EXP, 30 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 800 points. System: 7th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? The moment Feng received 15 million EXP, he instantly leveled up twice to level 23. Currently, only Blackie had reached level 23 throughout the entire White River City. However, Blackie had spent several days in order to go from level 21 to level 23. On the other hand, Feng had taken less than 10 seconds to do so. Feng then looked at the system notification. Although his heart was filled with anticipation towards the 8th trial, he still shook his head, thinking to himself, one needs to know when to stop. With the points I've earned, I can already exchange for an epic ranked item. If I were to choose to continue, I would no longer be an expert but a gambler. The 12 trials was the toughest trial of the War God's Temple. The difficulty of the trials would definitely multiply several-fold the further he went. In Feng's estimation, the monster of the 8th trial would not be just a special elite monster. Instead, it was highly possible for it to be a chieftain-ranked monster. A chieftain was much more powerful than a mere special elite. Aside from having even more HP, it would also possess a much greater resistance to control skills. Chieftain-ranked monsters also possess team-wipe skills, and a single mistake would mean the end for Feng. Moreover, Feng did not possess the slightest idea what kind of monster he would be facing in the 8th trial. If it was a chieftain-ranked monster that he was completely unfamiliar with, then he practically had no chance of successfully killing it. The ability to make calm analyses was also a prerequisite to becoming an expert in God's domain. As a first-rate expert, Feng naturally knew when to decisively give up. Following which, Feng selected No in reply to the system's prompt. He was then teleported out of the 12 trials. Interesting. Truly interesting. Sitting on a silver throne, Eucharis voiced his praise as he looked at Feng. Your performance has completely surpassed our expectations. It is also for this reason that we have decided to reward you with an additional 2,000 merit points. It was also a fact that the last time someone managed to clear the 7th trial was over a millennium ago. System: rewarding 2,000 War God's Temple merit points. That's generous of them. An expression of joy appeared on Feng's face. With 1,500 merit points, Feng could afford to exchange for a dark gold ranked item. Meanwhile, 4,000 merit points would be equivalent to an epic ranked item. Hence, the additional 2,000 merit points he received right now was truly a big harvest. Since you've already passed our test, walk to the center of the chamber. We will give you the strength necessary to locate the 7 treasures, Eucharis said. Feng then strode to the center of the Eternal Throne. There were countless divine runes inscribed on the floor there, joined together to form a huge magic array. Meanwhile, the 50 silver thrones were hovering around this magic array, the thrones themselves apparently connected somehow with this magic array. "Let us begin, then," Eucharis said as he looked at his companions. The lords of the silver thrones nodded their heads and promptly stood up. Immediately after, the mana inside the eternal throne started churning. The mana density here was no less than at the god's grave. Meanwhile, this thick mana clustered around the magic array, forming 50 dense-looking fluid balls. Each one of these fluid balls was the size of a basin. These balls of liquid mana were definitely the densest mana Sherfong had ever seen in all his years of playing God's Domain. At this time, Eucharis had also turned his head to look at one of the lords of the Golden Thrones. "My lord, the preparations are completed," Eucharis said respectfully. "It is still not enough," the phantom sitting in a golden throne said in a low tone. Eucharis was confused by these words. The liquid mana they had formed was several hundred times more precious than even 7 luminaries crystals, and each and every drop had taken the 50 of them great efforts to form, not to mention 50 basin-sized liquid mana. Such an amount of liquid mana was more than enough to cast a silver stigmata. "It is rare to find good talent. Let us lend a hand as well," the phantom sitting in a golden throne said to his 8 other companions. "Very well, then. A person capable of passing the 7th trial is indeed worthy of the 9 of us taking action." The other 8 lords of the golden thrones nodded their heads in reply to their companion's suggestion. They then stood from their seats, floating in midair as they started to condense mana as well. In the blink of an eye, 9 house-sized balls of liquid mana appeared in the air above the thrones in the Eternal Throne. Eucharis and the others were shocked by this sight. Never would they have imagined that these 9 lords would actually take action and work together to cast a stigmata for a minor existence like Sherfong. This was the first time since the appearance of that absolute genius thousands of years ago. As for Sherfong, at this moment, he could no longer keep his mouth closed. In regard to liquid mana, Sherfong had seen this item before in the past. Mages considered it a priceless treasure. Even when offered epic-ranked items in trade, mage players would not be willing to part with the liquid mana they possessed. Just the basin-sized balls of liquid mana that each of the lords of the silver thrones had formed had already given Sherfong a great shock. Now, the 9 peerless existences floating in front of the golden thrones had actually managed to each form a house-sized ball of liquid mana. Judging based on sizes, the total liquid mana summoned by the 50 people from before did not amount to even 1/10 of a single house. In the next moment, all of the liquid mana summoned was injected into the magic array. The divine runes engraved into the chamber started lighting up one after another, and within moments, every single divine rune inside the grand chamber was giving off a golden glow. In the center of the eternal throne, a golden divine pattern took form. This divine pattern then melded with Sherfeng's body. Sherfeng immediately felt his body being filled up with an infinite amount of power, his mind clear as day, as if he knew everything there was to know in the world. However, this feeling only lasted for a few short seconds before it completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Sherfeng's pupils, which were originally pitch black in color, had also turned golden for a brief moment. Although his pupils regained their original color, careful observation would reveal innumerable bright stars flashing within them, looking just like the starry skies at night. System. Congratulations! Player has obtained Golden Stigmata. Reputation with the War God's Temple increased by 3,000 points. The seal on the Endless Abyss has been broken. If we wish to reseal the Endless Abyss, we need the assistance of the 7 treasures, which the gods had bestowed upon the human race. However, the 7 treasures have been missing for hundreds of years now, scattered throughout this large continent. A few of these 7 treasures have even been damaged. It would be extremely difficult to locate and gather the 7 treasures. However, with the stigmata that we have engraved into your body, your task of locating the 7 treasures should become much easier. As long as you come within a certain range of one of the 7 treasures, the stigmata will produce a response to notify you of it. If you happen to come across one of the 7 treasures that is damaged, the stigmata can also aid you in repairing it. Now that our part here is done, we will move to suppress the Endless Abyss. The fate of the entire continent will depend on you now. I pray that you will be able to gather the 7 treasures as soon as possible. System, legendary ranked main storyline quest, 7 treasures, accepted, quest details. The 7 treasures have been scattered throughout the continent. Player is required to gather the 7 treasures within 2 years. Otherwise, the endless abyss will break through the war god's temple suppression and plunge all inhabitants of God's domain into misery and suffering, turning the continent into the playground of darkness. If player is unable to complete this quest, player's level will drop by 30, all attributes will be permanently reduced by 70%, and all EXP gained will be reduced by 90%. The system really is ruthless. If I can't complete this quest, this account would definitely have to be scrapped. Fortunately, I have 2 years to complete it. Feng inwardly clicked his tongue when he read the system notification. However, just what is this stigmata thing? Feng wondered as there was nothing new on his body or in his bag. He then opened his status bar to take a look. As expected, there was an additional column labeled Stigmata there. Golden Stigmata automatically perceives the presence of the 7 treasures within a radius of 5,000 yards. Detect can be used once a day to search for the specific location of the 7 treasures within a radius of 50,000 yards. In addition, player will receive Stigmata's power, providing player with ignore levels plus 20 and all resistances plus 40. For every increase in 5 levels, all attributes of player will increase by 5 points, in addition to receiving 10 free attribute points and 10 free mastery points. Player will also receive the skill Omniscient Eyes. Omniscient Eyes, a pair of eyes that can see through everything and find out all information. Nothing is capable of hiding from the Omniscient Eyes. The Omniscient Eyes have a perception range of 100 yards. Duration? 1 minute. Cooldown? 10 minutes. Such amazing effects. Feng's excitement after looking at the effects of the golden stigmata was indescribable. For starters, the additional 40 points in all resistances meant that he could ignore most of the environmental factors of many terrains. He would also receive reduced damage from spells. When battling against magic-type monsters, he could easily take on the role of an MT. However, the most amazing part about the golden stigmata would still have to be the increase in attributes. The golden stigmata was unlike the abyssal blade, whereby Feng would receive 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled up. However, the golden stigmata would provide Feng with an average of 7 basic attribute points per level, 2 points of which were even free attribute points. This was definitely a huge increase. Moreover, the golden stigmata also provided Feng with a powerful identification skill. This skill would be of significant help when used against dungeon bosses or during field battles. It seems the heavenly dragon's breath is already waving its hands at me. Feng revealed a faint smile. Originally, the heavenly dragon's breath's requirement of 120 points in intelligence had given Feng a major headache. Now, however, with the bonuses provided by the golden stigmata and his magic weapon, as long as he received his promotion to a Tier 1 swordsman, he could definitely equip the heavenly dragon's breath before he reached level 30. He would actually get to equip a fragmented legendary item before reaching level 30. If it were in the past, Feng would not even have dared to dream about it. Following which, Feng called out the exchange interface of the War God's Temple and began to carefully look through the treasures there. Previously, Feng had focused his attention purely on clearing the trials. Even when he upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 20, he had only picked out a random level 20 Dark Gold weapon. The War God's Temple was one of the strongest powers in God's domain. This was a fact that remained true from ancient times up to the present. Feng had been able to fully experience this truth simply by seeing the various big shots in the Eternal Throne take action. Hence, one could just imagine how wealthy the War God's Temple's treasury would be. As for this War God's Temple exchange system, players would automatically activate it after obtaining the first clear on a 100-man team dungeon. However, one would already require large amounts of War God's Temple reputation even to exchange for a fine gold item. In God's domain, reputation with the War God's Temple was infamous for being extremely hard to obtain, not to mention meeting the required reputation for exchanging an epic item. If not for his quest, Feng would not have the chance to exchange for an epic ranked item. He would not even have the chance to lay eyes on them, he would not get the chance to see the never-before-seen divine artifacts, either. I wonder what sort of divine artifacts are in the treasury of the war god's temple? Shifeng's heart was filled with anticipation as he filtered the exchange window to display only divine artifacts. A total of 2 divine artifacts was shown. Luminous Starlight, Divine Rank, Two-Handed Staff. Equipment requirement, Strength 3000, Intelligence 8,000, Required Merit Points, 200,000, Skyfrost Blizzard, Divine Rank, Two-Handed Spear. Equipment requirement, Strength 10,000, Intelligence 4,000, Required Merit Points, 250,000. Although he could not see the exact attributes of these 2 items, just the merit points demanded and the equipment requirements of these 2 divine artifacts left Shifeng utterly speechless. Can a person really equip these divine artifacts? Shifeng had his doubts. It was simply unthinkable for a person to possess 10,000 strength. Even during his prime, Shifeng had not even been close to meeting such a requirement. After having his fill of looking at the divine artifacts, Shifeng filtered the window to display only epic-ranked items. Immediately, an endless list of items appeared before him. A simple glance told Shifeng that there were more than 10,000 items listed, and he could not help but wish he could take them all to enrich his own guild warehouse. If Zero Wings Guild Warehouse had so many epic-ranked items stored within it, then dominating the entire Starmoon Kingdom would not be a problem, let alone conquering White River City. However, this was only a passing thought. Shifeng currently had 6,800 merit points, and he could exchange for only a single epic-ranked item at most. However, it was also not a simple task to choose a suitable item for himself out of these tens of thousands of items. For starters, let's forget about weapons. Armor should be a good place to start from, Shifeng thought. Presently, he already possessed a magic weapon, the Abyssal Blade. The dark gold ranked Purgatory's shadow he now wielded was also sufficient for his current self. If he wished to further increase his strength, then he needed to replace some of the mysterious iron and secret silver ranked equipment he was still using. Yet, when Shifeng looked at the long list of equipment, his mind was racked with indecision. However, Shifeng still managed to pick out a few good breastplates that caught his fancy. Not only did these breastplates offer large amounts of strength and agility, some even provided additional intelligence, an attribute that Shifeng was currently in need of. Meanwhile, the usage levels for these breastplates ranged between level 20 to level 80, and they all were epic equipment that could level up to level 100. One of these breastplates was called the Purple Fire Battle Armor, and it required 5,000 merit points. It was a breastplate that mainly focused on the strength attribute, in addition to providing a certain amount of intelligence. The other one was called Merciless and required 5,300 merit points. It was similarly a breastplate that mainly focused on the strength attribute, and likewise it provided a certain amount of intelligence. The final breastplate that caught Shifeng's fancy was a breastplate called the Carnage Chest Protector. It required 6,000 merit points to exchange for, and it provided a balanced amount of strength, agility, and intelligence. The design of the breastplate was also very good, and it was also Shifeng's favorite out of the 3 breastplates. However, if he were to exchange for the Carnage Chest Protector, he would not be able to do much with his remaining merit points. Let's take a look at some other items for now. After some contemplation, Shifeng filtered the exchange window to display ornaments that had a minimum equipment requirement of level 20. The merit points of the War God's Temple were extremely precious, so he needed to be extra careful when spending them. After browsing through the list for some time, Shifeng suddenly discovered an item he was extremely familiar with: Space Ring. However, instead of being of mysterious iron rank, this space ring was of epic rank. It was capable of storing up to 2,000 slots of items and cost 4,500 merit points. However, it would simply be a luxury to spend 4,500 merit points on this item, and Shifeng was definitely not willing to waste his precious merit points to purchase it. Ah, isn't this the ring mentioned in the legends? Why is it categorized under epic ranked items? Shifeng noticed another ring he was familiar with: 7 Luminaries Ring. Shifeng had done his fair share of research on the history of God's domain during his past life. The The Seven Luminaries ring was a ring crafted by one of the ancient gods, the Twilight Goddess. 7 formidable powers were sealed inside this ring, and each one of these 7 powers could match the power of a god. Meanwhile, the Seven Luminaries ring allowed the simultaneous use of these 7 powers. Even a mere mortal would have the power to destroy heaven and earth when equipped with this ring. Rumor had it that the legendary Godslayer possessed the Seven Luminaries ring, and it was precisely because of this ring that he had the power to kill gods. Is it a replica? Shifeng did not believe that the war god's temple possessed the real Seven Luminaries ring. The reason being, an epic-ranked item would not be powerful enough to decimate heaven and earth. Even a divine artifact did not have that strength. According to Shifeng's understanding, the Seven Luminaries ring was a true godly relic. However, even a replica was an extremely rare find. To put it bluntly, replicas were weaker copies of the real deal. Although the replica Seven Luminaries ring would not possess the power to decimate heaven and earth, at the very least, it could still be used to beat some tigers and kill some wolves. It should still have the original features, albeit greatly watered-down versions of them. Shifeng then looked at the merit points required, discovering that the ring actually cost 8,000 merit points. It was worth almost half of a fragmented legendary item. Are you kidding me? Is this the brand effect? Shifeng couldn't help but inwardly curse the war god's temple. It was simply a replica. The other epic-ranked rings only cost 6,000 points at most, so on what basis would a replica be worth 8,000 points? 8,000 merit points. It seems I won't be able to exchange for it. Shifeng sighed. Although he coveted the Seven Luminaries ring greatly, he had only 6,800 merit points. Following which, after taking his time looking through the myriad items, he still did not find anything that he fancied. Ultimately, he ended up choosing the Carnage Chest Protector. As for the Seven Luminaries ring, he could only slowly accumulate merit points and exchange for it in the future. System: 6,000 merit points are required to exchange for the Carnage Chest Protector. Current merit points in possession: 6,800. Do you wish to exchange? Shifeng immediately clicked yes. System: player's reputation with the War God's Temple has reached 3,000 points. Player is allowed to pay 20% of the required merit points using gold coins. Do you wish to pay using gold coins? It can't be, right? I can also pay using gold coins. Shifeng grew ecstatic. He had hope of obtaining the Seven Luminaries ring now. Currently, he needed to pay 1,800 gold coins for 1,200 merit points. This meant that each merit point was equivalent to 1 gold 50 silvers. Such a price was much more expensive than just simply buying epic-ranked items on the market, where one epic-ranked item was worth only around 1,000 gold. If 6,000 merit points were converted to gold coins, that would be a total of 9,000 gold. This price was at least 8 to 9 times more expensive than the markets. The system was truly Blackheart. However, this was a rare chance for Shifeng. If he could pay a portion of the merit points required using gold coins, he would be more than willing to do so. Following which, Shifeng chose to exchange for the Seven Luminaries ring instead. 20% of 8,000 merit points would be 1,600 points, which would be 2,400 gold coins. At this stage of the game, average players would be glad just to have a few extra silver coins to spend, and spending 20 to 30 silver coins at once would be considered an extravagance. As for gold coins, average players might not even know what these things looked like. Currently, 1 gold coin could be sold for 11,000 credits. Meanwhile, 2,400 gold coins would be worth over 25 million credits. Even a first-rate guild would not spend so much money just to obtain an epic-ranked item, not to mention spending 2,400 gold coins. If Aqua Rose were to find out about this matter, she would definitely label Shifeng a spendthrift. However, Shifeng chose to pay the 2,400 gold coins without hesitation. He had 5,000 gold on his person at this time, having originally intended to use this money to purchase a stall in Star Moon City. Now, though, doing so was no longer possible. After completing the exchange, a purple gold crystal ring appeared on Shifeng's palm. There were 7 different gems inlaid into the ring, and the entire ring itself exuded a faint purple aura. It looked absolutely luxurious and fascinating. When Shifeng received the ring, he could not help but grow excited. In the past, a legendary item had been sold for tens of millions of credits at the world auction. At that time, the news had thoroughly shocked the entire world. Many people felt that the person who purchased the legendary item was a complete fool. After all, it was simply an item inside a virtual world. It was nothing more than a data-generated item. Only a person whose head was caught in the door would spend so much money to purchase it. Now, if Shifeng converted the War God's Temple merit points and gold coins he had spent into credits, the total amount would be even higher than the price of the auctioned legendary item. More importantly, he had spent such a large sum just to obtain an epic item, which was 2 ranks lower than a legendary item. However, even if Shifeng were called a fool several hundred times over, he would still be willing to do what he had done without hesitation. He was only afraid that he would not get such a chance. Back then, countless people had ridiculed the person who purchased the legendary item as a big fool. Later on, however, that person became the guild leader of King's Return, Odin. King's Return was a super guild, and the territories it occupied surpassed even an empire. Meanwhile, as the guild leader of such an amazing guild, Odin was an existence that made everyone feel fear and respect. The wealth and status he possessed was simply unimaginable. Did anyone laugh at him after that? The answer was no. Instead, the target of people's ridicule shifted to the fool who had sold the legendary item in the first place. At that time, not to mention several tens of million, even if traded using a city with a population of several millions, it would still have been a losing transaction. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries ring was a godly relic mentioned in legends. Although the one Shifeng had was only a replica, replicas could still be divided into different categories. If one took a replica of a fine gold item and a replica of an epic item and placed them side by side, without even making an in-depth comparison, one could already tell which one was the better item. After all, there was already a huge gap between the calibers of the 2 items. Moreover, the higher the quality of the target of replication, the greater the difficulty in replicating it. One could not produce a replica simply by wishing for it. The difficulty of producing an epic item that was the replica of a godly relic was much higher than simply producing a normal epic item. The difficulty of doing so might even rival the difficulty of producing a legendary item. The person who produced this ring must be a truly amazing forging sage. If the materials and energy used were of higher quality, the final product might even have become a legendary item. Shifeng was a forger himself, so he naturally could tell just how amazing the forger that managed to produce the 7 Luminaries ring was. The replica of a godly relic would definitely not have been easy to produce. Even a grandmaster forger would not be able to produce one. It would only be possible for a forging sage. 7 Luminaries ring, replica, ring, epic rank, level 20, level 80, current level 23, equipment requirement, strength 200, attributes will be adjusted according to user's level, strength plus 45, agility plus 35, intelligence plus 35, endurance plus 30, vitality plus 30, damage plus 10%, maximum HP plus 15%, ignore levels plus 10, all skills plus 2 levels, all items level requirement reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill dash, 7 Luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 1 minute when changing between auras. Aura of Earth level 1 requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Defense increased by 30%, damage taken reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash, absolute defense. Provides immunity to 7 attacks. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Water level 1 requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Received healing increased by 30%, cast consumption reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash, Life Bloom. Heal selected target for 10% HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind level 1 requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Movement speed increased by 20%. Attack speed increased by 20%. Agility increased by 15%. Activatable skill dash, Wind Rider. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 100% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Fire level 1. Requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Defense increased by 30%. Target's defense reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash, Firestorm. Inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of Time level 1. Requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 20%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 20%, and cooldown of skills increased by 20%. Activatable skill dash, Absolute Time. Prevents enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Illusion level 1. Requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. All attributes increased by 20%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash, Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 10% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Space level 1. Requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill dash, Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 300,000 yards. Cooldown 10 minutes. As expected of a Godly Relic's replica. Even if it is only at epic rank, apart from the basic attributes it provides being inferior to a legendary item, its other aspects are much stronger. Shifeng's surprise reached its limits after he read the attributes of the Seven Luminaries ring. This was the first time Shifeng was seeing the exact abilities of the Seven Luminaries ring. At this moment, Shifeng finally understood why the legends had said that even an ordinary mortal would have the ability to decimate heaven and earth when in possession of the genuine Seven Luminaries ring. One could even kill gods with this ring. Meanwhile, the Seven Luminaries ring in Shifeng's hand was only a replica. It was also only at epic rank, and it was tens of thousands of miles away from being comparable to the genuine article. However, even if it was only an epic-ranked replica, in Shifeng's eyes, it was already a miniature godly relic. Could easily outshine any other epic item. It would be great if I could upgrade this epic-ranked Seven Luminaries ring to legendary rank. Shifeng could not help but start fantasizing. If he could raise the Seven Luminaries ring's rank to legendary, then its value would become immeasurable. At that time, only divine artifacts would be able to suppress it. After Shifeng equipped the Seven Luminaries ring, his attributes greatly increased. His intelligence reached 91 points, only a small distance short of 120 points. I can use the Aura of Earth when acting as an MT, Aura of Water when acting as a healer, Aura of Wind when hunting or escaping, Aura of Fire when battling, Aura of Time and Aura of Illusion when fighting in a team battle, and Aura of Space when I'm in a hurry. This ring covers almost every possible situation. It truly is the most powerful epic item. Shifeng had mostly grasped the uses of the 7 auras in the Seven Luminaries ring. It really made one wonder just how powerful the genuine godly relic was. Just as Shifeng was fantasizing about the genuine godly relic, he suddenly thought of another matter. If he used the Aura of Space, he could still make it if he hurried to the Silverleaf Forest right now. After all, a distance of 300,000 yards could generally cover 2 regions. Shifeng could first teleport to Streamfort from White River City. Afterwards, he only needed to pass through 4 regions in order to arrive at the Silverleaf Forest. Under normal circumstances, even if Shifeng ran with all his might, he would still need around 5 hours to travel across these 4 regions. However, now that Shifeng could instantly travel across 2 regions, he might even arrive at the Silverleaf Forest before Gentle Snow's reinforcements did. Thinking so, Shifeng immediately departed from the War God's Temple and headed towards the teleportation hall of Star Moon City. The Silverleaf Forest, also called the Silver Forest by players, was a place filled with monsters ranging from level 18 to level 25. It was a rich land. As to why it was called rich, it was because the monsters here were a great source for high-quality leather. These leathers were important materials used in the production of bags and leather armor. Moreover, the monsters here also dropped high-quality meat. Most importantly, however, there were a total of 14 field bosses present in this silverleaf forest. Field bosses were one of the main sources of income for guilds. Also, unlike team dungeons, which would reset only once every 3 days, field bosses respawn daily. The improvement these field bosses could bring to a guild's equipment was quite significant. It was also the reason why Fire Dance had led Zero Wing's core team here to kill field bosses. Now, however, the Silverleaf Forest swarmed with members of Dark Star. These players were grouped into smaller teams of a dozen or so players and larger teams with as many as 100 or so players. Meanwhile, each and every one of these players was currently out searching for members of Zero Wing. Master Tyrant, we need to speed up our operations. If we wait until Gentle Snow's people arrive, it will be difficult if we wish to wipe out Zero Wing's main force, Southwolf said as he looked at Lone Tyrant. For her to actually willingly send out reinforcements, it seems that woman really does have a deep relationship with Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant was slightly surprised. His lips then curled into a sneer as he said, "Even so, she is too late. We've already searched through the majority of this Silverleaf Forest. We've also tightly blockaded the 3 exits for this place. In addition, we've also placed a guild war order to seal off the entire Silverleaf Forest, so the bastards won't be able to simply return to the city using a return scroll. It won't be long before we will find them and get rid of them. However, even if they did use a return scroll and return to the city, their red names would get them killed by the guards the moment they arrived. They would also get locked up and lose their freedom for a long period of time. Such a penalty would be much worse than simply getting killed by us." Southwolf nodded in agreement. In order to deal with Zero Wing's main force this time, Dark Star had spared no effort, sending out all the elite members it had. Even Underworld had sent a team of Underworld guards into the fray. There were over 10,000 players participating in the hunt this time around, and of those, 6,000 were used to hinder Zero Wing's reinforcements. With its current power, Zero Wing definitely could not contend against these 6,000 players. However, Southwolf himself could not help but admit that Zero Wing indeed possessed some real ability. Even when they were ambushed, they had still reacted in an extremely calm manner. They had immediately launched a counterattack and bravely fought back. Moreover, many within their ranks possessed relatively good techniques. This time, in order to kill the few hundred elite members of Zero Wing, Dark Star had lost over 1,000 members. Southwolf found this result simply unbelievable. The reason being, of the 1,000+ members that died, over 300 were elite members of Dark Star. Their fighting techniques could definitely be considered first-rate. The most unbelievable part was that even a few members of the Underworld Guards had been killed by Zero Wing. However, that was it. So what if Zero Wing was top-notch when it came to dungeon raiding? In a field battle, numbers triumphed over everything else. This was an unchangeable fact for all games. It's a pity that we didn't manage to locate Black Flame or Yifeng. If we could deal with them as well, we can thoroughly remove Zero Wing's name from White River City. We'll see if they dare act presumptuously in front of young Master Feng again. Southwolf's hatred of Shifeng had never dissipated in the slightest, and he had always intended to fulfill the words he had spoken before. However, now that they were about to get rid of Zero Wing's main force, the anger in his heart had lessened slightly. Relax, those two will soon be finished as well. In White River City, nobody can protect them. Even the elites led by Gentle Snow won't be able to do so, Lone Tyrant said proudly. How so? Asked Southwolf, somewhat surprised. If Zero Wing can make allies, why can't Dark Star do so as well? Lone Tyrant softly chuckled. Allies? This was the first time Southwolf was hearing about this. Of course you wouldn't know about this matter. This is a heavily guarded secret of Dark Star. I made this alliance precisely to forestall Gentle Snow's intervention, and also to prevent them from joining together with Zero Wing to deal with us, Lone Tyrant said pridefully. as if he had full control over everything. If Gentle Snow wishes to bring reinforcements over, she'll have to first see if she can arrive at the Silverleaf Forest's entrance. Regarding the matter of exterminating Zero Wing, this time you can rest assured. You just need to remind Vice Leader Feng of the agreement we made. Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured on this matter. As long as you complete the task this time, we will definitely deliver the 100 million credits and weekly funding of 150 gold that we promised. South Wolf laughed. Fine, as long as you guys don't forget your promise. Lone Tyrant nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he did not place much importance on Zero Wing. When Feng Shenyang had asked him to deal with Black Flame and Zero Wing, Lone Tyrant had simply agreed, not giving the request much thought. After all, Lone Tyrant had never acknowledged Zero Wing as Darkstar's opponent. His true enemy was only one person, Gentle Snow. However, the capital injection offered by Feng Shenyang this time around was quite attractive, so Lone Tyrant naturally yielded to his request. With this capital injection, he would be able to contend against Gentle Snow for White River City on an equal footing. As an added bonus, he could also gain plenty of good equipment from Zero Wing. Guild Leader, we found them. An assassin suddenly said in the team chat. Good. We'll head over there immediately. Lone Tyrant softly chuckled. He then gave a command through the guild channel, saying, Everyone, hurry over to that location. We mustn't let them escape this time. The precious equipment on their bodies are waving their hands at us. Immediately, all the members of Dark Star that had come to the Silverleaf Forest cheered loudly. They had long since been drooling over Zero Wing's precious equipment. What secret silver equipment? Many members of Zero Wing's main force possessed fine gold equipment, and some even dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, at one of the dense thickets of the Silverleaf Forest, space suddenly ruptured. One man walked out from this rupture in space, and this person was none other than Shurfeng, who had arrived using space movement. Space movement sure is convenient. Too bad it has a slightly long cooldown. Shurfeng was liking the 7 luminaries ring more and more now. Shurfeng had taken less than an hour to get here from Star Moon City, even arriving ahead of Gentle Snow. Just as Shurfeng was about to contact Fire Dance, a call came from Gentle Snow. We got ambushed by 500 or so elite players, so it may be a little later before we can reach the Silverleaf Forest. Gentle Snow apologized. Ambushed? Shurfeng was surprised. To actually muster so much manpower, that Lone Tyrant sure came prepared. We weren't ambushed by players from Dark Star. Gentle Snow shook her head. No? Is it Underworld? Then, Shurfeng couldn't help but feel amazed by Underworld's strength. It definitely should not be easy to field so many players for this hunt. Yet, they were actually able to deploy another 500 plus elites to hinder Gentle Snow. The organization known as Underworld really possessed a powerful framework. No, they're elites from World Dominators. My guess is that Dark Star has already joined hands with World Dominators. Gentle Snow then suggested, It won't be possible for my side to break through anytime soon. If your reinforcements really can't break through, you all should just give up. If we wait until World Dominators' troops head over there and carry out a pincer attack against you, then Zero Wing will truly be finished. I know. Shurfeng fully understood the situation now. Dark Star wasn't planning on just giving a huge blow to Zero Wing this time. Instead, they intended to wipe out Zero Wing, removing it as a threat completely. The reinforcements form Ouroboros definitely won't make it now. Zero Wing's forces had also been blocked at the outer perimeter of the Silverleaf Forest. According to Shurfeng's understanding, Dark Star currently had over 3,000 members searching inside the Silverleaf Forest, including practically all of Dark Star's elites. The 6,000 or so players blockading the outer perimeter were merely cannon fodder. If the stalemate continued, World Dominators might succeed in carrying out a pincer attack with Dark Star, annihilating Zero Wing's forces. Aqua, would it be possible to break through on your side? Shurfeng contacted Aqua Rose and asked. With the current numbers we have at hand, definitely not. However, I've already mentioned this matter in the guild channel and have sent for more members to hurry over. We should be able to gather another 3,000 members in half an hour. The level and quality of equipment of our guild members are much higher than Dark Star's, so as long as we can join with these 3,000 members, we can break through their blockade, Aqua Rose said confidently. She had faith in their guild's combat prowess. Although Zero Wing had far fewer members than Dark Star, with Dark Star having well over 30,000 members, there wasn't much of a difference in the number of elite players each guild possessed. Of Dark Star's 30,000 members, more than 10,000 were newbies around level 10. Meanwhile, the elites that managed to reach level 16 only numbered around 6,000. On the other hand, despite recruiting only a small amount of players, their member count only hovering slightly above 5,000, there were actually over 4,000 elites in Zero Wing who were over level 16. If other guilds discovered this fact, they would be shocked. This was also why Aqua Rose had maintained an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. As long as Zero Wing could assemble these remaining 3,000 members, they could easily deal with Dark Star's 6,000 extras. However, it would be impossible for them to engage in an all-out war against Dark Star. After all, there was still a big gap in the total number of elites each guild possessed. On top of that, Dark Star still had over 10,000 extras. Even if their combat prowess was weak, they could still overwhelm and kill Zero Wing's elites using the advantage of numbers. I understand. World Dominators is currently hindering Gentle Snow's group. You should stop trying to break through into the Silverleaf Forest from your side. Instead, turn around and begin a pincer attack on World Dominators. Let's take this chance to kick them out of White River City. Shifeng issued his commands after some thought. However, Shifeng's words had shocked Aqua Rose into a daze. Guild leader, we're here to save people. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to start a war with World Dominators right now? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. World Dominators was a first-rate guild. Although the main force of World Dominators was not based in White River City, they still should not be taken lightly. Just like Ouroboros, even though their main force was based outside of White River City, they were still the top guild in White River City. Moreover, wasn't World Dominators similarly one of the top 6 guilds in White River City? If Zero Wing headed over and attacked the members of World Dominators right now, it would be a declaration of war. Dealing with Dark Star was already a huge headache. If they had to face another one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, how could Zero Wing continue mingling in White River City? It'll be alright, just go. Remember, the moment you arrive, immediately use a guild war order to seal the location. Don't allow anyone from World Dominators to use a return scroll to leave that area, and make sure you kill every single one of those bastards. Teach them that there is a price to pay if they wish to take advantage of Zero Wing. Shifeng growled murderously. Although Shifeng advocated a low-profile and secretive development, that did not mean that he would receive enemies with a smile, even when said enemy banged on their front door. Whether it was Dark Star or World Dominators, if they really thought Zero Wing was a sickly animal that they could easily bully, they should get ready to pay a heavy price. But what do we do about Fire Dance and the others? There are still more than 50 players with them, and they are all the cream of the crop of our guild. Now that they are all red names, if they die, our guild will suffer tremendous losses. Although Aqua Rose could discern Shifeng's rage and killing intent from the tone of his voice, she still tried to dissuade him. I'll save Fire Dance and the others. Shifeng answered with absolute confidence. Aqua Rose sighed at Shifeng's answer. However, she no longer chose to pursue the matter, and instead, she said, Fine, but as the guild leader of Zero Wing, don't you think you should say a few words to your fellow guild members as well? You haven't expressed your intentions since Dark Star declared war against us. Although nobody in the guild has said anything about it, considering the weight of this incident and the declaration of war against World Dominators, how can you stay silent? After the war with Dark Star began, both murderous intentions and excitement swept through everyone in Zero Wing. Many in the guild had expressed their eagerness for vengeance, speaking in the guild channel about how they were going to teach the bastards from Dark Star a lesson and show Dark Star know how amazing Zero Wing was. However, as the intensity of the battle between both guilds grew, and the number of deaths increased, the atmosphere in Zero Wing became heavy. Even though they had fought for so long, they still hadn't managed to break past Dark Star's blockade around the Silverleaf Forest. The number of dead zero-wing elites inside the Silverleaf Forest also grew as time passed. Hence, it was inevitable that Zero-Wing's momentum would falter. At this point, most of the Zero-Wing members had already lost their motivation to continue fighting, not to mention carrying out a pincer attack on world dominators. Shi Feng, of course, was aware of Aqua Rose's concerns. However, compared to just speaking through the guild channel, Shi Feng had taken more decisive action and directly uploaded a post to the official forums. Dark Star, today you've dared to send tens of thousands of players to hunt the hundreds of players of Zero Wing. My Zero Wing guild will return this slight 100-fold. Even if we're down to our very last breath, we will massacre your 30,000 members as payback. The name of Black Flame, the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, had long since spread throughout the Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing was also the first guild to own a guild residence. The moment this post uploaded, it immediately garnered the attention of the residents of Starmoon Kingdom. Crap! Are they starting an all-out war? I show my support for Zero Wing. Zero Wing is as amazing as expected. Even though there are only several hundred, Dark Star actually had to send tens of thousands of players to hunt them. Does anybody know the final result? I heard that Zero Wing had lost over 300 members to Dark Star already, and there are still a few dozen being hunted down. On the other hand, Dark Star has already lost over 1,000 members. Right now, every player in White River City is discussing this matter. Amazing! With just several hundred players on their side, even when faced with more than 10,000 players, they can still kill over 1,000 players. Dozens are still alive, too. I also want to join Zero Wing and become an expert. I despise Dark Star. If they can, they should duel Zero Wing fairly. What's so great about using numbers to bully someone? I am one of the members of Zero Wing that had been surrounded and killed. You guys should have seen how amazing our guild's Sister Dance and Brother Black fought. Sister Dance weaved across thousands of players, killing over 100 Dark Star members in a row. Brother Black's spells instantly vaporized hundreds of Dark Star members the moment it landed. I have a video recording of the battle, so come to Zero Wing's forum section if you want to have a look at it. After Shi Feng uploaded his post, the entire forum exploded in a storm of comments. The players that had only recently started playing God's Domain also started paying attention to Zero Wing as a result of this commotion, especially after seeing the battlefield containing thousands of players. In comparison, the battle scenes they usually saw in movies were boring. The scene where countless stars crashed onto the battlefield, destroying the land and instantly turning hundreds of players into ash, especially stunned them. They couldn't help their boiling blood after watching this scene. After watching this video, many players started considering joining Zero Wing. Shi Feng had used the name of Black Flame when he uploaded his post. Hence, just a few minutes after the post went live, it had already received a massive amount of visitors. The number of replies easily passed 10,000. Shortly after, the post had been automatically pinned at the top of the forums by the game officials, and there was also an additional bright red war tag on the post. This single word was eye-catching. Meanwhile, due to Shi Feng's post, the originally crestfallen guild members' fighting spirits immediately reignited, and they hungered for Dark Star's death. Moreover, the video of Dark Star's ambush of Zero Wing had also shocked its viewers. The video allowed everyone to understand that even players could become so powerful. When the stars of light descended, the scene seemed as if the world was coming to an end, and within an instant hundreds of players had been vaporized. Even players outside of the spell's damage range were not spared as the wind generated by the spell's impact sent them flying. Seeing the power of this skill, everyone finally understood why Blackie had such a high level. While everyone else struggled to kill a single monster, Blackie could simply lure several hundred monsters and kill all of them with a single move. How could anybody hope to compare to such a leveling speed? After watching this video, countless players started dreaming of the day that they, too, could possess such power. Such a skill was far more useful than any piece of quality equipment. Dark Star, just you wait. I will kill everyone who tries to block our way. That's right. Brother Black and Sister Dance are waiting for us right now. How can we be so shameful? Aren't they just 6,000 monkeys? Even if I have to die 10 times over, I will extinguish Dark Star. The members of Zero Wing all released spirited battle cries as they glared at the members of Dark Star blocking their path. As long as Aqua Rose gave the command, they would charge and take action. However, just as they turned their gazes to Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice leader, Shifeng's voice suddenly dominated the guild channel. I'm sure everyone is clear about what has happened today. Dark Star has declared all-out war against us, and they wish to wipe our names from White River City. Although we, Zero Wing, have just started our journey and the member count of our guild cannot compare to the other guilds in White River City, Dark Star has actually started a war with us, thinking that we are easy to bully. What do you all think we should do about this? Kill them all. That's right. Why should we fear fighting back? Now let's show those bastards that, if they wish to swallow us whole, they should prepare to lose a few teeth. Since everyone is going to try their best, as the guild leader, I cannot be stingy. Before the battle, I sent for someone to retrieve some battle tools stored inside the guild warehouse. Everyone should now look for Vice Leader Aqua Rose for your share. Also, for those who participate in today's battle, you will gain 10 guild points for each enemy you kill. Those who manage to accumulate 10 kills will be rewarded 1 piece of secret silver equipment, while those who kill 50 will get a piece of fine gold equipment. If you manage to kill 100, you will even receive a private room in the guild residence. Even if you die in battle, you will still receive 10 guild points as compensation. The moment Shifeng finished his monologue, everyone's hearts beat fervently, and their eyes glowed with excitement. Zero Wing's administration was very thorough, and one could only use guild points to exchange for items from the guild warehouse. However, it was extremely difficult for members to earn guild points. If converted to coins, each guild point was worth around 30 copper. Meanwhile, trading them for a level 10 bronze equipment required 30 guild points, which would be 9 silver coins. Currently, level 10 bronze equipment only sold for around 7 to 8 silver coins on the market. To put it simply, it was not a worthwhile exchange. It was also for this reason that another batch of players had withdrawn from the guild. In fact, this was something Shifeng and Aqua Rose had already taken into consideration. If the guild sold equipment cheaper than market price, then many members would try to take advantage of this fact to trade for guild equipment to resell elsewhere. They could then use the money to buy guild points again. Hence, the high prices were set to prevent an outflow of guild equipment and items. However, after the emergence of the guild residence and the additional benefit of renting private rooms, everyone in the guild no longer had a disfavorable opinion of the guild's administration. On the contrary, they all felt that the administration was extremely fair. Private rooms were something ordinary players dared not even dream of obtaining in other guilds. After all, the land in White River City and each guild residence could only contain a limited number of private rooms. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the guild would surely occupy these rooms. Ordinary members would never be able to enjoy this benefit. Yet, Zero Wing had defied all expectations and actually opened up a few private rooms for ordinary members. Ordinary members of Zero Wing could actually rent these private rooms for a low cost of only 2 guild points per day. Although the price was slightly higher than staying a night at a hotel, unlike hotels, one could accumulate double EXP buffs from private rooms. With this feature, it was definitely worth spending a few extra copper coins. The members present in this battle also heard of the benefits provided by other guilds. Although other guilds also provided rewards and compensation to its members for killing and dying in battle, the amount offered was far worse than Shifeng's. 10 guild points equaled 3 silver coins. There were 3,000 members participating in this battle. If each one of them managed to kill one enemy, the total guild points awarded would be the equivalent of 9,000 silver coins or 90 gold. This was a massive sum of money. Moreover, Shifeng also promised to compensate for each guild member's death. At the very least, he would have to spend over 100 gold. If converted to credits, 100 gold would be worth over 1 million. This situation reaffirmed everyone's confidence in Zero Wing's financial resources and background. With such great benefits, powerful financial resources, and most importantly, such an amazing guild leader, was it possible for such a guild not to grow powerful? Even if I have to die, I'll still drag at least 10 guys with me. Humph! Don't you have any ambition? Didn't you hear the guild leader say that he would reward those who managed to get 100 kills with their own private room? You have to be capable of actually doing that first. Have you not seen how easily Brother Black and Sister Dance managed it? The momentum pushing the guild members to kill their enemies was stronger than ever now. Although the guild would only rent out, not sell, any of the private rooms, one could imagine how much a private room would cost. It was definitely not something worth a measly 1,000 guild points. Although their chances of actually killing 100 people were slim, there was still a small possibility. Naturally, they would fight for that glimmer of hope. Everyone, come to me to receive the frost grenades. Each person will only get 2. Party leaders will get 3 frost grenades and 1 tier 0 attack or defense magic scroll. Team leaders and vice team leaders will receive 5 frost grenades and 1 tier 1 magic scroll. After Shurfeng finished his speech, Aqua Rose started distributing the supportive tools to every guild member. In order to display Zero Wings might to everyone in Starmoon Kingdom, Shurfeng bled his pockets dry this time. He retrieved all the supportive tools from inside the guild warehouse for this battle. The moment everyone received the supportive tools, everyone felt even more certain of their victory over Dark Star. Just by arming all of them with a single frost grenade, they could easily force Dark Star's 6,000 members to eat a huge loss. Adding in the control effect of the frost grenades, their chances of defeating these 6,000 players increased by at least 30%. Vice Leader Aqua, how should we fight? We'll all listen to your commands. That's right. With these tools of war, I can easily kill over 10 people and earn a ton. 100 people, here I come. Let's hope that those bastards don't run away. Everyone started joking around as they felt confident in defeating Dark Star now. Since everyone is ready, follow me. Aqua Rose nodded. The next moment, however, she turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the Silverleaf Forest. Deep inside the Silverleaf Forest. Boss, I don't know what's going on with Zero Wing, but they've retreated from Silverleaf Forest's entrance. An assassin who used stealth to stalk Zero Wing's troops reported in the team chat. It seems that they're giving up on trying to get in. Ha ha ha. That black flame made such a bold statement. Yet, now he's fleeing with his tail between his legs. If we upload this news to the forums, he will definitely become a laughingstock. South Wolf laughed loudly when he received this report. Lone Tyrant's lips curled into a sneer as well, saying contemptuously, Zero Wing is just a gathering of nobodies. Since the very beginning, they have never stood a chance at victory. They should consider themselves lucky. If they waited until we finished wiping out Zero Wing's core team, we would have turned around and begun a pincer attack on them with World Dominators. At that time, even their remaining 3,000 to 4,000 members would have no hope, and Zero Wing would utterly disappear from White River City. Guild Leader Tyrant is as amazing as expected. It turns out that you had such a plan readied as well. No wonder you are an expert capable of competing with Gentle Snow over White River City. Not only do you possess extraordinary strength, but your intellect is also at the top of White River City. South Wolf flattered as he came to a realization. As long as you can remove Zero Wing's name from White River City, the only obstacle in your way will be Ouroboros. However, with Dark Star and World Dominators working together, even the team led by Gentle Snow would no longer pose a threat. At that time, Guild Leader Tyrant would become the true overlord of White River City. It's still too early to make such claims. Lone Tyrant chuckled as pleasure filled his heart. He then continued, saying, Ultimately, Gentle Snow is a well-known expert and leader in the virtual gaming world. I'm afraid that I'll need more strength before I can chase her out of White River City. When the time comes, it will also depend on whether or not Underworld plays its part. Ha ha ha. Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured. As long as Dark Star possesses a high chance of becoming the overlord of White River City, Underworld will invest greatly in it. When the time comes, Underworld will send even more experts to help Dark Star solidify its position as overlord. South Wolf laughed, answering with certainty. With your word, South Wolf, I can rest assured. Lone Tyrant laughed with South Wolf. Currently, confidence regarding Dark Star's future filled Lone Tyrant. Now that Zero Wing has given up on saving Fire Dance and the core members, although I pity them slightly, we should still quickly end their lives. When South Wolf thought of Fire Dance's sexy body, a lecherous smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Elsewhere, Fire Dance and her group were currently in a very precarious situation. Players from Dark Star had them surrounded, and although they had constantly carved out a path of bodies, they could not use return scrolls to escape. Dark Star had the Silverleaf Forest under siege, and all exits were blocked. If this situation continued, they would, sooner or later, lose their lives. However, they could not afford to die. At this moment, there were only 30-plus players remaining in their team, and they all were red names. As for herself and Blackie, their names were already close to turning black now. If they died, losing 3 or 4 levels would only be a small matter. The most crucial point was that they could not afford the loss of their equipment. Sister Fire Dance, what are we going to do now? The bastards from Dark Star have discovered our location again, Lonely Snow asked. At this moment, he appeared to be in quite a sorry state. After being surrounded and attacked over a dozen times, his willpower had started to falter as well. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they could not find a way to escape from Dark Star. Let's retreat first, then talk. Aqua Rose and the others are currently breaking through the entrance now. Moreover, they also have a large stock of supportive tools, so they can definitely break past Dark Star's blockade. We just need to hold on for a little while longer before we're rescued. Fire Dance had also racked her mind, trying to think of a way to escape. However, Dark Star simply had too many players. No matter how they tried to run, another group of players always waited for them. If not for the fact that their equipment and techniques were so impressive, they would have long since died. Just as everyone was desperately running for their lives, Sherfong contacted Fire Dance and suddenly joined the team. Guild leader, you're finally here. A glimmer of hope immediately flared in Blackie's heart when he noticed Sherfong join the team. Blackie's opinion of Sherfong had reached blind worship long ago, and he believed that there was nothing that Sherfong could not accomplish. In fact, Blackie wasn't alone in having such an opinion. Everyone in the core team thought so as well. Meanwhile, the originally gloomy atmosphere instantly dispersed upon Sherfang's arrival. Guild leader, you're even more amazing than the Fountain of Life. By simply joining the team, you have caused everyone's spirits to recover instantly. Their fighting powers have doubled. Fire Dance joked. Ha ha ha. I never knew I had such an effect. Sherfong laughed. They all could not help but laugh with him. Instantly, the atmosphere relaxed. How are things on your side? Sherfong asked. Dark Star has us forced into a corner, and it's practically impossible for barge through any of the exits. At most, I think we have another half an hour before we'll have to make a final stand against them. Fire Dance gave Sherfong a brief explanation of their current position. Meanwhile, as a veteran of the battlefield, Sherfong quickly grasped the general situation. If Fire Dance and her group faced Dark Star's 3,000 players in direct combat, the conclusion would be obvious. Even if they had Sherfong with them, the result would be the same. After a long moment of silence, I understand. Head to these coordinates. I'll meet you guys there, Sherfong said. Now that Fire Dance's group had been forced to such a corner, even Sherfong could not turn the tides. Dark Star had 3,000 players fighting for them, not just 1 or 200. At this stage of the game, most players should have already learned quite a few skills, and of them there would definitely be a few life-saving skills. Furthermore, their fighting techniques would have improved greatly. It was no longer possible for Sherfong to slaughter them by the hundreds as he had with Martial Union. Fortunately, Sherfong was very familiar with the Silverleaf Forest. After giving it some thought, he concluded that there was only one location Fire Dance and the others could head to survive. The chances for survival was less than 30%. However, a 30% chance of survival was far better than none at all. After all, if they faced Dark Star's 3,000-strong army, they would die 10 out of 10 times. Hopefully, Aqua Rose can take action quickly. Otherwise, we really will suffer a total defeat. Following which, Sherfong disconnected his call with Fire Dance. He then activated the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement once more, teleporting to the meeting location that he gave Fire Dance's group. Although guild war orders could seal off the usage of teleportation scrolls, they were completely useless against the power of the Seven Luminaries Ring. On the gravel road leading to the Silverleaf Forest, the players from World Dominators had already started battling the players from Ouroboros. Throughout their battle, both sides had constantly sent for more reinforcements, involving more and more players in the fray. Both sides were first-rate guilds with extraordinary backgrounds. To hinder Gentle Snow's advance, World Dominators had sent over 10,000 players to this fight. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow had even more players on her side. Currently, her army had increased to over 14,000 players. The intensity of the battle between these two guilds far outstripped the battle between Darkstar and Zero Wing. This massive encounter had shocked many players in White River City. Just what was happening in White River City? Why were 4 of the top 6 guilds in White River City battling it out against each other? Moreover, it wasn't just a minor skirmish between guilds. These 4 guilds had actually started a full-fledged war against each other, where only one side would rest when the other was obliterated. Such a situation was simply unimaginable in other cities. Players were still in the initial stages of God's Domain, and currently, every guild in God's Domain fully occupied themselves with raiding dungeons and development. Yet, these 4 guilds in White River City actually dared to start a full-fledged war. Regardless of which side won or lost, they would all be losers in God's Domain. Snow, this war is getting out of hand. Both sides have already incurred over 1,000 fatalities. If this situation continues, Emperor's Light and the Assassin's Alliance might be tempted to take advantage of the situation. I think we should retreat for now. After fighting for so long, we have fulfilled our duty to Zero Wing, Zhao Yueru urged as she looked at Gentle Snow, who currently issued commands. In reply to Zhao Yueru's suggestion, Gentle Snow merely shook her head and revealed a smile, not bothering to give any additional explanations. Are we just going to continue fighting like this? Although we have the advantage right now, if we wish to repel world dominators, our losses will be immense. We might very well ruin the great advantage we have in White River City. Snow, you should know that the people of Star Moon City have long since had an opinion of you. If we lose the advantage we have in White River City, they will take advantage of the situation and cause you trouble. Zhao Yueru could not make sense of Gentle Snow's thoughts. Although they were good friends with Black Flame, it wasn't enough of a reason to destroy the influence they had obtained through painstaking efforts. The fight between their two guilds was no longer a simple skirmish, but a war that involved over 10,000 people. Without sufficient benefits, one should never start a war. War was not a child's game. Not only were they required to give out rewards and compensation to the participants, but they also needed to pay for many other expenditures. To put it plainly, war was just a way for players to waste money. Though it would not have mattered as much if they could pay these expenses using credits. After all, their families in the real world were both wealthy and influential. They could easily ignore such insignificant expenses. However, what they were not spending credits but coins, a commodity that could not be easily obtained. If they continued fighting this war, the advantage they previously held over the other guilds in White River City would fall behind significantly. Zhao Yueru knew that Gentle Snow was a person who spoke of righteousness and possessed high morals. If it were for a personal matter, she would never allow her companions to fight in such a desperate war. It was also the reason many experts willingly followed and respected her. Even if it were for personal reasons, Gentle Snow absolutely would not drag in the entirety of Ouroboros in White River City. Is Zero Wing truly worth the effort to attempt to win this battle and protect them? Zhao Yueru asked in confusion. Yes, I believe my own foresight. Gentle Snow's crystal-clear eyes glowed with firm confidence. In truth, Gentle Snow wanted to say that she believed in Black Flame and Yifeng's potential. In addition, there was also a great power hidden behind Black Flame. Even to this moment, Gentle Snow had yet to glean any important information about Black Flame. Not only could he form a connection with the Starstreak trading firm, but he was also allowed to sell his products there. This was definitely not a feat that any ordinary power could help achieve. At the very least, to this day, Gentle Snow had yet to find any other guild successfully forming a relationship with the NPCs of a trading firm. Moreover, the experts in Zero Wing had practically appeared from thin air. If one claimed that no power supported Zero Wing from behind, then how was it even possible for a recently established guild like Zero Wing to draw in so many experts? Hence, Gentle Snow felt confident that she had made the right decision. However, if Gentle Snow discovered that Shifeng had simply recruited people in Jinhai City who had been experts in the past, just what would her expression be? As the desperate battle between Ouroboros and World Dominators continued, the vice leader of World Dominators, Blood Halberd, experienced a slight headache. Has that Gentle Snow gone insane? Isn't she just helping out some foreign guild? Is there a need to try so desperately? Blood Halberd appeared disappointed and confused as he looked at the casualty report he had received. As of this moment, they had lost over 1,500 players. Just the compensation they had to pay out had already reached astronomical amounts. The more Blood Halberd read the death toll written in the report, the darker his expression became. No matter how he considered things, World Dominators would undertake a huge loss this time. Guild Leader Tyrant, World Dominators has incurred an immense loss due to your great plan. If you don't compensate us appropriately, don't blame me if the relationship between our guilds turns sour. Blood Halberd was furious now. He felt that Lone Tyrant had used him as cannon fodder. Vice Leader Blood, please calm your anger. This entire incident was purely an accident. I did not expect Gentle Snow to be a madman. Rest assured, I will definitely compensate you for your losses. Lone Tyrant agreed to Blood Halberd's demands without hesitation. Or to put it in another way, he did not dare hesitate. Although Dark Star was powerful in White River City, it was still weaker than Ouroboros. If a misunderstanding occurred with World Dominators, it would be a disaster if they joined hands with Ouroboros to deal with Dark Star. Hence, Lone Tyrant had no choice but to compensate them. After all, he was the one who had requested World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. However, Lone Tyrant's heart ached when he thought about how he needed to compensate for over 1,500 deaths. Fine. Since Guild Leader Tyrant has made such a promise, I won't say anything more. While Blood Halberd and Lone Tyrant conversed, Aqua Rose and the members of Zero Wing finally arrived at the battlefield between Ouroboros and World Dominators. It's up to all of you now, Shifeng spoke in the guild channel. Guild leader, leave it to us. At worst, we will just have to die once. No matter what, we are going to teach World Dominators that, if they wish to join hands with Dark Star to face us, they better not think of leaving unscathed. Right? Since they wish to start a war, we will show them that anybody who dares provoke Zero Wing will suffer the consequences. Energy filled the 3,000-plus members of Zero Wing that had hurried to the battlefield. The moment Shifeng gave the order, they would instantly transform into ferocious beasts and tear apart their enemies. Good, listen to my command. Assassins, your job is to use stealth and sneak over to World Dominators' healers. Shield Warriors, Guardian Knights, Berserkers, and Swordsmen, all of you are to charge into the heart of World Dominators and break their formation. Healers, follow the group closely and keep everyone in the unit alive. As for ranged attackers, block their path of retreat. We will not let a single one of them leave here alive. Aqua Rose will be in charge of commanding the ranged classes. Under Shifeng's commands, everyone from Zero Wing took organized action. Very quickly, more than 300 assassins snuck to World Dominators' rear lines. Meanwhile, as all of the players from World Dominators were occupied with their battle against Ouroboros, none of them managed to discover the forces of Zero Wing arriving behind them, let alone the assassins sneaking up on them. Assassins, confirm your targets. Have 2 people deal with each target and kill the healers with certainty. Do not give World Dominators a chance to react, Shifeng said in the guild channel. Guild leader, we're in position, the assassin party leader reported. Good. On the count to 5, take action together. After the assassins make their move, Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, remember to activate your life-saving skills immediately as you start your charge. You all are to become a wall for everyone else and block of every bit of damage sent at you. As you move closer to World Dominators, everyone is to attack using the frost grenades that you receive to break their first line of defense. Afterward, shatter their formation. Does everyone understand? Shifeng said. Following which, as Shifeng started his countdown, everyone began to grow nervous. It was especially true for the assassins tasked with launching the first attacks. Meanwhile, the healers of world dominators stood comfortably in their positions as they carried out their duties. None of them had any sense of danger instilled in them at all. However, they could not be blamed for this. After all, they had an army of over 10,000 strong between the perceived enemy and themselves. No enemy should be able to touch them unless they broke through the defensive lines. Also, even if one or two players managed to sneak past the front lines, what could they possibly do to several hundred healers? The moment they revealed themselves, they would die instantly. Good. On my command. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kill. Let not a single one of them go. After Shurfang's shout, all 300+ assassins took action simultaneously, with every 2 assassins launching attacks on a single healer. When ambushed by an assassin, any ordinary healer would lose more than half of their HP, let alone an ambush by 2 elite assassins. Momentarily, many of World Dominator's healers felt a sting at the back of their heads. After they were forced into a fainted state, 2 piercing cold daggers slashed across their necks, followed by 2 frightening damages appearing above their heads. In the next moment, their bodies were no longer under their control. In the blink of an eye, World Dominators lost close to 200 healers. Immediately, Zero Wing's melee players began their charge. A moment later, Aqua Rose used a Guild War order to lock down the entire region, preventing any from using a return scroll to leave the battlefield. The sudden loss of almost 200 healers stunned everyone from World Dominators. It's an ambush. Run. Faced with several hundred assassins so close without any protectors by their side, the only way the healers of World Dominators could escape death was to run towards the main army of World Dominators. However, healers were inherently slow. The assassins from Zero Wing quickly caught up to them. Originally, if these healers had worked together to retaliate against the assassins from Zero Wing, they could have at least offered some semblance of resistance. It would not have been so easy to kill them. However, their decision to run immediately created chaos, and those who could have originally survived died as well. Without any healing or resistance, these healers were lambs to the slaughter. Zero Wing's assassins killed them arbitrarily. By the time the rear guards of World Dominators came to the rescue, a majority of their healers were already dead. Just as the surviving healers thought they were safe, they quickly discovered several thousand players charging in their direction. Every one of these players was like a ferocious tiger as they crashed into their enemies' ranks, and the several hundred players who served as World Dominators' rear guards were instantly dispersed. This situation allowed the assassins to continue their slaughter of the healers. Guild leader, not good. Our rear line has been ambushed, and we've lost over half of our healers already. These newcomers are fierce, and the rear line needs help to hold them off. One of the team leaders defending against Zero Wing's ambush hurriedly reported. What? Who are these people? Blood Halberd had been busy issuing commands from the front lines all this time. The moment he received the report, he immediately turned to look. He discovered that there were actually several thousand players charging and killing into their ranks, and anyone from World Dominators who tried to block their charge instantly died. These newcomers were like a sharp blade, instantly splitting World Dominators' forces in half with their precision charge. World Dominators currently fought a desperate battle against Ouroboros, and the damage they received from such an ambush was self-evident. Without the healers' support, the shield warriors and guardian knights who stood on the front lines rapidly fell, one after another. The front line was also continuously forced into a retreat, and within moments, over 100 players from World Dominators had died. Damn! Just who are they? To actually dare start a war against World Dominators. Do they not want to live anymore? Blood Halberd's eyes had already become blood-red from anger. He wished he could immediately chop their ambushers into a million pieces. Guild leader, they're wearing a 6-winged emblem on their chests. They should be players from Zero Wing, a ranger reported. Zero Wing? Weren't they fighting Dark Star? Why have they suddenly appeared here? Questions filled Blood Halberd's mind. However, he halted his thoughts as he spoke through the guild's war channel. These losers have actually dared ambush us. They're simply overestimating themselves. Everyone, Turn around and focus all your attacks on Zero Wing. Wipe these fools from Zero Wing out first. Blood Halberd was one of the upper echelons of world dominators, and he had experienced many battles that involved tens of thousands of players in the past. Thus, he was very clear on what actions he needed to take right now. World Dominators was no longer a match for Ouroboros in this battle. Now that Zero Wing had ambushed them from behind, launching a pincer attack with Ouroboros' World Dominators was in a fatal situation. If they continued this battle, they would suffer total annihilation. The only options they had was to either break through from one side, or defend their positions and wait for help. Since the second option was clearly not viable, the only option they had left was to break through and escape this battlefield. However, it was clearly impossible for them to break through from Ouroboros' side. That left them with annihilating Zero Wing. Regarding numbers and total combat power, World Dominators was above Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, on Ouroboros' side, Gentle Snow very quickly noticed that someone had ambushed World Dominators. Moreover, the ambush came from directly behind World Dominators. Although Gentle Snow did not know who launched the attack, this was a great chance that she could not miss. They might even be able to give World Dominators a huge blow in this situation. Everyone, charge forward. Don't let World Dominators reorganize their formation. Gentle Snow commanded her forces, wearing a faint smile on her face. To readjust their formation, World Dominators turned around to attack Zero Wing. Unfortunately, that decision came at a high price. Unwittingly, World Dominators lost thousands of their members. Blood Halberd's heart bled at this sight. Although they had fought Ouroboros for a long time, they had only lost around 1,000 or so players. Now, in just a few short minutes, they lost several times that amount. Kill! Annihilate Zero Wing! Blood Halberd bellowed through the guild channel as he pointed his sword at Zero Wing's 3,000 members. Currently, World Dominators still had close to 10,000 players alive. It would be an easy task for them to deal with just 3,000 players. Both sides immediately entered a desperate struggle, flames and arrows filling the skies. A few independent players that stood a distance away were thoroughly shocked when they witnessed this scene. This battle was far more realistic and shocking than any movie they had watched before. Sounds of smashing and swords clashing filled the surroundings. There was also the constant stream of spells bombarding the land, sending debris and dust flying into the air. This was truly a bloody battlefield. In this battlefield, personal strength was insignificant. When struck by hundreds of fireballs and frost arrows, even the most powerful MTs would die instantly. Very good. It should be about time to use them now. Surephone closely observed the battle through the live stream from Aqua Rose. After watching both sides clash for some time and seeing how closely packed the players on the enemy side were, Surephone commanded in the guild channel. Use all your frost grenades and magic scrolls now. Hold nothing back and use all of them at once. The members of Zero Wing, who had long since hungered for this moment, immediately tossed the frost grenades in their hands. This time around, the members of Zero Wing only used basic frost grenades. Moreover, frost grenades were only half as effective when used against players, so each basic frost grenade only dealt 100 damage to players. However, with several thousand players using them simultaneously, the accumulated damage could easily exceed 10,000 points. Currently, a majority of the players in God's domain were around level 15, and even top-tier experts would be level 20 at best. Meanwhile, a level 20 shield warrior or guardian knight would only have around 3,000 HP. In the face of so many basic frost grenades, these players were cannon fodder. They could die at any given moment. Shortly after the basic frost grenades were thrown, a large swath of players from World Dominators died. As for those lucky enough to survive, they transformed into pure white ice sculptures. Immediately, the reinforcements from World Dominators who were just about to charge over were stunned stiff on the spot, intense fear permeating their hearts. As for Gentle Snow, who stood at a far distance, she had only noticed the center of the battlefield suddenly transforming into a snowy field. In this lush, green land surrounded by blistering hot temperatures, this white contrast made for relatively beautiful scenery. However, Blood Halberd was not in the mood to appreciate this pleasing sight. Zero Wing's combined frost grenade attack had instantly killed over 1,000 players. Adding in the follow-up control effect of the frost grenades and Ouroboros' continuous assault from behind, the death toll in this brief moment was at least 3,000. Moreover, even without this wave of frost grenades, Blood Halberd had discovered something very important. Although Zero Wing only had around 3,000 members, a large majority of them were elite players. Not only did they possess high levels, but their equipment was also of good quality. With these two advantages, these players could easily take on 2 to 3 average players. If the 10,000 or so players of World Dominators faced off against 3,000 average players, it would not take them very long to annihilate the latter and break out of this pincer attack. However, it was a completely different story if they faced 3,000 elite players. There was absolutely no way to break through this hurdle in a short time. Not to mention, they also had to pay a huge price to do so. It was the same situation when World Dominators had initially hindered Ouroboros' advance towards the Silverleaf Forest. At that time, they had only used several hundred elite players to block Ouroboros' army of 2,000 players. Now that World Dominators faced 3,000 elite players, in addition to the previous frost grenade attack, Blood Halberd began to consider suicide. If he had known about this earlier, he would have chosen to break through the pincer attack through Ouroboros' side. It would have been much easier that way. How did Zero Wing come into possession so many elite players? Blood Halberd could neither understand why nor did he try to understand it, as there was only one thing he could do right now. Everyone, listen to my command. All of you use return scrolls and leave this place immediately. Blood Halberd shouted reluctantly in the guild channel. This could not be helped. If they received several more waves of frost grenade attacks from Zero Wing, in addition to Ouroboros' assault, World Dominators would be annihilated. There was only one thing they could do now. Escape. Although it would be both costly and time-consuming to use return scrolls, and even more people would die, it was a much better alternative than suffering total annihilation. Guild leader, this is not good. This area has been sealed. We can't use return scrolls. His subordinates' report stunned Blood Halberd. Do they really intend to fight to the bitter end? Blood Halberd's eyes turned crimson. His current mood similar to an imminent volcanic eruption. With the entire area sealed off, preventing the use of return scrolls, World Dominators had no way to escape. The steep slopes on both sides of this area left only one line of movement available. One could only advance forward or retreat backward. There was no third option available. Right now, however, Ouroboros blocked the road back to the city, while Zero Wing blocked the road to the Silverleaf Forest. Originally, Blood Halberd felt only contempt for Zero Wing's attempt to launch a pincer attack on World Dominators. Now that he had personally witnessed Zero Wing's strength, however, Blood Halberd no longer dared underestimate Zero Wing. Whether it was Ouroboros or Zero Wing, neither of them was easy to deal with. Blood Halberd's current situation could be perfectly described as being stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, inaction would similarly result in World Dominators' complete annihilation. Originally, World Dominators had come to this place simply to aid Darkstar in delaying Ouroboros' advance. Now, however, they had become the center of the war. Everyone, defensive formation, Blood Halberd commanded after a bit of thought, not daring to delay any longer. The members of World Dominators immediately formed a circle to repel attacks from both sides and reduce their losses. Meanwhile, Blood Halberd sent out a communication request to Lone Tyrant. Originally, Lone Tyrant was still joyous over locating Fire Dance's group. However, he suddenly received an urgent call from Blood Halberd. Vice Leader Blood, I will definitely send over the compensation after this entire matter is dealt with. Please stop rushing me. Lone Tyrant said, slightly annoyed. Compensation. Blood Halberd's anger boiled over when he heard this word. Originally, Darkstar was the one responsible for dealing with Zero Wing. However, World Dominators now had to handle both Zero Wing and Ouroboros, placing Blood Halberd's guild in such a dangerous situation. Was this something mere compensation could make up for? Guild Leader Tyrant. I promise to help you delay Ouroboros, not to start an all-out war with them. Now, not only have you let Zero Wing's forces run away, you're even making World Dominators face two guilds at once. Meanwhile, you, Guild Leader Tyrant. Only know how to utter the word compensation? Guild Leader Tyrant, you're good. You're very good. The more Blood Halberd spoke, the angrier he got. He felt that Lone Tyrant had plotted against world dominators all this time. First, Lone Tyrant had let them fight it out with Ouroboros. Then, he had allowed Zero Wing's forces to escape. In order to escape, Zero Wing could only pass through the area where world dominators and Ouroboros were fighting. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to start a fight with world dominators. With this plan, Lone Tyrant could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Success meant that 3 of the top 6 guilds in White River City would receive a huge blow, with Dark Star the only beneficiary of this chaos. Lone Tyrant was certain that there was a misunderstanding the moment he heard Blood Halberd's words. After all, he had not intentionally allowed Zero Wing to escape. Instead, the players from Zero Wing had left on their own, and they just happened to encounter world dominators on their way back, which resulted in world dominators suffering a pincer attack. Everything was simply a coincidence. As for Zero Wing's decision to directly oppose world dominators, any normal person would not do that. Currently, Dark Star was in an all-out war with Zero Wing, a war that would end only when one side was completely annihilated. Just before, Black Flame had even publicly declared that he would make Dark Star pay the price of 30,000 people. So, why would they suddenly go and provoke a first-rate guild like World Dominators? Only a person who wished to die a quicker death or a person with brain damage would declare war simultaneously on 2 of the top 6 guilds in White River City. However, no matter what Lone Tyrant said now, Blood Halberd definitely would not believe him. Hence, Lone Tyrant hurriedly said, "Vice Leader Blood, I truly know nothing about this matter. I'll send my army over there right away. If we execute a pincer attack, I'm sure we can wipe out Zero Wing." "Well, come quickly then," Blood Halberd shouted in rage. The more he listened to Lone Tyrant speak, the more disgusted he was with this person. Lone Tyrant had actually used world dominators as bait. However, the priority right now was for the guild to escape this predicament. Everything else was secondary. "Okay, I'll have them head over immediately." Lone Tyrant ended the call and promptly contacted his troops stationed outside the Silverleaf Forest. Of the 6,000 players there, Lone Tyrant sent 5,000 over to deal with Zero Wing, while the remaining 1,000 stayed behind to continue blocking the exits of the Silverleaf Forest. However, as time slowly passed, World Dominator's situation turned grimmer and grimmer. Zero Wing's 3,000 elites were incredibly zealous. After several consecutive charges, although Zero Wing lost several hundred of their members, World Dominators lost at least 3 to 4 times that number. Not to mention, Ouroboros was also madly assaulting them on the other side. After gathering up his courage, one of the team leaders of the elite teams, Lonely, walked up to Blood Halberd and asked in a soft tone, "Guild Leader, if this situation continues, we'll definitely be finished. Are the reinforcements from Dark Star not here yet? If the elite members of World Dominators were to lose 2 or 3 levels, in addition to most of the weapons and equipment on their bodies, World Dominators would definitely not be able to compete for White River City any longer." "I know that, but they still need around 10 minutes before they can arrive." At this moment, Blood Halberd's heart was bleeding in pain. However, he was helpless in this situation, unless of course Zero Wing or Ouroboros showed mercy and let them go. Blood Halberd's eyes shone when this thought occurred to him. He was not out of options yet. World Dominators and Ouroboros were bitter enemies, so it was obviously impossible to ask Ouroboros to show mercy. However, there was a slight possibility of success with Zero Wing. After all, World Dominators had never come into direct conflict with Zero Wing before. Also, Zero Wing's main enemy was Dark Star, while World Dominators was simply a passerby in this matter. Hence, Blood Halberd immediately tried to contact Shurfong. "Vice Leader Halberd, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Shurfong asked, a smile on his face. When he received Blood Halberd's call, he had chosen to accept it right away. "Guild Leader Black Flame, the war between our guilds is just a misunderstanding. World Dominators has a feud only with Ouroboros. We came here simply to fight Ouroboros, and we truly never intended to fight your guild. In regard to the losses and inconvenience caused to your guild, I can compensate you on behalf of world dominators. As long as Zero Wing stops attacking us right now, I will immediately have our guild's finance department send over 1 million credits to serve as compensation. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame? Although Blood Halberd had tried to speak casually, he could not completely hide the panic in his tone. After all, at least one elite member of World Dominators was dying with each passing second. 1 million credits. In past virtual reality games, even well-known gaming workshops needed a month's time to earn such a sum. Hence, Blood Halberd's offer of 1 million clearly showed his sincerity. So it was all a misunderstanding. Feng acted as if he had come to a sudden realization, letting Blood Halberd feel a hint of hope. However, before Blood Halberd could even feel joy, Feng's tone changed abruptly as he said, I am moved by Vice Leader Halberd's generosity. Sadly, one of my shortcomings as a person is that I am extremely headstrong. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us just continue this misunderstanding. Then, you're making an enemy out of world dominators. Aren't you afraid of our retaliation? Blood Halberd screamed in anger. Vice Leader Halberd, what's there to get angry about? The moment we started playing this game, we were bound to meet with some trouble. If you aren't even prepared to suffer such a small setback, I think it is better for you to retire sooner rather than later. Although World Dominators is only playing the role of a passerby in Darkstar's plan this time, by provoking Zero Wing, you also have to pay a terrible price. Feng chuckled. However, don't you worry. Darkstar will soon be joining you all. After Feng disconnected the call, he then contacted Aqua Rose, saying, No need to be polite. Leave none of them alive. Show everyone the consequences for those who dare to be a passerby and have thoughts about Zero Wing. Damn! This black flame is practically a mad dog that bites anyone it sees. Blood Halberd cursed. I'll definitely remember this matter. If there is a chance in the future, I'll definitely not let him off. Vice Leader, we've lost too many healers. This long battle is also taking a heavy toll on the remaining healers' mana. They can't leave their combat status to use the magic spring, so they can only rely on mana recovery potions to replenish their mana. However, most of them have already consumed all the potions they have. If the reinforcements from Darkstar still don't arrive, we will definitely be finished, Lonely reported hurriedly. Naturally, Blood Halberd was aware of this matter. Before Zero Wing's intervention, World Dominators had been able to split its healers into 2 teams, with one team healing the players at the front and the other falling back to replenish their mana and rotate them accordingly. However, Zero Wing's ambush had taken out over half of World Dominators' healers. If World Dominators were to insist on maintaining the rotation system, its death toll would at least double. Damn that lone tyrant! If he had not goaded me into hindering Ouroboros, we would not have fallen into this situation. Blood Halberd also hated Lone Tyrant greatly at this moment, regretting his decision to listen to him. If he had known that Zero Wing was so powerful, and also how insane Black Flame was, he definitely would have chosen to watch this entire affair play out from a safe distance. In the end, he now suffered from his own decision. Originally, there had already been a gap between World Dominators and Zero Wing in overall combat power. Now that World Dominators had lost the support of its healers, that gap had widened further. Following the crippling of World Dominators' healers, its players were like wheat being reaped, their lives effortlessly harvested by the members of Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's healers carried out their task with great zeal. The frontline players of Zero Wing found it hard to die even if they wanted to. Within moments, the mortality ratio of the 2 guilds soared to frightening heights. When Zero Wing initiated their ambush, the mortality ratio had only been 1 to 3, with World Dominators having the higher number of deaths. Now, however, that ratio had risen to 1 to 8 and would soon approach 1 to 9. In other words, for every player Zero Wing lost, World Dominators would lose 8 or 9 players. On the other front, the players from Ouroboros were fighting valiantly as well, and they had succeeded in pushing the original mortality ratio of 1 to 1.2 up to the current ratio of 1 to 3. No, we can't wait any longer. At this rate, we'll be completely annihilated by the time the reinforcements from Darkstar arrive. Both anger and grief filled Blood Halberd at this moment. World dominators had started this war with over 10,000 members. Yet now only 5,000 or so members remained alive. Immediately, Blood Halberd shouted in the guild channel, "All of you, charge together with me. We're leaving with as many lives as we can." At Blood Halberd's command, everyone from World Dominators commenced a desperate charge, while ignoring even the magical bombardments from enemy mages. Naturally, such an exodus only made it much easier for Zero Wing and Ouroboros to kill them. The price these two guilds had to pay also lessened greatly. However, with 5,000-plus players desperately trying to escape en masse, it was also impossible for the two guilds to kill every single one of them. In the end, less than 500 of the 10,000-plus members World Dominators had started this war with made it out alive. Everyone else died. After suffering such a massive loss, World Dominators no longer had any chance of competing for dominance in White River City. Zero Wing really is amazing. Although they only number around 3,000 or so, a large majority of them are actually elite players. After obtaining victory in this battle, Zhao Yueru had a renewed opinion of the guild called Zero Wing. With only around 5,000 members in Zero Wing, its total member count was not even comparable to a third-rate guild's. However, after Zhao Yueru witnessed the combat power its 3,000-plus members displayed in this battle, she no longer found it strange for Zero Wing to be considered one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Zero Wing was indeed worthy of its fame. Second-rate and third-rate guilds would be no match for Zero Wing at all. Moreover, the destructive force displayed by the frost grenades that Zero Wing had used was simply too shocking. If not for those tools of mass destruction, this war might still be ongoing right now, while the price Ouroboros had to pay would also be greater. Snow, your foresight is as diabolical as always. Zero Wing is indeed not a simple existence. Zhao Yueru giggled. Although World Dominators managed to escape with a few hundred of its members, its heavy losses this time means it no longer has any chance of fighting over White River City. Without this old nemesis of ours, Ouroboros has a greater chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at the giggling Zhao Yueru. The girl actually dared describe her in such a way. However, Zero Wing's performance had truly surpassed her expectations. Although Zero Wing had a mere 3,000 or so members on their side, in the face of World Dominators' overwhelming numbers, Zero Wing had lost only a paltry 1,000 or so members. This was definitely a brilliant battle record. If the beginning of this battle had not been so intense, the peak of mortality occurring during this period of time, Zero Wing would have lost at most 500 or 600 members in this entire battle. Meanwhile, World Dominators had lost over 10,000 players. One could just see how powerful Zero Wing was. After the end of the battle, both sides started distributing the spoils of war. Even leaving aside the equipment that was originally dropped by both sides, the number of weapons and equipment dropped by the 10,000-plus players from World Dominators remained quite considerable. Very quickly, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow agreed to split the loot in a 2-to-8 ratio based on the total value of all the equipment dropped. Zero Wing would receive 20% of the total loot, while Ouroboros would receive 80%. However, Zero Wing would mainly receive equipment of bronze rank or higher. Aqua Rose settled for such an unbalanced ratio due to Shurfeng's arrangements. As to why Shurfeng would propose such a division, firstly, it was his form of gratitude for Ouroboros' aid. Secondly, they had no use for that many pieces of equipment. The reason being, most of the equipment left behind by World Dominators were not even bronze rank. As for mysterious iron equipment, there were only a pitiful amount of them dropped in this battle. Arming the guild's normal members with such poor quality equipment might be fine, but for the elite members, Shurfeng had yet to fall to such a low standard. Hence, he was satisfied as long as he could obtain some bronze-ranked weapons and equipment to arm the newcomers of the guild. Meanwhile, after the battle involving tens of thousands of players ended, the independent players who had been observing it uploaded recordings of the entire battle to the forums. The battle instantly became a sensation in White River City. Nobody could have ever imagined that Zero Wing was actually so fierce. His battle record was also brilliantly amazing. However, Zero Wing's decision to fight World Dominators confused many. Instead of killing the members of Dark Star, They had chosen to annihilate world dominators, which had played the role of a passerby. Many people posted about Zero Wing's ruthlessness for such a decision. In regard to this, Shifeng did not offer any explanation. Even when Aqua Rose raised this matter to Shifeng, he only laughed it off without saying anything. In truth, Shifeng really did have his own motives for making such a decision. On one side, there was Dark Star, a guild supported by a gigantic existence like Underworld. On the other, there was World Dominators, a first-rate guild with an extraordinary background. If these two guilds cooperated to suppress Zero Wing, such an alliance would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development in White River City, even with the help of Ouroboros. After Shifeng found out that these two guilds had joined hands, the first thing he thought to do was to annihilate World Dominators in White River City. Although World Dominators was a first-rate guild, their main force was not based in Star Moon Kingdom. There were countless cities in God's domain. After World Dominators spread its forces widely, it had only a few experts in each city. The guild would only make a small investment in a small city like White River City. However, everything would change if World Dominators truly had a good chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. At such a time, the guild would definitely increase its investments greatly, and then World Dominators' power in White River City would grow several-fold, making it even harder to deal with. In the past, Blood Halberd had achieved amazing feats in White River City. He also had the help of a first-rate expert like Lonely, so he had managed to develop the guild to the point where it had the possibility of becoming the overlord of White River City. As a result, World Dominators had boosted the number of experts and funding it sent over, in order to solidify its influence over White River City. Thus, the guild's power in White River City greatly increased, and it became even more powerful than the current Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators had decided to oppose Zero Wing, Shifeng definitely could not allow it to develop in White River City. Otherwise, they would have to face a powerful foe in the future. This was also the reason why Feng Xianyang decided to annihilate Zero Wing without hesitation, after Shifeng rejected Feng Xuanyang's proposal. Although Feng Xuanyang's decision was due in part to his vicious personality, the more important reason was how very great a potential a guild that possessed a guild residence had. If he did not destroy Zero Wing while the guild was still in its infancy, he would be raising a tiger to serve as his future enemy. Shifeng's actions were exactly the same as Feng Xuanyang's. He was killing a powerful opponent that was still in its cradle. Meanwhile, World Dominators starting a fight with Ouroboros at a place with only one escape route was the perfect chance for Shifeng to do so. Naturally, Shifeng would not let such a rare chance get away. Shortly after the battle with World Dominators ended, Fire Dance and the others also arrived at the location Shifeng had appointed. Guild leader, we've already arrived at the location you specified. What are we supposed to do next? Fire Dance said in the team chat after confirming her group's location. Good. I'll head over there now, Shifeng said. Standing atop a tree, he inspected his surroundings before jumping off the tree and proceeding towards the meeting point. Now that Fire Dance and the others had accomplished the difficult first step, what remained depended solely on luck. If his plan worked, then Fire Dance's group would succeed in escaping. As for directly confronting Dark Star, choosing to face over 3,000 elites from Dark Star was simply suicidal. Oh, someone's coming over. While Shifeng was traversing the forest, his keen five senses suddenly picked up on movement a short distance away. He promptly jumped up onto a tree. Towards the west side of the forest, a team of over 100 elite players was currently searching the vicinity as they moved. The majority of these players were red names, creating a very eye-catching sight. Moreover, none of them tried to hide their presence, which made it very easy for Shifeng to discover them. Uncle Southwolf, Zero Wing has played a significant role in the war between Ouroboros and World Dominators this time. We also can't overlook the combat power Zero Wing displayed. It is definitely not as simple as it appears in the video recordings of their battle. If Zero Wing had not suddenly ambushed World Dominators from behind, World Dominators would not have lost so overwhelmingly. Now, World Dominators in White River City is only an empty shell of its past self. Blood Halberd is also continuously lambasting Lone Tyrant with a barrage of curses. However, since Lone Tyrant does not dare to become hostile with Blood Halberd, he has no choice but to suffer in silence. Black Flame is truly decisive with his actions. Not only did he eliminate world dominators from White River City, he has also severed a large portion of Darkstar's support. In addition, the post he made before declaring war on Darkstar has led to the war between Zero Wing and world dominators receiving widespread attention. Using only 3,000 players to defeat a first-rate guild like world dominators, with such a brilliant battle record, Zero Wing has instantly risen to fame from this single battle. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even I am starting to admire this person named Black Flame. The commentary of the female summoner walking beside South Wolf on Zero Wing's battle was eloquent. She spoke as if she knew every little detail of Shurfeng's plan. This girl was around 20 years old. She had a pair of beautiful eyes that was both bright and dazzling, making it difficult to discern the girl's thoughts. Her cherry lips were currently tilted up slightly, while her eyelids were curved into small crescents. The girl exuded a calm and mysterious aura. During the few occasions when she giggled, she would also reveal a noble and elegant temperament that drew the attention of others despite themselves. Yulan, you are Underworld's female Zhuge. How can you uplift others' prestige while downplaying your own worth? That Black Flame simply got lucky. He definitely isn't as smart as you make him out to be. South Wolf felt that Yulan overestimated Black Flame, who South Wolf believed was simply an arrogant and despotic person. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory in the war this time and the subsequent trouble that visited Darkstar were simply coincidences. There was nothing worthy of their concern. Maybe I am overthinking things, Yulan laughed, having no intention of refuting South Wolf's words. Although Zero Wing has risen to fame with this single battle and they have also managed to cause us some trouble, their core team is still trapped in the Silverleaf Forest. We have them completely surrounded now. Even if Ouroboros and the rest of Zero Wing rush over here right away, they will still be too late to change anything. As long as Zero Wing's core team is annihilated, the guild itself will receive a fatal blow. At that time, we'll see how Black Flame can continue acting rampantly, South Wolf scoffed proudly. Zero Wing had only managed to garner the reputation it had today due to their continuous monopoly of the top 10 positions on the ranking list of White River City. The 8 experts of Zero Wing were known by all, and they still occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list until this day. Nobody had managed to threaten their positions all this time. If these 8 players died today, they would definitely fall out of the top 10. Subsequently, Zero Wing would also lose the fame and prestige it possessed. I guess this could be considered a flaw of guild leader Black Flame. Players have always worshipped the strong. Although occupying the top position on the ranking list would bring him great benefits, if he fails to maintain this position, it would instead become a sword that will stab him in the heart. Yulan nodded. In the middle of South Wolf and Yulan's conversation, an assassin suddenly spoke in the team chat. Brother South Wolf, I found them. Assassins were not only proficient in the art of assassination, they were also proficient in the art of tracking. Hence, assassins were definitely the best choice when hunting for players. Good. Even the heavens are aiding me. I will bring an end to Zero Wing. Blade, immediately inform guild leader Tyrant of this and have them come quickly. We'll go ahead and delay Fire Dance's group. The moment everyone arrives will be their time of death. South Wolf laughed. It is a pity Yifeng isn't with them. Otherwise, I will definitely make him regret making a mockery out of Underworld. Regardless, I will use the deaths of Zero Wing's core team members as a greeting gift to him. Yifeng? Uncle South Wolf, are you referring to the God-ranked expert of White River City, that Yifeng? Yulan suddenly grew interested. What dog's fart expert? If he had not hidden himself, I would have already made him kneel and beg for forgiveness by now, South Wolf said in disdain. Yulan entered a deep contemplation after hearing South Wolf's words. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face and a hint of joy glimmered in her eyes. It was as if she had found a new toy to play with. Laughing lightly, she said, First, there is Black Flame, and now, there is Yifeng, a God-ranked expert. Zero Wing is truly an interesting existence. Just as South Wolf's group was closing in on Fire Dance and the others, Shifeng hid himself within the dense treetops, waiting for South Wolf's group to approach him. Guild leader, we're ready, Fire Dance said through the team chat. Good. Fire Dance, you and the other assassins sneak over to their healers and prepare an ambush. Make sure to maintain a certain distance from their group and be careful of detection. Although it is unlikely that any of them have learned a stealth erasing skill, we cannot rule out even the slightest possibility. Wait until they have entered Blackie's attack range. Then make your move. No matter what, do not let them discover our tracks, Shifeng said quietly. After Shifeng had discovered South Wolf's group, he had immediately contacted Fire Dance and ordered them to ready themselves to get rid of these players. Shifeng had chosen to do so mainly because it was of utmost importance that Dark Star not find out where they were going. South Wolf's elite team consisted of over 100 players. All of them possessed relatively good quality equipment. Although there were a few bronze equipment mixed in, most of them were using mysterious iron equipment. This team was definitely one of Dark Star's core teams. Conversely, although Shifeng had only around 30 players on his side, every one of them was an expert. It was not exactly impossible for them to eliminate these 100-plus elite players in a short amount of time. Not to mention, Shifeng still had plenty of basic frost grenades and Tier 1 magic scrolls on him. Naturally, he had distributed quite a lot of them to Fire Dance and the others. In addition, if they could kill all these elite players, the deaths would cause significant damage to Dark Star. So why not? Leave it to me. Saying so, Fire Dance immediately led 5 assassins and snuck over. Although South Wolf's group consisted of 100-plus elite players, their levels were only around level 17, with level 19 being the highest. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was currently level 21. Fire Dance's techniques and equipment also surpassed these elite players by leaps and bounds. All these factors combined allowed Fire Dance to effortlessly sneak up on the enemy's healers. The 5 other assassins accompanying Fire Dance were not weaklings, either. They were all core members of Zero Wing, sporting equipment of Mysterious Iron rank or above, and were also at level 20 right now. When they snuck up on the healers of Dark Star, none of them were detected. So when South Wolf and his group walked into Blackie's attack range, they all remained unaware of the looming danger. Kill! Shifeng commanded through the team chat, and immediately, everyone sprang into action. The 10 healers from Dark Star did not detect the presence of the 6 figures swiftly closing in on them at all. Fire Dance was extremely quick. She crossed the distance of 8 yards within an instant. The level 19 cleric that Fire Dance approached had no clue whatsoever. The cleric did not sense even a threat of danger as a snowy cold dagger stabbed into the back of his head. Before the cleric could even feel pain, another dagger, this one scorching hot, slashed his neck. After placing the level 19 cleric in a fainted state, Fire Dance immediately followed up with a flurry of attacks. Backstab, Shadow Strike, Quadruple Assassinate. A series of frightening damages appeared above the cleric's head. Fire Dance was currently using the pair of fine gold ranked daggers she had received from Shifeng. In addition, the equipment she wore consisted of fine gold and even dark gold items. For her, dealing with a cloth armor class like a cleric was a piece of cake. She instantly killed the level 19 cleric, who did not possess even 1,800 HP. The other 5 assassins that moved with Fire Dance performed similarly well, killing their targets almost as quickly as Fire Dance had hers. They actually dared to lay an ambush on us. What a bunch of suicidal fools. Everyone, do not panic. Guardian Knights, cast Protection Blessing on the healers. Rangers, mark those fools immediately. Absolutely do not let them disappear again. Elementalists, use Ice-type magic to restrict their movements. Everyone else, charge at them. South Wolf quickly issued commands after discovering the deaths of 6 of their healers, a cold sneer on his face. The shield warriors and berserkers closest to the healers reacted quickly. They used charge on the 6 enemy assassins in an attempt to save the remaining healers in their team. Simultaneously, the Guardian Knights of Dark Star cast Protection Blessing on the 4 remaining healers, reducing the physical damage they received by 50%. One could not help but admit that the Dark Star elites were truly skilled players. Their response made it practically impossible for Fire Dance's group to kill the remaining 4 healers now. In the face of the shield warriors and berserkers' charge and also the barrage of frost arrows sent by the elementalists, Fire Dance and her fellow assassins promptly used wind steps, gaining more than a second's worth of invincibility, thanks to the skill's effect. All 6 of them then turned around and ran, leaving behind only the corpses of the 6 healers they killed as they plunged into the forest. Despicable! Assassins, chase after them. Make sure you don't lose track of them. South Wolf bellowed, anger filling his heart. Their team consisted of 100+ elite players. Yet, not only had they lost 6 of their healers in an ambush by 6 assassins, they had even allowed these ambushers to escape. Wouldn't they become laughingstocks if others were to find out about this matter? Before the elites of Dark Star could set off in pursuit of Fire Dance's group, the female summoner, Yulan, suddenly shouted loudly, "Do not chase after them! Everyone, scatter immediately!" The moment Yulan finished speaking, she promptly sprinted away from this part of the forest. South Wolf was confused by Yulan's actions, failing to understand why she would do such a thing. However, he still chose to listen to her advice and started running. At the same time, in the distance, Blackie finished chanting the final verse of his spell's incantation. In the next moment, an enormous, golden magic array appeared in the sky, covering a large part of the forest. Shortly after, a dazzlingly brilliant star appeared from the magic array and plummeted towards the forest. One after another, the Dark Star elementalists with quick reactions responded by immediately activating instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, the other classes also activated their own life-saving skills while doing their best to escape the effective range of the attack. However, there were a few players from Dark Star that failed to respond appropriately. Moreover, Blackie's stars of light possessed a very large effective range. Hence, when the first star impacted the ground, the blast caught over a dozen Dark Star players. The continuous bombardment of the stars of light easily wiped out even shield warriors that possessed more than 3,000 HP. To put it simply, all those within the stars of light's effective range died. What an amazing skill! Now that I'm seeing it in person, this skill is extraordinary as expected. Aside from Black Flame and Yifeng, the top ranker of White River City cannot be taken lightly, either. Although Yulan had managed to avoid the bombardment of the stars of light, she still could not help but marvel at the terrifying destructive power of the skill. Yulan, if not for your reminder, we would have lost more than just a dozen or so members. At this moment, South Wolf had yet to recover from his shock. After all, he had originally been standing at ground zero of the attack. If he had not escaped as quickly as he had, he might have been among the dozen or so players who had died. Uncle South Wolf, please contact Guild Leader Tyrant immediately and have them on the lookout in their vicinity. Make sure they don't split up, as the ambushers from Zero Wing are definitely not limited to just those 6, Yulan said in the team chat after surveying her surroundings. Yulan, you worry too much. Although we have lost some of our people, this team of ours consists entirely of Dark Star's elite. Fire Dance's group has only around 30 or so members remaining. In a direct confrontation, they stand no chance against us at all. The most they can achieve right now is an ambush on us. Now that they have revealed themselves, it is the perfect chance for us to pursue them. So, how can we choose to wait for our deaths in this place? South Wolf felt that Yulan was panicking slightly after seeing the stars of light. Originally, Yulan had wanted to dissuade South Wolf. However, the latter was simply too impatient. He also did not wish to miss this great chance to get rid of Fire Dance and her group. Hence, before Yulan could say anything more, South Wolf had already led the team off, charging in the direction where Fire Dance and the others had disappeared. Just in time. Seeing South Wolf and his team running over, Shifeng revealed a smile as he waved his hand. At Shifeng's gesture, Kola and the other plate armor classes immediately charged forward to meet with the Dark Star members. The moment South Wolf's group noticed the dozen or so Zero Wing members charging at them, they, too, did not hesitate to hasten their steps, their eagerness to get rid of Kola and the others showing clearly in their eyes. Kola was the chief MT of Zero Wing, and his current level was at level 21. In addition, Kola was mostly geared with fine gold equipment, secret silver being the poorest quality for the items he had on him. The Arclight Guard in his hand was also a dark gold ranked shield. With such good items, Cola's HP exceeded the 3,900 threshold, and his defense was likewise frightening. When a flame explosion sent by one of Darkstar's elementalists landed on him, the spell barely managed to deal slightly over -300 damage. The caster of the spell goggled from shock when he saw such a low damage, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Meanwhile, an arrow shot by a ranger from Darkstar dealt only around -100 damage. The attack could barely be considered a scratch on Cola. To make matters worse, Cola also excelled at dodging. In the face of a sky filled with spells and arrows, Cola actually managed to dodge over half of these attacks. Meanwhile, standing at the rear, Violet Cloud merely had to gesture with her delicate hand, casting a basic recover on Cola. Instantly, the spell fully restored the 400+ HP Cola lost, returning the Guardian Knight to full health. Moreover, recover was a skill that restored the target's HP once every 3 seconds for a duration of 15 seconds. Seeing this scene, everyone from Darkstar was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of healer is she? I am a cleric as well, yet my recover can restore only around 200 HP each time. She's already comparable to the top 5 healers of Darkstar. A cleric for Darkstar commented in shock. Originally, they were already having a hard time trying to kill Cola. Now that there was also an amazing healer supporting him from behind, it was simply impossible for them to kill him. Shortly after both sides started confronting each other, the players from Darkstar suddenly discovered a shocking matter. Cola's HP had actually risen past 5,000. Moreover, the heals he was receiving had also increased from the original 400+ to 500+, making him even more impossible to kill. Unknown to the members of Darkstar, Cola's sudden upgrade was all due to the Arclight Guard's passive skill, Sound of Life. Every time Cola received an attack, he would receive a stack of Power of Life. Each stack of Power of Life increased Cola's maximum HP by 3% and the healing he received by 2% for 1 minute, and Cola could accumulate a maximum of 10 stacks of Power of Life. Hence, Cola suddenly became much more powerful. Kill him. All ranged classes. Focus fire on him. Southwolf knew that if Cola did not die, it would be a huge blow to the team's morale. Therefore, killing Cola had priority. Immediately, half a dozen berserkers surrounded Cola, while the ranged damage dealers sent a continuous stream of attacks at him. They no longer treated Cola like a player but a boss monster. In response to their actions, Cola simply smiled in disdain. He then activated Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 50%. Now, the highest damage the players from Darkstar managed to inflict on Cola did not exceed -200 points. A majority of the attacks were even below -100 damage. In the face of Cola's 5,000+ HP, such damages were simply insignificant. However, due to the large number of attacks, Cola's HP quickly fell below the 50% threshold. Right then, Violet Cloud took action again. She casually cast Guardian Shield and Recover on Cola. At Violet Cloud's current level, her Guardian Shield would provide her target with a buff that could absorb over -700 damage. She followed up with Healing Light. In the next moment, a healing value of +1,600 appeared above Cola's head, in addition to the 500+ HP regenerated with Recover. Cola's HP instantly went back up to full again. Originally, the Guardian Knight Cola was already a huge headache due to his high HP and defense, and Darkstar's players exerted quite a lot of effort in order to reduce his HP by over half. Yet, in the next moment, he was now back to full health. Southwolf nearly popped a vein when he witnessed this scene. Although Cola was an MT, the damage he dealt was not one bit low. A casual slash from his sword could deal around -300 to -400 damage to Darkstar's shield warriors. If Cola used a skill, he could even deal -500 to -600 damage, which was even higher than that of the berserkers of Darkstar. Moreover, Cola could tank 4 berserkers simultaneously, all by himself, and he even managed to send them flying back. Meanwhile, such a boss-ranked MT was now immortal due to a single cleric from Zero Wing. However, this still was not the end of Southwolf's headache. The MTs in his team were relatively high-ranking MTs in White River City. But The two berserkers named Lonely Snow and Water Buffalo still sliced them up in no time. For example, one of the Guardian Knights of Darkstar had come under the combined assault of the two berserkers. At first, the Guardian Knight had received 2 normal attacks from the berserkers. Unfortunately, both attacks had achieved a critical hit, with Lonely Snow dealing over -1,400 damage and Water Buffalo dealing over -1,300 damage. Without leaving any gaps, the two then followed up with Beheaded, both of their skills dealing over -1,000 damage each. As a result, even though the Guardian Knight had 2 healers focusing on him, his 3,000 HP was still reaped away within an instant. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was even more amazing than the 2 berserkers. After dishing out a flurry of attacks, she followed up with a 7-star Eviscerate that achieved a critical hit, dealing over -2,300 damage. Within moments, one more Guardian Knight of Darkstar died. Southwolf had even begun to suspect that the members of Zero Wing were no longer playing the same game Darkstar's players were. After all, whether it was Zero Wing's MT, healer, or DPS, all of them were so powerful. On the other hand, the players of Darkstar were like paper, dying from just a touch. With merely a brief exchange, Southwolf's team had already lost 9 members. It should be known that all these players were core members of Darkstar. They were not random noobs that could be found anywhere on the streets of White River City. Each and every one of them was a skilled player, and they all had a good sense for battle. Although they were not comparable to experts, neither were they far from one. Yet, even so, these elite players still died with barely any resistance. As the battle continued, the players from Darkstar grew more and more frightened. They had yet to kill a single player of Zero Wing, even until now. This was definitely a huge psychological blow to the elites of Darkstar. Don't panic. We outnumber them thrice over. Assassins and Rangers, take out their healers first. As long as the healers are dead, the others will soon follow, even if their combat power is superior. Southwolf was no idiot, and he immediately sought to utilize Darkstar's advantage. Zerg Tactics. It was the easiest tactic for obtaining victory in any virtual reality game. As Southwolf had the numerical advantage, he could afford to divide his troops into 2 groups. One to pin down the enemy forces and another to circle around and strike at the enemy's weak point. Very quickly, over 20 assassins and rangers from Darkstar flanked Zero Wing's forces and immediately charged towards Violet Cloud's group of 5 healers. Contrary to expectations, however, even when Violet Cloud's group noticed Darkstar's players charging towards them, none of them chose to run away. Instead, they continued healing their allies at the front, paying no attention to their attackers at all. In regard to the healers' lack of reaction, Darkstar's players did not give it too much thought. They simply continued charging forward, having concluded that Zero Wing's healers had already given up on escaping. When there was only a short distance of 8 yards between the assassins and Violet Cloud's group, an intermediate frost grenade suddenly landed, exploding in the midst of the assassins. Darkstar's Rangers, who stood 30 yards away, also received an intermediate frost grenade of their own. In the blink of an eye, both groups were frozen solid. A damage of -400 also appeared above each of their heads. Although the 8 assassins immediately used Vanish to escape the freezing effect, they were still unable to advance as an ice wall appeared, blocking the path between them and Violet Cloud's group. Meanwhile, the person responsible for casting this ice wall was one of the 5 demon generals that Shifeng had recruited, Ice Queen Su Qianlu. Ice Wall was the perfect skill for this scenario. Without magic immunity, if the assassins were to charge into the ice wall, their movement speeds would slow to a crawl. At that time, their fates would be as good as sealed. Although Ice Wall had a short duration of only 2 to 3 seconds, it still provided the healers with a brief, but important, moment of respite. As for the Rangers of Darkstar, none of them had any skills that could be used to dispel the effects of control skills, and neither did any of them possess any life-saving skills. Hence, they could do nothing but stand there and watch. At this moment, Shifeng used silent steps and suddenly appeared behind these frozen Rangers. To Shifeng, a group of immobile players was entirely negligible. Shifeng was currently at level 23. He was also equipped with the newly acquired 7 Luminaries ring, and had recently received the Golden Stigmata. His overall attributes surpassed these elite players manyfold. Moreover, Shurfeng currently had the Aura of Fire activated, the aura effect increasing his damage by 30% while also reducing his target's defense by 30%. Immediately, Shurfeng sent a level 8 Thundering Flash at the group of rangers. Green arcs of lightning crackled as they instantly pierced the bodies of these rangers. Damages of -1,102, -1,528, and -2,140 appeared above each of the 12 rangers' heads. Although none of Shurfeng's attacks had achieved a critical hit, these rangers had only around 2,000 HP. Meanwhile, Shurfeng's Thundering Flash had dealt more than -4,700 damage in total, far surpassing the ranger's maximum HP. The members of Dark Star saw Shurfeng killing all those rangers with a single strike. Each and every one of the witnesses was completely dumbfounded, their jaw hanging wide open. South Wolf nearly had his eyes pop out of their own sockets. The 12 rangers simultaneously collapsed to the ground, their actions in complete unison. In the next moment, piles of weapons and equipment were scattered around their bodies. In this chaotic battlefield, this scene was both striking and shocking. The 12 rangers were all either level 18 or level 19 players. Most of the equipment they used was also level 15 mysterious iron equipment, and every one of them had more than 2,000 HP. Yet, they were killed off so easily. Moreover, it wasn't just one person that got killed but an entire group. For a moment, South Wolf believed that he was dreaming. He even considered giving one of his subordinates a slap and then asking said subordinate if it hurt, to confirm whether or not this was a dream. As for the assassins of Dark Star who had been waiting for the ice wall to disappear, after witnessing this unforgettable scene, they had completely forgotten their original task of dealing with Violet Cloud's group of healers. They idly stood there as they watched their ranger companions die, their minds empty of all thought. They then swallowed a big gulp of saliva as they suddenly recalled an important matter. With the number of murders they had committed so far, if they died as well, not only would they lose 2 to 3 levels, they would even lose all the equipment on their bodies. Watching from a distance, Blackie was similarly astonished by the instant deaths of the 12 elite players. However, he had long since grown inured to Shurfeng's horror-inducing feats, so he quickly regained his composure and threw a basic frost grenade at the still-dazed assassins of Dark Star, freezing them once more. This time, none of the assassins could use Vanish to remove the freezing effect on them. Hence, they could only obediently stay frozen. Following which, Blackie chanted an incantation and used Hell Flame. One could easily imagine the might of a Hell Flame that was powered by the epic ranked staff Mavis's Guard. Damages of over -1,000 points immediately appeared above these assassins' heads, and within 3 seconds, all of these assassins turned into ashes, leaving behind a pile of shining weapons and equipment. However, this was still not the end. After Shurfeng had dealt with Dark Star's rangers, he then cast Firestorm, the activatable skill of the Aura of Fire, at the heart of the battlefield. Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. In terms of damage, Firestorm did not lose out to Stars of Light by much. However, it had a much smaller effective range. Currently, Kola was surrounded by plenty of Dark Star's elite players. Before anyone could react, a storm of flames suddenly emerged above them, and the HP of all of Dark Star's players within 10 yards of Kola fell at a crazy rate. Although Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were classes with high HP and defense, Shurfeng's equipment was simply too amazing, which resulted in his current attack power being well over 800 points. With such a high base value, even though the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of Dark Star possessed plenty of damage reduction items, they still received more than -2,000 DPS. As for the other classes, they received more than -3,000 DPS. Even when the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights activated their life-saving skills, which allowed them to have the damage they received, they still could not avoid death. After Firestorm ended, all of Dark Star's players caught within its effective range were reduced to cinders. Only Kola and the other frontline members of Zero Wing remained alive. Dark Star's 40 or so frontline players had died. All of a sudden, Zero Wing's side outnumbered Dark Star's. "Black Flame, why are you here?" South Wolf instantly recognized the person responsible for killing the majority of Darkstar's players. At this moment, South Wolf's eyes were filled with incomparable shock as his trembling finger pointed at Feng's crimson-red name. South Wolf failed to understand why Black Flame would appear at this place. He also could not understand why Black Flame was so powerful. Wasn't Black Flame just a forger? Originally, there had been a huge numerical difference between the two sides. However, in the blink of an eye, a strategic change occurred, all because of Black Flame's fleeting blow. Darkstar was no match for Zero Wing even when Darkstar had the advantage of numbers. Now that the situation was reversed, the end result was obvious. Watching up to this point, South Wolf knew that defeat was inevitable, though he was loath to admit it, and his heart was filled with indignation. Currently, his team had fewer than 30 players, and practically all of them were mages and healers. He alone was the only melee class alive. With such a team composition, Darkstar stood absolutely no chance against Zero Wing's core team, which currently consisted of over 30 players. The single sword strike Black Flame had displayed far exceeded South Wolf's imagination. Not only was Black Flame inconceivably fast, his grasp of his skills had also reached perfection, as shown by his single attack's impeccable coverage of all 12 rangers. Such a feat required one to possess excellent control over the skill itself and the angle of attack as well. South Wolf was no fool, and neither was he a greenhorn that had been playing virtual reality games for only 1 or 2 years. As a representative of Underworld, he had met with and recruited lots of gaming experts before. He had also participated in a considerable number of team battles, so his experience in the virtual gaming world was quite plentiful. Naturally, he understood the strategy Black Flame had used since the start of the battle. Black Flame made the Guardian Knights, Shield Warriors, and other plate armor classes charge forward to lure the members of Darkstar into gathering around them. The female cleric, Violet Cloud, was pivotal to this strategy. Although on the surface her healing ability was only double that of the healers of Darkstar, the effectiveness she displayed during the team battle far surpassed that of 3 or 4 healers combined. Violet Cloud had an excellent grasp of the battle situation. Not only could she keep Cola alive and well, she could also simultaneously stabilize several other players' HP. Throughout the battle, she performed smoothly and calmly. She was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Originally, Zero Wing already had powerful experts like Fire Dance, the team leader of Zero Wing's core team, and Blackie, the #1 player on White River City's ranking list. Now, South Wolf suddenly discovered that Zero Wing possessed not only Fire Dance and Blackie, Cola and Violet Cloud were definitely first-rate experts as well. Everyone else in Zero Wing's core team were also all experts. Meanwhile, Black Flame, who had suddenly appeared, was even more terrifying. The strength he displayed far surpassed that of all those previously mentioned. The scene South Wolf witnessed was like a replay of the god-ranked expert Yi Feng slaying the hundreds of players of Martial Union. South Wolf could not figure out why there were so many experts gathering at a newly established guild like Zero Wing. Even a guild that was newly established by a major corporation could not achieve what Zero Wing had managed in such a short amount of time. South Wolf truly wondered how Black Flame had accomplished such a feat, although South Wolf was shocked by Black Flame's personal strength and by Blackie, who possessed a strategic-level skill that could affect the entire battlefield. Black Flame, you are indeed amazing. However, the entire Silverleaf Forest is already under Darkstar's control. Although your team of 30 or so players can easily defeat an elite team with more than 100 players, do you think you can do the same against 3,000 players? You have simply delayed the time of your demise. South Wolf laughed coldly as he looked at Feng, his current appearance making it seem as if he no longer cared about the many elite players that had died. Let's go. It will be their time of death when Guild Leader Tyrant arrives. Since his team was no match for Zero Wing, South Wolf naturally would not remain in this place and increase his losses. The fact that he had discovered Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, here easily made up for the elite players he lost. After all, Black Flame's death would become a huge blow to Zero Wing's reputation and prestige in White River City. Coming and going as you wish. Do you think the Silverleaf Forest is your house? Feng smiled calmly, his eyes revealing a cold killing intent. Since you've already pursued us to this place, I insist that you stay. Do you think you can keep me here? South Wolf laughed in disdain. He was an assassin, the class that boasted the greatest survivability in the wild. If he hid himself in the dense forest, nobody would be able to find him. You can try. If any single one of you manages to escape today, then I will let you go. Shurfeng waved, and all 30-plus members of Zero Wing immediately charged forward, starting their hunt of South Wolf and the surviving players of Dark Star. The reason why South Wolf had never participated in the battle before was to leave a path of retreat for himself. This was a habit of his. After all, once he entered combat status, he could no longer use stealth. At that time, he would only be left with Vanish to enter stealth mode. However, Vanish was a life-saving skill, so it should only be used at the most crucial of moments. Looking at the enemy players charging at him, South Wolf revealed a disdainful expression. Just as he was about to use stealth and hide himself in the dense forest. What's going on? South Wolf suddenly discovered that he could not use the skill. Like a prisoner deprived of his freedom, South Wolf frantically called out his skill bar to look for the cause of this situation. Boss South Wolf, we can't use our skills. What are we supposed to do now? The elementalists of Dark Star asked, frightened. Originally, they had intended to cast Ice Wall to delay Zero Wing's charge. Now, however, none of them could use any of their skills, and an elementalist that could not use skills was like a lamb to the slaughter. Aside from sacrificing their lives to earn a few extra seconds for their allies, they were helpless. Run first, talk later. South Wolf was confused about this situation as well, and he suspected that something must have gone wrong with the system. Since none of them could use skills, they could only rely on their 2 feet to escape. As an assassin, South Wolf had great confidence in his own speed. However, just as he was turning to escape, he suddenly discovered that his movement speed had been greatly reduced. Everyone else from Dark Star faced a similar situation as well. Just what is going on? South Wolf started panicking as the players of Zero Wing raced closer and closer to them. However, he was simply helpless in the situation. In the next moment, South Wolf noticed a black figure dashing past Cola and the others. Like a mad gale, the figure instantly caught up with the escaping players of Dark Star. This person was none other than Shurfeng himself. At present, Shurfeng's agility exceeded 240 points, and there were also the bonuses provided by the equipment he wore. In terms of movement speed, Shurfeng was definitely ranked at the apex of Starmoon Kingdom. Shurfeng used silent steps and appeared behind South Wolf like a ghost. He then said softly, I've already said that you can't escape. Previously, while Shurfeng was conversing with South Wolf, he had secretly switched the aura of fire on the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of time. Meanwhile, the aura of time reduced the movement speed and attack speed of enemies within a 100-yard radius by 20%, and increased the cooldown of their skills by 20%. When its activatable skill, Absolute Time, was used, it would even prevent enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. After Shurfeng used Absolute Time to envelope this entire area, everybody from Dark Star could not use any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Dark Star's current surviving members mostly consisted of mages and healers, so this restriction had truly rendered them completely helpless. One could say that the moment South Wolf's team stepped into this region of the Silverleaf Forest, their lives passed into Shurfeng's hands. Just what did he do? South Wolf's heart was filled with shock when he noticed Shurfeng appearing behind him. Before South Wolf could even ponder on the subject, Shurfeng's abyssal blade had already left its scabbard. Countless silver lights pierced the numerous vital points on South Wolf's body. South Wolf had only leather armor, so every one of Shurfeng's attacks managed to cause over -500 damage, while critical hits dealt over -1000 damage. On the other hand, the mysterious iron-ranked chest piece South Wolf wore was like a piece of tofu. Not only was it easily pierced by Shurfeng's abyssal blade, each attack it received greatly diminished the armor's durability. Just 3 strikes had nearly reduced it to scrap already. Shurfeng's attacks were lightning fast, and he had brandished his sword 8 times in a single series. By the time South Wolf had recovered from shock, his 2000+ HP was completely gone. Suddenly, South Wolf's field of vision turned gray, while his body fell to the ground involuntarily. Even as he died, shock and confusion still filled his face. As South Wolf had not participated in any of the battles so far, his name remained white all this time. After he died, only one piece of equipment dropped by his body. He also lost only a single level. However, were Shifeng's attacks as simple as they looked? The reason why Shifeng had chosen not to use any skills, and had instead carried out only normal attacks, was to destroy the equipment on South Wolf's body. When South Wolf died, nearly half of the equipment on his body had already turned to scrap. Now that he had dropped yet another piece of equipment, he had definitely suffered heavy losses. After South Wolf died, the members of Dark Star were like headless flies. Frightened and scared, they fled in all directions. Zero Wing's berserker Lonely Snow swiftly closed the gap between him and an elementalist of Dark Star to 20 yards before using charge to instantly catch up to and incapacitate the elementalist. After that, Lonely Snow used Thunderclap, Violent Strike, Suppression, and Whirlwind Slash in rapid succession, making quick work of the elementalist. Following closely, everyone else from Zero Wing took action as well. Against a group of mages and healers that could use neither skills nor tools, in addition to the fact that these classes were innately slow runners, the members of Zero Wing required no time at all to finish off the surviving Dark Star members. As these players died, they left behind piles of weapons and equipment. Ha ha ha! What a fun battle! Those bastards from Dark Star think that they are so amazing. But now, all of them are dead. Kola laughed loudly as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. The frustration he had accumulated from continuously running away was completely swept away now. Fire Dance nodded her head in agreement, a faint smile appearing on her face. She then said with a light chuckle, "This battle was indeed a good stress reliever. None of us died this time, while Dark Star lost over 100 players. After this battle, Dark Star will have to reorganize their plans to pursue us. If they could deal with a team of over 100 elite players in such a short time, it also signified that Dark Star would be simply sending its members to their deaths if a team had fewer than 200 or 300 players. In order to reduce its losses, Dark Star would definitely consolidate its teams and at least double or triple the member count of each team." At this moment, Blackie and the others were laughing without restraint as well. After all, they were able to kill over 100 elite members of Dark Star. This would, without a doubt, be a huge blow to Dark Star. "Collect the loot. Dark Star will be arriving here soon," Shifeng commanded. The loot they obtained from killing the 100-plus elite members of Dark Star was extremely bountiful. They had collected close to 1,000 weapons and equipment, and a majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. The harvest they got from this single battle far exceeded even the harvest Aqua Rose obtained from the battle that involved tens of thousands of players. Even Shifeng was somewhat moved by this harvest. Kill and plunder. Just from this battle, they had obtained the resources required to arm an elite team of 100 players. This was precisely the reason why, in the past, many large guilds preferred to kill and plunder the core teams of smaller guilds. Not only could they increase their guild's fame and prestige by doing so, they could also make a huge profit. They could upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster this way, compared to raiding dungeons and killing bosses. However, the harvest from this battle was still insufficient to offset the losses Zero Wing had suffered. After all, the weapons and equipment of Dark Star's elites were inferior to those of Zero Wing's elite members, not to mention those of Zero Wing's core members. Every core member of Zero Wing possessed quite a few pieces of Secret Silver ranked weapons and equipment, and some even possessed Fine Gold and Dark Gold ranked weapons and equipment. "Guild leader, why aren't you leaving?" Fire Dance looked curiously at Shifeng, who had jumped onto a large tree. "You guys go first. I'll hold down the fort." Shifeng was not a lord who would sit comfortably in his throne while his subordinates fought. Since he was already here, naturally, he needed to take something away from Dark Star. "But, guild leader, this place is too dangerous." "You're also not an assassin," Fire Dance said worriedly. "You guys have done enough. Let your guild leader handle the rest." Shifeng waved them off, hurrying Fire Dance and the others to the designated location. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Everyone from Zero Wing was immediately moved. In God's domain, guild leaders who were willing to brave danger for his fellow guild members were definitely as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not to mention, Feng was currently a famous existence in God's domain. If he were to die, his reputation would be greatly affected. Then, I'll stay behind as well, Blackie said. How could I be left out from such an important matter? Cola stepped forward. Suddenly, everyone else started voicing intentions to remain. All of you, stop making a fuss and leave with me. You all will only be a hindrance to guild leader if you stay behind. Fire Dance could feel the cold killing intent radiating from Feng at this moment. She knew that he could no longer hold himself back. She then raised her head and looked at Feng, saying, Guild leader, you have to be careful. Rest assured, I know my own limits. Feng laughed. He then retrieved a basic stealth scroll from his bag. This scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode. The stealth scroll's effect had a duration of 1 hour, and as long as players did not carry out any attacks during this period of time, the scroll would remain in effect. Shortly after Fire Dance and the others departed, Yulan came hurrying over to this place with a huge team of more than 300 players. Sure enough, all of them died. Yulan sighed softly when she saw the ground littered with corpses. However, she was not surprised by this outcome. Obviously, the ambush before was meant to lure them into a trap. However, South Wolf had been too eager for success, which resulted in a team wipe, as she had expected. Revive them, Yulan said to the healers in her team. Immediately, the 30-plus healers in the team started using resurrection skills. If players died outside of a dungeon, there were 2 methods for them to revive. The first method was to revive back at the cemetery. However, players were required to wait for half an hour before they could do so. The other method was to have one of the healer classes use a resurrection skill. Players could be revived immediately using this method. However, upon resurrection, players would have to wait another 10 minutes before resurrection skills could be used on them again. A short while later, all 100-plus elite players had been revived. Meanwhile, after being resurrected, South Wolf felt fortunate over the fact that he was not a red name. He had only lost 1 piece of equipment and fallen by 1 level after he died. Yet, when he discovered that most of the equipment he wore had been turned to scrap, he nearly went insane. South Wolf had been using level 15 Mysterious Iron set equipment, which could be obtained only from a level 15 team dungeon. In order to obtain the complete set, South Wolf had expended a huge amount of time and effort. Now, however, all of them were destroyed. Unlike field bosses, team dungeons reset only once every 3 days, and there were only a limited number of level 15 team dungeons within the region of White River City. Gathering the complete set had taken South Wolf 2 cycles. If he wished to obtain the set once again, he would have to wait through another 2 cycles. At this moment, Lone Tyrant arrived at the scene. He then asked, South Wolf, what happened here? How did all of you die? South Wolf was someone from Underworld, so he did not particularly care how many players from Darkstar had died. He cared more about himself instead. However, the same could not be said for Lone Tyrant. The strength of Darkstar determined his future as its guild leader. Now, more than 100 elites from his guild had died for no reason. The worst part was that these elites had lost most, if not all, of their weapons and equipment. The levels they lost could be recovered, but it would not be as easy to recover the equipment. We were lured into an ambush unprepared, and all of us got killed. However, I discovered something even more important. I don't know how he managed it, but Black Flame is now with the core team of Zero Wing. He has also become a red name at this point, so this is the perfect chance for us to destroy Zero Wing. Although Black Flame is very powerful, we should have no problems dealing with all of them if we send in a team of 300 to 400 players. We can still catch up if we chase after them right away. South Wolf's words immediately allowed Lone Tyrant and Yulan to come to a realization. Truly an interesting person, Yulan muttered softly, her interest towards the player named Black Flame growing. As for Lone Tyrant, his expression turned grim upon receiving this piece of information. Obviously, with Black Flame commanding Zero Wing's core team, their combat power had increased to frightening heights. Also, from South Wolf's description of the one-sided battle that took place before, Lone Tyrant also learned that Black Flame was a great expert. Not only did Black Flame possess extraordinary combat power, he also possessed a strategic level skill. A team of 100 elite players would definitely be insufficient to deal with him. Hence, they needed to rearrange their team compositions. Each team now had to have 200 players at the very least. Otherwise, they would only suffice as cannon fodder. Black Flame, you've actually dared show yourself here. Since you've come seeking your own death, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Lone Tyrant revealed a sinister expression. He inwardly mocked Shi Feng for his foolish actions. In order to save Zero Wing's core team, Shi Feng had actually disregarded the dangers and barged into Lone Tyrant's domain. Shi Feng must not know how to write the word death. Gather everyone immediately and surround this area. I don't believe that they can grow wings and fly away. Lone Tyrant sternly issued his command. The news of World Dominator's defeat had already spread, and very few in White River City did not know about the battle that took place. This result had greatly boosted Zero Wing's prestige. If Darkstar could get rid of not only Zero Wing's core team but Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame also, then they could destroy the fame that Zero Wing had accumulated up until this point. At that time, Darkstar would also garner fame themselves, killing two birds with one stone. Naturally, Lone Tyrant would not let go of such a valuable opportunity. Immediately, everyone from Darkstar started moving. Previously, they had tried to cover too large an area in their search. Now that Shi Feng and the core team of Zero Wing had exposed themselves, Lone Tyrant quickly concentrated their hunt. Soon, more and more Dark Star members gathered at the stated location in the dense forest. Shi Feng, who remained hidden in a tree, did not panic at this situation. Instead, he continued to wait for all the members of Dark Star to arrive. Come, the more, the merrier. Shi Feng inwardly chuckled as he saw that the number of players gathered had already exceeded 1,000. Before the battle even started, Shi Feng had already considered the consequences. If he had not come fully prepared, he would not have allowed Fire Dance and the others to obliterate South Wolf's team of elites. Guild leader, our members have surrounded this part of the forest. As long as any Zero Wings members show themselves, it will be their death, a ranger reported as he walked up to Lone Tyrant. Good. Start shrinking the encirclement. Lone Tyrant laughed satisfyingly. He then looked towards Ming Sha, the team leader of the Underworld Guards, and respectfully said, "In a moment, we will have to rely on Brother Ming Sha and your men to take care of the experts from Zero Wing. Rest assured, young Master Feng sent us to deal with Fire Dance and her team of experts. Although there is now an additional Black Flame added to the equation, the Underworld Guards can resolve this solution all the same. We won't let any of them escape," Ming Sha replied and nodded his head. In order to extinguish Zero Wing's core team, Feng Xianyang had specifically sent a team of Underworld Guards to assist Dark Star. Feng Xianyang had gone all out on this hunt. Every Underworld Guard was an expert that Underworld had spent many years searching for to recruit. Underworld had also spent massive amounts of resources on nurturing these experts further. Compared to Absolute Heaven, the top-tier assassin that Shi Feng faced before, these Underworld Guards were stronger, not weaker. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang had sent a team of 20 of such guards. One could just imagine the frightening might this team possessed. Even a 100-man elite team from Dark Star was no match for this team. Also, the leader, Ming Sha, was an expert among experts. In the virtual gaming world, he ranked near the top. Regarding pure combat techniques, he was on the same level as the snow goddess Gentle Snow. However, as Gentle Snow was in possession of a huge amount of resources in terms of equipment, Ming Sha was definitely no match for her. Originally, Feng Xianyang had arranged for Ming Sha to go to White River City to deal with Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng was simply too elusive, as if he had completely vanished from White River City. Hence, Feng Xianyang sent Ming Sha to deal with the top experts of Zero Wing, such as Fire Dance and Blackie. In regards to Ming Sha's strength, Lone Tyrant had personally experienced its power. Even though he was clearly above Ming Sha in terms of levels, and his equipment was of higher quality, he still suffered defeat at Ming Sha's hands in less than 20 exchanges. On the other hand, he had only managed to reduce Ming Sha's HP by 1/10. Meanwhile, after taking some time to focus on upgrades, Ming Sha's equipment could now compare to Lone Tyrant's. Now, Ming Sha was mostly geared with several pieces of level 15 secret silver set equipment and fine gold equipment. He also wielded a level 15 fine gold greatsword, the Bone Shatterer. His equipment certainly ranked at the very top of White River City. Lone Tyrant had estimated that, if he fought Ming Sha now, he would last 10 exchanges at most before his defeat. Now that he had so many players surrounding this area and a powerful team of experts like the Underworld Guard supporting him, even a top-tier assassin like Fire Dance could not escape. Just as Lone Tyrant felt confident and was about to declare that he would annihilate everyone from Zero Wing, a figure suddenly appeared in the top of a nearby tree. Someone's there. Ming Sha, who possessed acute senses, immediately discovered the figure. As Ming Sha turned his sights to the intruder, everyone similarly followed his line of sight. Indeed, in the top of the tree, they discovered a person quietly watching them. Black Flame. South Wolf immediately recognized the figure, his eyes burning with rage as he revealed this person's identity. At South Wolf's reminder, everyone finally realized Shi Feng's identity. After all, Black Flame had always been a mysterious existence, and most players had never actually seen Black Flame before. Now that this intruder had revealed himself, everyone from Dark Star discovered that Black Flame was just an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. He did not even possess the type of aura that a guild leader should have. No matter how they looked at him, he was only an ordinary man. So, it is Guild Leader Black Flame. I didn't expect you to show yourself here. Since you have refused to walk the path towards heaven, and have instead barged your way down to hell, today will be the day that you die. Lone Tyrant laughed coldly. He then commanded, "Everyone, kill him." Immediately, over 1,000 players from Dark Star surrounded and charged at Shi Feng. Their encirclement was tightly packed, and not even a fly could get past them. Faced with over 1,000 players charging at him, Shi Feng did not panic in the slightest. Instead, his eyes emanated a chilling glow as he glared down at Lone Tyrant, smiling faintly. It was as if these 1,000+ players meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, as the recipient of this gaze, Lone Tyrant's heart inadvertently quivered. However, Lone Tyrant quickly dispelled this feeling because he did not believe Shi Feng could do anything to him while so many players surrounded him. In the next moment, however, Shi Feng vanished from the treetop and everyone's sight. This is not good. He's trying to escape. Quickly, use flare. Lone Tyrant hurriedly shouted. The Rangers quickly used flare upon receiving Lone Tyrant's command, brightly illuminating the surrounding area. Within the effective range of flare, all stealth-type skills would lose their effects. Yet, even after tens of flares had been launched, Shi Feng's figure still could not be found. What the players of Dark Star did not know was that, after Shi Feng had activated the Ring of Nothingness, his first task was not to escape, but to leap forward and charge towards the tree closest to Lone Tyrant. Hence, the flares used to seal his path of escape served no purpose whatsoever. Damn it! He plans to kill his way over. Use flare and shine Guild Leader Tyrant's surroundings. When Yulan recalled the faint smile on Black Flame's face, as he pinned Lone Tyrant with a glare, she instinctively felt that Shi Feng aimed to kill the commander. Only by doing could Shi Feng possibly redeem Zero Wing's fame and prestige. At that time, even if Dark Star managed to annihilate Zero Wing's core team, it would not damage Zero Wing's reputation if Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, died at Black Flame's hands. After all, even though Zero Wing only had tens of players on their side, they would still have managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader while under the protection of over 1,000 players. At that time, Dark Star would be the one suffering humiliation. Why are you all still daydreaming? Move! Yulan angrily shouted when she noticed that none of Dark Star's rangers had reacted. However, Yulan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Instead of looking towards the outskirts of the encirclement, all of these rangers stared at the space above her. Immediately, Yulan raised her head, discovering a figure falling towards her. And this figure was none other than Sure Feng himself. Panic surfaced on Lone Tyrant's face. He never imagined that Sure Feng would be so suicidal as to come for his life. Black Flame, if you wish to die, then I'll grant your wish. The corners of Lone Tyrant's mouth raised slightly. He then picked up his shield and sword, fully prepared to guard against Sure Feng's attack. What amazing courage! Ming Sha, who stood by Lone Tyrant's side, brimmed with fighting spirit right now, his eyes glowing as he watched Sure Feng fall. He then retrieved the Bone Shatterer from his back and stood in front of Lone Tyrant, acting like a highly defensive wall. Ming Sha secretly admired Sure Feng's performance, and he deeply wished he that could properly exchange blows with this man. However, responsibilities came first, so he had no choice but to get rid Sure Feng. Even with Ming Sha protecting Lone Tyrant, Yulan still felt that something was off. After all, why would an intelligent and resourceful man like Black Flame carry out such a reckless action? As insurance, Yulan hurriedly commanded, "Guardian Knights, use Protection Blessing on Guild Leader Tyrant. All healers focus on healing Guild Leader Tyrant as well. Do not let Black Flame succeed." When Sure Feng landed soundlessly on the ground, he was only 20 yards away from Lone Tyrant. In the next moment, sacred heals graced Lone Tyrant, one after another. Lone Tyrant was one of the top 10 players on the ranking list of White River City. He was one of the apex MTs throughout White River City as well. Although he was only level 21 at the moment, he had over 3,700 HP, and he was not much weaker than Cola. With high HP and defense, physical damage classes such as Assassins, Berserkers, Swordsman, and Rangers would find it extremely difficult to kill Lone Tyrant. Not to mention, Lone Tyrant now had a large team of healers keeping him alive. Moreover, there was also the great expert Ming Sha currently guarding him. Hence, Yulan was greatly confused as she watched Sure Feng's foolish actions. "Let me see what you are made of." Ming Sha smiled at the oncoming Sure Feng, and at the same time, he lifted the Bone Shatterer and slashed it down at his enemy. The Bone Shatterer was a massive greatsword, yet Ming Sha wielded it nimbly and accurately. In a single strike, he had completely sealed off Sure Feng's path of advance. At this moment, the surrounding melee players of Dark Star charged at Sure Feng, intending to make mincemeat of him. Meanwhile, the mages standing a short distance away also started casting their spells. As long as Ming Sha managed to delay Sure Feng for a few more seconds, Sure Feng would receive the bombardment of hundreds of spells. Even Zero Wing's chief MT, the Guardian Knight Cola, would lose his life if he received so many spells, not to mention a swordsman like Sure Feng. Yet, as if he did not see these mages readying their attacks, Sure Feng continued to charge forward, showing no intentions of slowing. Just as Ming Sha's second strike was about to land on Sure Feng's body, however, Sure Feng's entire person disappeared. Subsequently, Ming Sha's Bone Shatterer struck only air, generating a powerful gust of wind. The Elementalists, Cursemancers, Summoners, and all other ranged classes that were about to launch their attacks also interrupted their chanting after they lost sight of their target. Where is he? When Ming Sha failed to find Sure Feng in front of him, he could not help but examine his surroundings. Suddenly, Ming Sha felt a chilling intent coming from behind him. Spinning around, he discovered that, just like a ghost, Sure Feng had soundlessly appeared behind Lone Tyrant. If not for his acute senses, he would not have detected Sure Feng's presence at all. After Sure Feng used silent steps to appear behind Lone Tyrant, he immediately activated Absolute Time. With himself as the center point, all enemies within a 50-yard radius were now unable to use any skills or tools. Sure Feng then brandished the Abyssal Blade, casting Abyssal Bind on Lone Tyrant. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant only felt a cold wind blowing on his back. Only after Sure Feng started brandishing the Abyssal Blade did Lone Tyrant notice that someone stood behind him. Horrified, Lone Tyrant hurriedly leaped forward, hoping to dodge the attack aimed at his back. As insurance, Lone Tyrant even intended to cast Protection Blessing on himself. However, Sure Feng was simply too fast. He had activated Absolute Time and Abyssal Bind almost simultaneously. Discovering that he could not activate Protection Blessing, Lone Tyrant's heart grew extremely anxious. In the next instant, 9 pitch-black chains bound his body, preventing him from moving even an inch. Meanwhile, the healers standing in the distance could only watch this scene play out. With their skills locked, the most they could do was provide moral support. Damn! Seeing that Shi Feng was the only person standing close to Lone Tyrant, Ming Sha realized that he had been tricked. Shi Feng had deceived him into leaving Lone Tyrant's side. Suddenly, a feeling that he had just been played for a fool grew in Ming Sha's mind. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling. Lone Tyrant was bound and completely unguarded right now. He was unable to resist in the slightest. If he, Ming Sha, had stayed by Lone Tyrant's side, even if Lone Tyrant were bound, he could have still helped defend against attacks. Now, however, he was almost a full 10 yards away from Lone Tyrant. If this were any other day, he could have closed the distance between them using the charge he had specifically reserved. Now, however, none of his skills would work. Even if he wanted to save Lone Tyrant, he was powerless to do so. However, he only needed around 2 seconds to close a distance of 10 yards. As long as Lone Tyrant could survive that long, Ming Sha was confident in stopping Shi Feng, preventing Shi Feng from dealing any more damage to Lone Tyrant. Naturally, Lone Tyrant had considered this as well. Hence, even when faced with Shi Feng's Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's Shadow, he still revealed his confidence as if saying, "What can you do to me?" He was a guardian knight who possessed 3,700 HP. It was simply impossible for Shi Feng to kill him in 2 short seconds. Unfortunately, reality had cruelly slapped Lone Tyrant in the face. When Shi Feng's chop landed on Lone Tyrant, who now had his defense reduced by 100% due to the effects of the Abyssal Bind, a frightening damage of -1,500 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. This single slash had erased Lone Tyrant's confidence. Now, an expression of fear decorated Lone Tyrant's face instead. Immediately, Lone Tyrant struggled to escape Abyssal Bind. However, no matter how much energy he expended, the bone-chilling chains remain unperturbed. This was the first time Lone Tyrant had felt so powerless. He had over 1,000 subordinates and a team of experts protecting him. Yet, Shi Feng regarded them all as nothing. Now, he could not even resist while Shi Feng arbitrarily slaughtered him. Shi Feng lifted the Abyssal Blade high. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade, which was covered in green arcs of lightning, descended, and 3 arcs of lightning penetrated Lone Tyrant's body. -984, -1,370, -1892. After Thundering Flash ended, Lone Tyrant's body fell to the ground. From beginning to end, Shi Feng had only used 2 moves to finish off Lone Tyrant, and the time he spent doing so had not exceeded 1 second. Shi Feng's attack power thoroughly shocked everyone from Dark Star. Shi Feng's performance was simply stunning. Even when faced with over 1,000 elites from Dark Star, he managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader, Lone Tyrant. Ming Sha was also stunned by this scene. He had never imagined that Lone Tyrant would die so quickly under Shi Feng's assault. "Everybody, get him! No matter what, do not let him escape!" Ming Sha bellowed as he felt unprecedented humiliation. After finishing off Lone Tyrant, Shi Feng sent a chilling gaze to his surroundings. Those who received his gaze inadvertently halted their steps, and none dared to look Shi Feng in the eyes. Shi Feng was like a king that had descended from heaven. Nobody dared compete with him over dominance. Faced with Ming Sha's glare, Shi Feng simply raised his index finger at Ming Sha. He then made a hooking motion with his finger and softly chuckled. Ming Sha's rage burned even brighter after receiving such a blatant provocation. Immediately, he lifted his great sword and charged at his opponent. In reply to Ming Sha's actions, Shi Feng gently waved the Abyssal Blade as he walked forward. Shi Feng had the presence of a king facing an ant's challenge, his mind appearing completely at ease. When the 2 swords collided, sparks flew. The impact of the attack forced Ming Sha to retreat multiple steps before he could stabilize himself. Shi Feng, however, had not moved an inch. The gap in strength between the two was clear at a glance. Giving Ming Sha no time, Shi Feng instantly charged forward and brandished his sword. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Shi Feng's attacks were like a violent gale. Ming Sha desperately dodged and blocked the onslaught. However, each time Ming Sha was knocked back, it was very difficult for him to stabilize his form. After receiving over a dozen attacks, Ming Sha finally failed to block an attack. He received a hit to his abdomen, and the blow sent him flying. However, Shi Feng was not done. Shi Feng's feet suddenly exerted an explosive force, creating a deep pit in the ground as his body shot towards Ming Sha like an artillery shell. While his body remained in mid-air, Ming Sha was unable to exert any force to retaliate or dodge. The moment Shi Feng shot past Ming Sha, he brandished his swords multiple times. Each and every attack struck Ming Sha's vital points, all of them causing over -600 damage. In the blink of an eye, Ming Sha's life was no more. The scene dumbfounded the audience from Dark Star. What they had witnessed was simply Shi Feng flying past Ming Sha, followed by silvery sword streaks wrapping around Ming Sha's body. By the time Shi Feng passed Ming Sha's body, Ming Sha was already dead. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng dove into the dense forest, with a few leaps, his figure completely vanished. At this time, some of Dark Star's members finally responded and rushed in the direction Shi Feng had disappeared. Yulan, do we chase after him? South Wolf worriedly asked as he looked to Yulan. South Wolf was very clear about just how powerful Ming Sha was. Yet, such a powerful expert still died at Shi Feng's hands. Moreover, from beginning to end, Shi Feng had not used any skills in the exchange with Ming Sha. He relied purely on techniques to kill his opponent. This was something that South Wolf had never dared to imagine possible in the past. Now, however, South Wolf finally realized what a true expert was. Yulan shook her head and released a soft sigh, saying, "No! If Black Flame possesses such strength, even if we chase after him, what can we actually do to him? Not to mention, our speed can't compare to his at all. We should save our energy and give up." First, he had killed Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, amidst an army of thousands. Next, while he was escaping, he managed to kill an expert like Ming Sha. This time, Dark Star had truly lost all dignity. Even if Dark Star managed to exterminate Zero Wing's core team at a later date, it would only add on to the gossip about Dark Star. This time, Dark Star had truly suffered a defeat. Are we giving up? Just like that? South Wolf still held some resentment in his heart. After all, Shi Feng had killed him once before. Then what do you propose? Yulan revealed a calm smile. She then pointed towards the direction of the Silverleaf Forest in which Shi Feng had disappeared, saying, "If you aren't satisfied, be my guest. However, you have already fully experienced Black Flame's horrifying might. Under that complete silencing skill, he can easily kill whoever he wants. As long as the cooldown for that skill refreshes, he might turn around and start another massacre. At that time, the first target he'll go after will be you." When South Wolf heard her reasoning, cold sweat permeated his forehead as he recalled the scene of Shi Feng killing Ming Sha before escaping. Even until now, fear lingered within him. But how should we explain things to young Master Feng? Although South Wolf feared Shi Feng, Feng Shenyang was not someone he could afford to provoke. "I'll deal with young Master Feng. Today, we experienced Black Flame's true strength, so consider it a great harvest. As for the other matters, let's leave those to Guild Leader Tyrant to deal with," Yulan said as she revealed a mysterious smile. She then turned around and left. Feeling helpless, South Wolf sighed and departed with Yulan. Now that both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha had died, what could he, South Wolf, possibly do? Moreover, his main task for today was to show Yulan around the guild and allow her to assess the situation at Dark Star. Hunting Zero Wing was a side task. At a lake nestled in the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing had been waiting for a long time now. However, even after so much time had passed, Shi Feng had yet to show up, causing them all to grow slightly anxious. "Sister Fire Dance, guild leader still hasn't shown up yet. Why don't we check on him?" One of the 5 demon generals, the assassin Flying Shadow, asked. In the past, Flying Shadow had been a solitary person. However, his strength could rank at the very top of Shadow. Although he had not performed any outstanding feats during the early stages of the game, he had not performed badly either. In general, he had been an average player. In this life, however, after Shifeng recruited him into the Zero Wing workshop, he immediately assigned him to Zero Wing's core team. Many in the guild had initially voiced their opinions against this matter. However, as time slowly passed, everyone finally realized that Shifeng's decision was still as impeccable as always. It was not something the likes of them could hope to compare to. Within the Zero Wing's core team, Fire Dance had always been the publicly acknowledged #1 assassin of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the position of #2 assassin had been undetermined. However, after Flying Shadow joined the guild, his techniques rose rapidly with each passing battle and friendly competition. Very quickly, everyone began to acknowledge him, and now, he was considered the most powerful assassin in Zero Wing after Fire Dance. No. Since guild leader has chosen to stay behind, he obviously is confident of obtaining victory. We will only be a hindrance if we try to help. Fire Dance shook her head and rejected Flying Shadow's proposal. In reality, however, she was also worried about Shifeng. At this moment, a black figure pierced through the brush, landing by the lakeside soundlessly. Before anyone noticed, this black figure had arrived before them. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were the first to detect this figure's presence. Instinctively, Fire Dance retrieved the daggers from her waist, preparing to meet with a great enemy. Soon after, everyone else discovered the presence of this newcomer as well, and they too promptly readied their weapons. Although they could not see this black figure's appearance clearly, the pressure the figure emitted was no less than a Lord-ranked boss. Guild leader. Fire Dance quickly recognized Shifeng's appearance, and she was greatly shocked when she felt his aura. Previously, as they had been in a hurry to escape, she had not noticed Shifeng's change. Now that she confronted Shifeng, face to face, she suddenly realized that Shifeng's strength had greatly improved. Right now, even she could not determine exactly how powerful Shifeng was. It was especially true for the sharp and frightening aura he emanated. It seems that all of you have improved greatly recently. You actually managed to discover me so quickly. Shifeng examined his guild members and revealed a satisfied smile. Battles in God's domain were unlike any other virtual reality game. The improvement of a person's strength was not limited to techniques and equipment. One must also possess a bestial intuition. After all, the penalty for death was not low, so such an intuition was essential when engaged in combat in the fields. In reality, if players did not suffer death when grinding out in the fields, they could easily reach level 200 within 2 years. Yet, Shifeng had taken a decade to reach level 200 in the past. Death was inevitable when battling in God's domain. In the past, Shifeng had died countless times while participating in all sorts of combat. In God's domain, danger always lurked around the corner. Guild wars were only a small part of the dangers in God's domain. Thus, it was of utmost importance for a player to nurture a bestial intuition to avoid unnecessary deaths. It was also a key to leveling up quickly. People's lives in reality were simply too peaceful, so this bestial intuition had been completely buried deep in their bodies. However, as players experienced more battles in God's domain, this intuition would slowly rise to the surface. Meanwhile, the rate at which players improved also correlated to how strong their intuition became, and this was one of the main factors differentiating average players from experts. Shifeng chose to appear so stealthily to test everyone's intuition, and the result had not disappointed him. Compared to several days ago, everyone present had improved greatly. Though, when compared to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, everyone else's improvement paled slightly. Nevertheless, they were still much stronger than the average elite player. After Shifeng finished evaluating everyone's strengths, he then said with a smile, "All right, let's leave this place. Follow me." Leave? This was exactly what everyone had constantly tried to do. However, it was simply too difficult to accomplish. Currently, Dark Star's forces locked down the Silverleaf Forest. With their team of slightly more than 30, it was impossible to fight their way out of the forest. In the next moment, however, Shifeng gave everyone an underwater breathing potion. This potion allowed players to breathe underwater for half an hour. following which, Shifeng gulped down the breathing potion and jumped into the lake. He then dove into the depths of the lake. The team copied Shifeng's actions, drinking the breathing potion and jumping into the lake as well. This lake was not just a pool of stagnant water. Instead, it connected to the other lakes found in the Silverleaf Forest. A player in the past had accidentally stumbled on this particular secret. This player had only managed to discover this secret as he tried to catch the silver carp found in the Silverleaf Forest. The silver carp was a precious cooking ingredient, and its flavor far surpassed the carp found in the real world. Moreover, after eating the dishes made using the silver carp, there was a very small chance for players to receive a permanent increase of 1 point to a basic attribute. Players could receive up to a total of 20 attribute points through consuming these delicacies. Unfortunately, the attribute rewarded was always random. Even so, players still valued the silver carp. Many players who were Germans and wished to increase their strength would willingly spend a massive sum of money to purchase silver carp. So, silver carp had always been short in supply, and their prices had steadily increased over time. Back in the day, plenty of players would come to the Silverleaf Forest to fish for the silver carp. There was also no lack of bloodbaths due to competition over these silver carp as well. Shifeng led everyone through one underwater tunnel after another, gradually distancing themselves from Dark Star's encirclement. However, Dark Star still held Silverleaf Forest's exits, so it was impossible for them to depart from the forest safely. A guild war order could seal an area for 24 hours. During this period, no one could use return scrolls in this area. In addition, if enemy guild members logged out of the game while in this area, they would receive very harsh punishment. This punishment was far more severe than even the penalty for death, as it was meant to prevent players from abusing this method to avoid the war. However, guild war orders had a cooldown time of 2 natural days. In God's domain, that would be 96 hours. Hence, after players managed to endure and survive through the guild war order's effective period of 24 hours, they could return directly to the city using a return scroll. Shifeng intended to take advantage of these underwater tunnels before anyone discovered their existence. By doing so, they could escape Dark Star's surveillance and wait out the seal of the Guild War Order. Dark Star had a lot of members inside the Silverleaf Forest. However, due to Shifeng's group killing one of their teams, which had consisted of over 100 elite players, in addition to Shifeng's impossible feat of killing both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha amidst the encirclement of over 1,000 players, Dark Star no longer dared spread their forces too thin. They even called for more reinforcements to the Silverleaf Forest. Yet, even after thoroughly searching the area where the previous battle took place, they still could not manage to locate any traces of Shifeng and the others. Time passed little by little. After his resurrection, Lone Tyrant was like a madman as he sent out all members of Dark Star to hunt Shifeng's team in the Silverleaf Forest. His insanity also attracted the attention of the players in White River City. Why was Dark Star sending even more players to the Silverleaf Forest? Were the thousands of players they had sent there before not enough to deal with the core members of Zero Wing? At this time, a new post from Black Flame appeared on the forums, and within the post there was a video. This video bore the title, "The confrontation between Dark Star and Zero Wing had already become explosively popular on the forums. Previously, using the name Black Flame, Shifeng had declared that he would exact vengeance against Dark Star. In response, those who knew of Dark Star's strength were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of success. After all, everyone knew that Zero Wing had only recently established. It did not possess a significant background. However, Zero Wing was still the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to possess a guild residence, so most considered it to have great potential. If it spent a few more months developing, it might become an existence that surpassed even Dark Star. At the moment, though, it was simply too early for Zero Wing to go against Dark Star. Yet, sometime later, such remarks about Zero Wing completely disappeared. World Dominator's veteran first-rate guild had actually suffered defeat. Moreover, the guild had been eliminated from the competition for dominance over White River City. Zero Wing had played a significant role in achieving this feat, so it was apparent that Zero Wing was not as weak as everyone had imagined. Hence, the moment the video of Surefeng killing Darkstar's guild leader, Lone Tyrant, uploaded, its popularity instantly grew. In particular, the scene where Surefeng indifferently faced off against an army of over 1,000 elites and managed to kill Lone Tyrant by himself garnered huge amounts of attention. Surefeng's actions made it seem as if killing the enemy commander while surrounded by an army as simple as taking something out of his pockets. A scene that was only possible in storybooks had actually occurred in reality. In the face of Surefeng, the guild leader of Darkstar was like a little kid. Even as Lone Tyrant died, he had not offered the least bit of resistance. On the other hand, just a glance from Surefeng caused the thousands of players of Darkstar to freeze in fright. At that time, Surefeng was like a king. Before him, everybody else could only submit. Also, the scene in which Surefeng killed Mingsha as he departed was even more amazing. Anybody could tell at a glance that the berserker, Mingsha, was not just an ordinary expert. Yet, even so, Surefeng killed him effortlessly. However, this did not mean that Mingsha was weak. Instead, Surefeng was simply too strong. This black flame is too powerful. With his skills, he can rank on the God's Domain Experts list. Not likely. That's the God's Domain Experts list you're talking about. The Secret Pavilion has collected information on all experts in God's Domain to compile that list, and the God's Domain experts that rank on it are all monsters. Previously, even though the God-ranked expert, Yifeng, had killed over 100 players all by himself, he still failed to earn a spot on that list. The Secret Pavilion was famous in the virtual gaming world, and one could find the Secret Pavilion's presence in practically every virtual reality game available. The experts list compiled by the Secret Pavilion was also well received by many players. After all, by browsing through the experts list, one could easily find information such as the major events that had occurred in God's Domain, what kind of experts were present in the game, who the #1 player was, and more. Players had no need to go through the trouble of searching for such information through the official forums. Any player who managed to earn a place on the experts list was a target for recruitment of all of the major workshops in the gaming industry. Although nobody knew whether Black Flame was capable of ranking on the experts list, undoubtedly, he had already earned his fame in Starmoon Kingdom. In the future, whenever people talked about Zero Wing, the first thing that would come to their minds would be Black Flame. Damn it! Damn that Black Flame! Lone Tyrant burst into an uncontrollable rage when he discovered the video Surefeng had uploaded. His original plan to destroy Zero Wing had completely backfired, and instead, he became the laughingstock throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Have we not found them yet? Lone Tyrant bellowed. Darkstar had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Not only had it lost more than 1,000 players to Zero Wing, but Darkstar's fame and prestige had also been destroyed. Lone Tyrant's reputation had gone up in flames. To make things worse, he still had to compensate World Dominators for its losses. The amount they had to pay would definitely put a dent in Darkstar's funds, damaging the guild's development. In this war, Darkstar had suffered a double loss. However, Lone Tyrant was completely helpless about this situation. Guild leader, we've already increased the number of people searching for them to 15,000. However, it's as if they grew wings and flew away. Even after rummaging through the entire Silverleaf Forest, we still can't find any traces of Zero Wing. I suspect that they have long since left the forest. Otherwise, if Black Flame and the core members of Zero Wing were still here, Zero Wing's and Ouroboros' forces would have carved a path of blood into this forest by now. They wouldn't have dispersed and went on to do their own things. Lone Tyrant's confidant explained slowly. Before, Lone Tyrant's anger had blinded him, so he had not considered this. However, now that he thought it through, it was as his confidant said. If Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, were still trapped deep in his enemy's territory, how could the other members of his guild possibly sit and do nothing? They would have charged forward in desperation. If Zero Wing had joined hands with Ouroboros, based on Darkstar's strength, Darkstar would have no choice but to back off. Yet Zero Wing had not done so. Even the reinforcements Lone Tyrant had called in from White River City received no obstruction whatsoever from the other guild. Based on Zero Wing's inaction, one could conclude that Black Flame had indeed already left the Silverleaf Forest. Damn that black flame. We've wasted so much time and manpower. Lone Tyrant's eyes burned with anger. However, he was simply helpless against Zero Wing. It was no longer possible to deal with their enemy now. Previously, he had the help of World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators was out of the competition, if Darkstar wished to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to fight both Zero Wing and Ouroboros simultaneously. Even with Underworld support, it was still not an opponent for these two guilds. Suddenly, Lone Tyrant seemed to age by several years. Pass on my command. Everybody is dismissed. Those who should rest, rest. Those who wish to level up, go level up. As for the rewards and compensations, I will issue those later. After Lone Tyrant finished speaking, as if all the strength in his body drained away, his entire person became powerless. Soon after, everyone from Darkstar departed from the Silverleaf Forest, one after another. As for the seal of Guild War Order, that too had dissipated. When the thousands of players from Darkstar hunted Shurfeng's group, having nothing better to do, Shurfeng and the others had spent their time searching for silver carp at a lake. Currently, nobody that knew how precious silver carp were. Moreover, now that the underwater areas of the Silverleaf Forest had yet to develop, one could find a large number of silver carp in the lakes in the area. Even in the very beginning, each silver carp sold for 20 silver coins. Presently, 20 silver was worth 3,000 credits. It could compare to the monthly salaries of white-collared workers. By the time everybody discovered the silver carp's value, its price had soared from the initial 20 silver coins to 2 gold coins. To an average player, such an amount was a fortune. During the several hours Darkstar had hunted them, Shurfeng and the others had managed to catch over 20 silver carp. They even discovered multiple treasure chests. Although they were only bronze and mysterious iron rank, it was still a considerable harvest. Guild leader, as you predicted, Darkstar has released the seal on the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance reported excitedly. Although everything had gone according to Shurfeng's plan, when everyone witnessed the area seal lifting so quickly, they could not help their astonishment. It was as if everything was within Shurfeng's grasp. That's that. However, we are now red players. If we aren't nobles of White River City, we won't have any way to enter the city safely. Most of us are already level 20, so if we wish to upgrade ourselves further, we need to complete our class change. Let's first wash away our red names. Otherwise, we can't enter White River City to accept our class change quest. Shurfeng was not particularly surprised about the seal on the Silverleaf Forest releasing. After spending so much time and manpower, Darkstar had still failed to locate any of them. As long as Lone Tyrant was not an idiot, he would definitely stop searching for them like a fool. Guild leader, our names are as red as blood right now. Most of us have killed more than 10 people, while Blackie and I have killed more than 100 each. We'll need to waste a lot of time to cleanse our red names completely. By the time we do, most of the players from the other guilds will have already reached level 20. Fire Dance said as she smiled bitterly. If a player wished to remove their status as a red name, they needed to remove the crime value they had accumulated. One of the most common ways to get rid of crime value was to wait, as a player's crime value decreased over time. However, if one's crime value was excessively high, they needed to punish evil and promote righteousness. However, although killing NPCs such as villains, criminals, and bandits would significantly reduce a player's crime value, there was no other benefit for doing so. Killing these NPCs would not provide players with any additional rewards or EXP. Moreover, these NPCs were very few and usually scattered all over God's domain. It would be fine if players hunted for these NPCs by themselves, but hunting as a group would be time-consuming and inefficient. Indeed, let's forget about cleansing your red names for now. We'll raise our White River City reputation. As long as you become nobles, entering the city as red names will not have significant consequences. We should have no problems taking on the class change quest. Shurfeng made his decision after some thought. Otherwise, it would take around 2 to 3 days' effort to cleanse such a high crime value. Everyone fell speechless when they heard Shurfeng's decision to raise their reputation in White River City to the degree of becoming a noble. Shurfeng made it sound as if becoming a noble of White River City was as easy as buying cabbage from the market. It was extremely difficult for players to raise their White River City reputation, and one needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate sufficient reputation points to become a noble. In this case, it would be much easier to hunt for NPC bandits. Guild leader, do you have a method to increase our White River City reputation quickly? Blackie knew that Shurfeng would not speak without reason. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a hint of excitement as he looked to his guild leader for answers. A noble of White River City. Currently, one could count the number of players that had become nobles of White River City on one's fingers. After becoming a noble, not only could one purchase a business stall in White River City, but one could also receive high-level quests in the city. The rewards were enough to drool over. Although the EXP rewarded was low, the monetary rewards consisted of silver coins, not copper coins. Most importantly, nobles could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items in White River City. They could also receive a 30% discount when repairing weapons and equipment. Currently, every time they went to repair items, they would always leave with a stomach ache. Due to the quality of their items, the repair fees were at least 6 times higher than the average players. If they could become nobles of White River City, in the future, they would not become poor bastards whenever they needed to repair their equipment. They might even get the chance to enter the nobles' district. Shurfeng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "Do you really think it is so easy to become a noble?" The team could not help their laughter at Blackie as he nearly choked from Shurfeng's reply. Although it is not easy to raise one's reputation in White River City, if one wishes to increase it quickly, there is indeed a method to do so. Guild leader, is there really such a method? Kola asked excitedly. It was an absolute nightmare for him whenever he had to repair his equipment. Out of cloth armor, leather armor, and plate armor, the repair fees for cloth armor were the cheapest. On the other hand, plate armor cost the most to repair, and normally, the fees were at least double that of cloth armor. Ah, there is one method, town capture. Shurfeng nodded, revealing a mysterious smile. Shurfeng's announcement stunned his guildmates. What kind of trouble was Shurfeng trying to stir? They had just escaped from Darkstar's pursuit, yet now they were going to capture a town? Town capture. Kola was confused. Although he did not know why Shurfeng suggested they capture a town. Such a thing was not easy. Level 50 elite NPCs guarded every town. There were even Tier 2 NPCs protecting them. Even with their strength combined, they wouldn't be a match for even a single level 50 elite NPC, not to mention a Tier 2 NPC. That's right. However, we're not going to capture just any town. Instead, our aim is Creek Town, one of the towns within the White River City region that's occupied by evil-aligned NPCs. As long as we capture this town, we can obtain a lot of White River City reputation points. If we're lucky, there might even be unexpected rewards, Shurfeng explained. However, it won't be easy. I'll need to make some preparations before we set off. Just stay here and catch some fish for now. I'll head back and make the necessary arrangements. I'll notify you guys once I'm done. After Shurfeng said so, he used a return scroll. Town capture. During the middle stages of God's domain, this was a commonplace activity for players. There were plenty of small towns in God's domain, and a majority of these towns were not under the management of any kingdoms or empires. Instead, other forces occupied these towns. So long as players wished to establish their own empire in God's domain, it was a must for them to occupy towns. Meanwhile, if players wished to occupy a town, they needed to chase away the forces that occupied said town first. Only by doing so could they turn the town into their own guild town. They could then slowly develop and upgrade the town's rank. It was also not impossible for players to develop a town to surpass even Star Moon City. However, the conditions for doing so were extremely demanding, so it was very difficult for players to succeed. Moreover, capturing a town was easier said than done. Even if the current number 1 guild in White River City, Ouroboros, went all out, they should not have any clue of how to capture a town. It should be impossible for Ouroboros to capture even the most bordered and resource-poor town. On top of that, now that Shurfeng had unsealed the Endless Abyss, towns had upgraded their overall strength in preparation for the assault from demonic beasts, making it even more challenging for players to capture a town. However, Creek Town, the town Shurfeng had chosen as his target, was slightly special. There was a hidden quest in White River City that would greatly reduce the overall strength of Creektown. If the town were weakened, capture would become far easier. However, in order to accept this hidden quest, at the very minimum, one must first become a Viscount of White River City. Fortunately, Shurfeng just happened to be just that. After Shurfeng returned to White River City, he suddenly became the focus of the entire city. Any players who saw him immediately began whispering to companions or strangers by their sides. Shurfeng was a celebrity right now, and everyone in White River City knew about him. Although part of the reason why Shurfeng attracted so much attention was due to his blood-red name, the actual cause for his fame was due to the name Black Flame. The video of the battle in the Silverleaf Forest was extremely exciting. The scene where Shurfeng had leaped high into the air to finish off Ming Sha was particularly unforgettable. Countless players had tried to mimic Shurfeng's actions. Unfortunately, average players could, at most, jump 2 to 3 meters high. Compared to Shurfeng, who had managed to reach a height of 8 meters, the gap between them was simply too massive. Moreover, Shurfeng had brandished his sword 6 times while in mid-air, and every strike accurately landed on Ming Sha's vital points. Through their attempts to mimic Shurfeng's actions, everyone's admiration for him grew. Everyone knew that a player's basic attributes determined the gap between them and others. Only after making a comparison did they know just how wide the gap was between them and Shurfeng. Guild Leader Black Flame. When will Zero Wing hold another mass recruitment? I've been waiting to join Zero Wing for a long time now. A level 17 male swordsman asked loudly. That's right. This little girl wishes to join Zero Wing as well. Big Brother Black Flame. Please tell this little sister when you'll recruit again. It can be our little secret. I promise not to tell anyone. A beautiful female summoner asked sweetly. Everyone's eagerness to join Zero Wing grew greater and greater. If Zero Wing had not announced to the public that it had temporarily halted recruitment in order to fine-tune the management of the guild, the stampede of players might have trampled Zero Wing's recruitment area by now. The crowd's enthusiasm started to make even Shurfeng grow afraid. Without a better choice, he said, everyone can rest assured that Zero Wing will definitely recruit for more members. Moreover, we will have even more slots available during the next recruitment. As for the time and venue, the recruitment will be held in 3 days at Zero Wing's guild residence. I hope that everyone will show up for the registration when the time comes. Finished speaking, Shurfeng hurriedly escaped. If he remained any longer, he might not be able to get away. In 3 days? Great. I can use that time to improve my techniques and strength. I will definitely pass the test and become a member of Zero Wing. After receiving a specific time, everyone grew even more enthusiastic. They all swore to join Zero Wing no matter what. In their minds, Zero Wing stood out like a sacred temple of experts. Assassin Fire Dance, Guardian Night Cola, Elementalist Aqua Rose, Berserker Lonely Snow, Cursemancer Black Cloud, Cleric Violet Cloud, Swordsman Black Flame, Swordsman Yifeng, and many other experts all belonged to Zero Wing. These experts possessed brilliant battle records in God's domain, and they were far stronger than other guilds' experts. Shurfeng's return immediately attracted the attention of the various powers in White River City. When these powers learned about Shurfeng's return, in addition, his blood-red-colored name, they knew that Dark Star's encirclement had failed. Dark Star had dispatched over 10,000 members during this encounter. Yet, they still failed to annihilate Zero Wing's core members. This conclusion had greatly boosted Zero Wing's fame. Moreover, Lone Tyrant's death at Shurfeng's hands had also been a huge blow to Dark Star's reputation. Excluding World Dominators, which had already been eliminated from the competition for the dominance over White River City, Dark Star's current reputation ranked at the very bottom of the top 6 guilds of White River City. As a result, many players who had originally intended to join Dark Star now had their sights on Zero Wing instead. As things stood, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed Dark Star. After escaping the attention of the passionate players surrounding him, Shurfeng immediately draped a black cloak over his shoulders, covering his face and hiding his name. He then hurried towards the Adventurers Association of White River City. On the way, Feng contacted Aqua Rose and had her bring around 60 core members to the Adventurers Association to meet up with him. 20 minutes later, Aqua Rose showed up at the entrance of the Adventurers Association with the requested guildmates. Every one of these core members wore equipment that was mysterious iron rank and above. Among them, many possessed secret silver equipment. The group looked dazzling when they stood in front of the entrance, invoking the envy and admiration of many passing players. Although Darkstar's ambush and the battle with world dominators had significantly damaged Zero Wing, fortunately, the guild possessed a relatively large stock of bronze and mysterious iron equipment to compensate for the loss. Only some time was required to regain the lost levels. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's group consisted of players that had been busy raiding dungeons while the guild war had taken place. They had not been able to make it in time to help. Big Sis Aqua, why do you think the guild leader called us here? A female cleric called Snow Goose asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Darkstar caused us trouble picking a fight. Our guild leader obviously wants us here to plan our payback. A berserker said, laughing. That's great. The dungeon we raided before was too far away, so we couldn't join in the guild war. Now, I'll get to teach those bastards from Darkstar a lesson. Snow Goose giggled as she waved her delicate fist around. Watching this scene, Aqua Rose could not help but laugh, saying, Snow Goose, aren't you a little too aggressive? Although the guild leader hasn't expressed his plans for us yet, I feel that he called us here for something else. Otherwise, if we start a war against Darkstar with the few numbers we have here, we won't even fill in the gaps between their teeth. Stop guessing blindly. In any case, we'll know what he wants us to do soon enough. Hearing that their guild leader had called them here for something else, Snow Goose's mood dampened slightly. The others also revealed disappointed expressions. Feng finally arrived after Aqua Rose, and the others had waited at the Adventurers Association's entrance for a short while. Guild leader, why are you still wearing a cloak? Are we not allowed to expose ourselves in this operation? Should we leave and sneak back over here? Aqua Rose could not help her confusion when she saw Feng hiding his face. At this moment, Feng looked like a wanted criminal who was afraid of being discovered. I hadn't intended to use it. However, being too famous doesn't help me either. If I removed my cloak, I don't think I will get further than the front door of the Adventurers Association, Feng said, laughing bitterly. Forget about it. Invite me to the team and let's get down to business. From Feng's brief explanation, Aqua Rose imagined the comical scene of a horde of players mobbing Feng. Involuntarily, Aqua Rose's lips hooked up into a bright smile. The dignified guild leader of Zero Wing had been fearless even against an army of thousands. Yet now he was actually afraid of his fans' enthusiasm. After Aqua Rose invited Feng to the team, she passed the team leader position to Feng. After becoming the leader of the team, Feng immediately examined everyone's level, and he could not help but feel proud at what he saw. A majority of the team was level 19, while a small portion had already reached level 20. This was unimaginable in any other guild. As the various large guilds competed over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, naturally, they would not hurry to level up. In truth, the guild's actions were similar to putting the cart before the horse. Although obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was important, God's Domain worked differently from other MMOs. If players paid too much attention to their gains and losses during the early stages of the game, they could easily miss other opportunities. Take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class, for example. Level 20 dungeons specifically catered to Tier 1 classes. The only reason Fire Dance and the others had managed to clear level 20 dungeons was mainly due to the excellent equipment they possessed. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to achieve such a feat. Not to mention, there were still the 50-man and 100-man level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Hence, the earlier they completed their Tier 1 promotion, the better their chances were of obtaining the first clear of the 100-man team dungeon. The only benefit of obtaining the first clear of the level 10 3 great dungeons was fame among players. By obtaining the first clear of a level 20 100-man team dungeon, however, not only could they increase their fame, but they could also encounter a great opportunity. Let's head to the second floor, Feng said in the team chat. Normally, nobody visited the second floor of the Adventurers Association. This place did not receive individual guild players. Instead, this place was exclusive to guild teams. Sister Aqua, why do you think the guild leader has led us here? Snow Goose asked curiously. I don't know. Aqua Rose shook her head. She too could not see through their guild leader, Sherfong. However, it was precisely because of this that she had chosen to join Zero Wing. She then continued, however, this is where guilds come to take on large-scale quests. I wonder what kind of great quest the guild leader plans to accept. At this time, Sherfong sat in front of the VIP counter. With a smile, the beautiful receptionist behind the counter asked, Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today? I wish to take on a guild crusade quest, Sherfong requested. Okay. However, as the Zero Wing Guild is only a 3-star guild, there are only 4 locations available for a crusade. May I know which location Lord Viscount desires? The receptionist listed the 4 locations. They were rather remote towns, barren wastelands. However, dark forces occupied each location. Without 2,000 to 3,000 level 30 tier 1 players, one should not even consider capturing it. Of course, this was only in the case for attacking normally. If it were a crusade, however, the difficulty of capturing the town would significantly decrease. Even so, it was still extremely difficult. If one attempted to capture these towns with only 100 players around level 20, it would be suicide. Creek Town, then. Sherfong was very familiar with the crusade quests available in White River City. He chose Creek Town, which was occupied by the Blood Hand Association, without hesitation. Among the many dark forces in the White River City region, the Blood Hand Association was one of the weakest and smallest powers. It ranked at the very bottom. Taking on any of the other 3 locations, each of which was controlled by lower middle-class dark forces, would be nothing more than suicide for Sherfong and his team. They would have no chances of successfully capturing the town at all. Okay, a 1-star crusade quest will require a deposit of 30 gold coins. If the quest is not completed within 5 days, then the deposit will not be refunded. Snow Goose, who currently stood behind Sherfong, widened her delicate mouth in shock when she heard the requirement of a 30 gold deposit. Just what kind of quest was this? To think that they actually needed to pay a deposit before accepting the quest. Moreover, the deposit was even 30 gold coins. Big Sis Aqua, what kind of quest is that? It actually needs 30 gold coins. Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't earn so much money, Snow Goose said, stunned. Snow Goose's words left everyone speechless. Sherfong, on the other hand, merely revealed a calm smile as he paid the 30 gold coins deposit gladly. He then said in the team chat, this is a guild crusade quest. Unless one becomes a true noble of White River City, they can't even accept such a quest. Moreover, 30 gold coins is actually very cheap. Cheap? Everyone was truly speechless this time. At this stage of the game, 30 gold coins was practically the maximum a third-rate guild would possess. If they could not complete this crusade quest, those 30 gold coins would be gone forever. After Sherfong accepted the 1-star guild crusade quest, he led everyone to the Twilight Temple. The Twilight Temple was a main hub for healer classes. Here clerics, oracles, and druids could take on quests that rewarded high-level skills related to their classes. Guild leader, what are we doing here? Aqua Rose asked, confused. We're looking for assistance. Sherfong smiled faintly, not bothering to explain further. After entering the main hall of the Twilight Temple, they saw level 180 elite guards crowding the temple. This hall also contained the statue of the Twilight Goddess, below which stood a level 200 priest dressed in red. An oracle advanced to priest after reaching tier 2. To Sherfong and the others, a level 200 priest was an existence that they could only revere. At this moment, however, this priest dressed in red took the initiative to walk up to Sherfong and welcome him. Greetings, Lord Viscount, the priest said, fawning. Greetings, esteemed Lord Priest. I wish to purchase some water of life. Do you have some here? Sherfong asked softly. The water of life was the spring water taken from the fountain of eternal life. It was sacred medicine in God's domain that could heal any wound in an instant. could even regenerate a person's lost limbs, so the water of life was extremely valuable. To NPCs, the water of life held great importance. The Twilight Temple worshipped the Twilight Goddess. Meanwhile, the Fountain of Eternal Life was a godly relic that the Twilight Goddess had bestowed upon the Twilight Temple. Hence, throughout God's domain, only the Twilight Temple could possibly obtain the water of life. Lord Viscount, water of life is precious. This is a gift of the Twilight Goddess to we humans, and every drop is a treasure. It is not something a priest like myself can give to others casually, so I beg for Lord Viscount's forgiveness, the priest said, appearing slightly angry. However, a Viscount was a person of relatively high status in White River City. Even if Shurfang's request angered the priest still had to endure and hold it in. If any other player stood in Shurfang's place right now, the priest might have thrown them out of the temple already. Naturally, Shurfang knew this. Although he had guessed that his identity as a Viscount would not get him the water of life, the priest's unwavering refusal still shocked him slightly. Shurfang then activated the golden stigmata and looked at the priest, asking, "Will this not do?" Suddenly, twinkling golden stars appeared in Shurfang's dark pupils. His body began to emanate a terrifying aura. In the face of this aura, the priest felt even his soul tremble. "You are..." The priest was the manager of this Twilight Temple, so it was only natural that he would possess vast knowledge regarding God's domain. Stigmata were the war god's temple's symbol of supremacy, and they were categorized into 3 different colors: silver, gold, and purple. A person capable of controlling a golden stigmata was definitely a core character of the war god's temple. "Is it really not possible?" Shurfang asked again. In truth, he was not confident in obtaining the water of life. If players wished to purchase the water of life from the Twilight Temple, the prerequisite was sufficient status among humans. As to what degree of status, even Shurfang was unsure. However, characters like Weissman, the controller of a city, could definitely purchase some. Shurfang was not a city lord, so if he wished to purchase the water of life, he could only try his other identities. If it were not possible to obtain any, he would have to look for other assistants to help him with the crusade quest instead. After he gained sufficient status in the future, he would return and purchase water of life. After some struggling, the priest finally opened his mouth and said, "Lord Viscount, with your esteemed status, you can purchase 1 drop. "Okay, I'll take it," Shurfang replied, slightly excited. However, his excitement confused the members of Zero Wing behind him. Wasn't it just a single drop of water of life? Yet, it actually caused their usually calm and indifferent guild leader to grow excited. Could this water of life possibly be an epic item? "That will be 300 gold, Lord Viscount." The priest carefully took out a small crystal vial from his pocket. Within this vial, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Aqua Rose immediately revealed a shocked expression when she heard the required price of 300 gold. The others were stunned as well. However, Shurfang was not surprised by this price. Instead, he handed over 300 gold to the priest without hesitation. His actions even seemed a little impatient. Aqua Rose was speechless when she heard the price for a drop of water of life. There was not a single guild in God's domain that could possibly afford such an amount. Hence, when she saw Shurfang hand over 300 gold to the priest, her disbelief was overwhelming. Although Aqua Rose had long since known that Shurfang was rich, she never thought his fortune was this vast. No wonder guild leader said that 30 gold was cheap before. Snow Goose finally understood Shurfang's words back at the Adventurers Association. Indeed, compared to 300 gold, the 30 gold deposit for the Guild Crusade quest was nothing. With 300 gold, one could fully arm a 100-man elite team with mysterious iron equipment. In the end, just how deeply hidden is this guy? Just how much do I not know about Zero Wing? Aqua Rose shifted her gaze to Shurfang, a complicated feeling possessing her heart. If Lone Tyrant of Dark Star knew about this, he would definitely regret making an enemy out of Zero Wing. Wars between guilds were mainly competitions in financial power. Meanwhile, by showing off its own financial power, Dark Star had simply shown off its slight skill in front of an expert. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that Dark Star could have caused Shi Feng some significant problems had they really annihilated Zero Wing's core team. After all, Blackie wielded an epic ranked staff. The others also possessed excellent dark gold items. If Dark Star had managed to obtain these items, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. After Shi Feng obtained the Water of Life, he hurried over to a simple and crude-looking house located in the slums of White River City. In this house lived a middle-aged man with only a single arm. Originally, this man had been a powerful Tier 2 sword master. However, during the Great Demon War, he had lost one of his arms and subsequently, his strength deteriorated, reverting to an ordinary citizen. This man was Kite. Even before he had lost his arm, Kite had not been very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, he was simply a Tier 2 swordsman, something common. The reason Shi Feng had come for Kite was mainly that of his potential. 5 years after God's Domain had officially launched, Kite had another name. Windbreaker. Nobody would have thought that a one-armed man living in the slums of White River City would, after becoming the personal guard of a player, one day grow to become a Tier 5 titled Sword Saint. The more shocking matter was the fact that the owner of this Windbreaker was actually just an independent player with subpar techniques, and this player was simply a lifestyle player. However, due to the presence of this Tier 5 titled Sword Saint, this insignificant independent player had actually become an existence that nobody dared to provoke casually. The same went for the first-rate guilds at that time. Many first-rate guilds and super guilds had also offered astronomical prices in order to recruit this independent player. Moreover, the prices they offered were much higher than what they would usually offer when recruiting a Tier 5 expert. The reason being NPCs were different from players. NPCs of the same rank were much more powerful than players, not to mention a Tier 5 Sword Saint that received a title. Kite's strength far surpassed other ordinary Tier 5 Sword Saints. If ranked according to tiers, a title Sword Saint could be considered a Tier 5.5 class, and only Tier 6 God rank players could possibly suppress this Windbreaker. Esteemed Lord Viscount, how may I be of service to you? Kite asked in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing when he saw Shi Feng entering his house. Although he had become a cripple with low status, his bearing was completely different when compared to the priest back at the Twilight Temple. When Shi Feng saw Kite's depressing state, Shi Feng wondered just how much determination that independent player, Drunk Xiao, had when he decided to recruit Kite as his personal guard and invest in grooming swordsmen. However, reality had proven that Drunk Xiao certainly had impressive foresight. When choosing a personal guard, players relied on two things: foresight and luck. If a player made the wrong choice, they could only blame themselves for being dull and impatient. Before placing an NPC under their command, players had absolutely no access to said NPC's data. They would have no access even if they took in an NPC as a normal guard. In the case of Anna, Shi Feng could only view her data because she was an assistant provided due to an epic quest. Anna belonged to Shi Feng completely, so she fit under the category of a personal guard. After becoming a Viscount, players were given 2 slots for personal guards and 48 slots for normal guards. These slots were precious, as after signing the contract with an NPC, players were required to pay a considerable fee should they ever wish to dissolve the contract. If it were merely dissolving the contract for normal guards, most players could afford the fee. After all, normal guards were incapable of growth. As a player's strength grew, sooner or later, they would have to replace these normal guards. However, personal guards were a different story. Personal guards could grow with a player. Even if it were Shi Feng, he would not dare dissolve contracts of personal guards casually, as the price was simply too high. Hence, after players became Viscounts, they would be very careful when selecting their personal guards. They absolutely would not waste these 2 slots. However, leaving it empty was also unwise. Even if one accepted personal guards with slightly lower potential, these personal guards could be of great help when properly developed, especially when leveling up. Moreover, the sooner one started nurturing a personal guard, the stronger they could become later on. Also, players could not simply recruit any NPC they wished. For example, players could not recruit NPCs directly affiliated to the various kingdoms, empires, or the several strongest powers of God's domain. In other words, the NPCs must not be affiliated with any powers. In addition, the stronger the NPC was, the harder it was for a player to put them under their command. Hence, thoughts such as recruiting a level 200 Tier 5 NPC should be kept to one's dreams. In the past, Drunk Xiao's decision to accept Kite as his personal guard relied on both foresight and luck. It was not a feat normal people could repeat. In this life, however, Shifeng had decided that he needed to obtain the NPC named Kite no matter what. Mr. Kite, I have just recently become a Viscount of White River City, and currently, I am trying to recruit guards for myself. I wonder if you would be interested, Shifeng asked. Kite looked a little excited when he heard Shifeng's offer. However, when he looked at the empty space where his right arm used to be, he sighed and said, "My lord, you too can see for yourself. I am but a cripple now, so I have no way to serve as one of my lord's guard." I realized Mr. Kite's concerns. I had heard that Mr. Kite became a Tier 2 swordmaster at an early age. During the Great Demon War, you have even managed to injure a Tier 3 demon heavily, though at the cost of your sword arm. Today, I have come to recruit you as my guard, so of course I have come prepared. Do you know what this is? Shifeng smiled as he retrieved a small, crystalline bottle. Within the crystalline bottle, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Just by looking through the crystal wall of the bottle, one could already feel the boundless life energy coming from this droplet. Water of life. Kite immediately recognized this liquid, a hint of emotion appearing on his stone-cold face. After all, this liquid was something he had yearned for all this time. Now that it was in front of him, how could he not recognize it? That's right. As long as Mr. Kite agrees to become my personal guard, the water of life in this bottle is yours. Shifeng smiled. Esteemed Lord Viscount, are you truly willing to use this precious water of life on a mere sword master like me? Kite asked carefully. In reality, Shifeng's offer was touching. My lord, you should know that, with this droplet alone, even a Tier 3 powerhouse would agree to become your personal guard. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she heard Kite's declaration. She never realized the water of life was so precious. A single droplet could actually convince a Tier 3 NPC to serve as a player's personal guard. That was a Tier 3 class. Players revered even Tier 2 classes, let alone Tier 3 classes. If their guild could have a Tier 3 NPC as a guard, they could simply annihilate anyone who provoked them. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose's thoughts were too good to be true. Although the water of life could be enough to recruit a Tier 3 powerhouse, Shifeng was simply too weak right now. He would not be able to recruit a Tier 3 NPC, even if he wanted to. Of course, I already know that, Mr. Kite. However, I value your potential even more. Based on your firm and unyielding will and the fact that you have not fallen to become a demonkin yet, I believe that you will one day become an apex powerhouse on the continent, Shifeng affirmed. Shifeng's words were not without justification. One should never provoke a demon. Shifeng had simply met with the phantom of a Tier 4 great demon, and as a result, he bore its curse. If Charlene, a Tier 3 divine official, had not dispelled the curse for him, he would have had no choice but to delete and restart a new account. Meanwhile, Kite had fought a real Tier 3 demon, so how could he have avoided receiving its curse? A demon's power was the evilest force that could corrode a human spirit. However, after suffering the demon's curse for so many years, although Kite had lost his powers, he continued to live normally. He had not turned into a demonkin. If Kite had not possessed a firm and unyielding will, the demon's power would have devoured him long ago. Mr. Kite, I wonder if you are willing to become my guard? Shifeng asked seriously. Since Lord Viscount is willing to accept a cripple like myself, how could I possibly reject my lord's good intentions? From today onwards, my lord will be my only master. I swear allegiance. Kite dropped to a knee in front of Shifeng, receiving the water of life respectfully. System, do you wish to assign Kite as your personal guard? Shifeng clicked, agree. Following which, Kite's data appeared in Shifeng's NPC managing interface. Kite, Yifeng's personal guard. Gender, male. Age, 39. Loyalty, 90. Charm, 60. Physique, 40. Wisdom, 81. Growth potential, 26. Class. Tier 1 Swordsman. Level. 30. HP. 8000/8000. Attack power. 600-720. Defense. 3. 100. Attributes. Strength 125. Agility 130. Endurance 200. Intelligence 90. Vitality 180. Although Shifeng had mentally prepared himself, when he looked at Kite's data, his heart could not help but twitch. Setting aside Kite's other attributes, his growth potential was only at 26 points. This number was simply maddening. Shifeng truly wondered how Drunk Xiao had managed to endure and nurture Kite in the past. Common ranked personal guards had 0 to 30 growth potential. Basically, no one wanted such personal guards. Bronze ranked personal guards had 31 to 50 growth potential. These were the lowest ranked personal guard players would usually possess. Mysterious Iron ranked personal guards had 51 to 70 growth potential. Meeting personal guards of such rank was rare. Normally, one required honed foresight and had to carry out long-term observation to find such guards. Secret Silver ranked personal guards had 71 to 80 growth potential. Such personal guards were extremely rare. Normally, players that managed to obtain these NPCs would treat them like their own babies. Fine Gold ranked personal guards had 81 to 90 growth potential. These individuals were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Dark Gold ranked personal guards had 91 to 100 growth potential. If a player managed to recruit such a personal guard, as long as developed properly, the player's strength no longer mattered. As for Epic ranked personal guards, which were above Dark Gold rank, Shifeng had never actually seen one before. He also did not know how powerful Epic ranked personal guards were. However, it would not be unusual if such a guard transcended the realm of normal men, achieving godhood.